Oh! ID card retrieved at the C-130 Hercules wreckage site belongs to Major Amanda M. Ryder of the United States Air Force. Apparently some of the personnel were nuclear experts. Failed ground invasion. Would you have all this documentation on a mission like this with you? I have no clue. It's hard to verify anything, though, obviously, because everything can be faked. But who knows? Okay, hold on. I gotta stop the nukes. 1 sec. 950 plus, and we'll reach an agreement tomorrow. Whoa! Hold on. Something was clearly glitching. 1 second. Okay, hold on. One more. In the pocket, okay? What? Okay. Deeper. What? Fuck it. We're going to war. Good luck. One sec. Do our dailies, then we'll hopefully Look New can entertain you guys for a little bit. Okay. What? This is the easiest 50-50 I've ever seen in my life. Is this for real? Is this for real, for real? Hold on. Okay. La 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 la. Okay. Let's go. Oh. Wait. Does this mean it's not ready or it is ready? Oh, did I fuck it up 2 days ago? Whatever. Sharp? No. Fuck! Jesus. We take that. Okay. Fuck the color game. I hate the color game. I suck at colors. Okay. Okay. One battle after another. Good one. Wild game in match, night, clash, down, low, nether, or neither. Willing, either, or contest. A battle, a game, a match, a contest. Battle, clash. Battle, clash, contest, match. A match between the two. A battle, a clash, a contest, a game. I feel like game also fits in here. Don't be one off. Okay. Competition. Game fits obviously in competition, but okay. Chill. Oh. I'm game. I'm in. I'm down. I'm willing. I don't know why, but there's like choosing between options or something. I don't know. It seems like it fits. Words for unspecified choices. Okay. Unspecified choices, 1. Okay. Night after wild low. Why is my stomach making noises? Oh, do I have cancer? Night. I don't know what the fuck this is. Life. Afterlife, low life, nightlife, and wildlife. Okay. Wiki categories? Bro, I played this game before and it was horrible. It took me like 30 minutes to figure this shit out. Catfishing. Guess the article from its categories. Okay. 20th century American... Oh, this isn't like the other one, is it? 20th century American business people. 20th century U.S. Army personnel. 1890 births. So they were born in 1890. And they died in 1980. In transportation. American chief execs of the food industry. Food company founders. They're Freemason. Dutch descent. Irish descent. Restaurateurs. When was McDonald born? KFC people. Colonel Sanders? Is that his name? Oh! Okay, well this one was way too easy. Was he a real colonel? He was commissioned as a Kentucky colonel in 1935 by Kentucky Governor Ruby LaFoon. He had to serve chicken dishes and other meals such as country ham and steaks. Initially served the customers in his adjacent living quarters while opening a restaurant. It was during this period that Sanders was involved in a shootout with Matt Stewart, a local competitor who had painted over a sign directing traffic to Sanders' station. Stewart killed a Shell employee who was with Sanders and was convicted of murder, eliminating Sanders' competition. What the fuck? Holy shit. That was some hardcore. What, they're having fast food turf wars? Oh my god. God damn. I'm asking. Wait. We'll do stuff. I need to finish emails and shit.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The clock is ticking to tonight when the deadline looms for avoiding bombing infrastructure in Iran to the Stone Ages, as the President has said. Do you have any new information to believe that a deal can be reached by then? And secondly, there's been some rhetoric from this administration, your administration, about this war, God supporting the United States in this war and the strikes against Iran being part of God's will. Do you agree with that? And what do you make of the idea that God is on the side of the U.S. in these strikes?
Well, so you asked if there's new information, and I don't, unless I have a text message from Steve. Well, I do have a text message from Steve Witkoff. Wouldn't you like to know the subject of this message? But no, I need to read it first before I talk about it. But here's what time is it in the United States right now? Okay, that makes sense. All right. Okay, so Natalie, on this question of the deal, I really think there are two pathways. The President's been very clear about this. There are two pathways that this thing is ultimately going to end. First of all, the United States has largely accomplished its military objectives. There are still some things that we'd like to do, for example, on Iranian ability to manufacture weapons that we'd like to do a little bit more work on militarily.
You have to find a way to strike back against Justigo. Most of Hasan and his audience's new talking points are directly from him and the anti-fans. I'm aware. I just gotta wait till my court case is over. It'll all be a part of the largest manifesto I've ever done, okay? It's gonna be it'll be civilization ending, as some might say.
But fundamentally, the military objectives of the United States have been completed. So that means, as the president has said, very shortly this war is going to conclude. And I think the nature of the conclusion is ultimately up to the Iranians. I think there really are two pathways, and I'm oversimplifying this a little bit, but I think pathway one is where the Iranians decide they're going to be a normal country. They're not going to fund terrorism anymore. They're going to be part of the world system of commerce and exchange. And that's going to mean much better things for them economically. It's going to mean better things for the peace and safety of the world. It's going to mean a lot of good things for a lot of people all over the planet. That's option A. Okay. Option B is if the Iranians don't come to the table and they stay committed to terrorism, to terrorizing their neighbors, not just Israel, but of course their Arab neighbors too, then the economic situation in Iran is going to continue to be very, very bad, and frankly, it will probably get worse. And so what the president has asked his entire team to do, particularly Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, is to figure out what are the contours of a potential deal. What are they willing to do? Because militarily, it frankly doesn't matter one way or the other to us. It's fundamentally a question of what does this look like afterwards, and that has been what the negotiations have been focused on. And the president's also been very clear that while the Iranians are trying to exact as much economic cost through the Straits of Hormuz, the United States has the ability to extract much greater economic costs on Iran than Iran has on an ability to extract costs on us or on our friends in the world. So I hope that they're smart. The president has set a deadline for about 12 hours from now in the United States. We're going to find out, but there's going to be a lot of negotiation between now and then, and I'm hopeful that it gets to a good resolution. You know, the second question you asked about, you know, is God on our side? Is God on, you know, whose side? I think my attitude towards military conflict has always been to pray that we're on God's side. And my own view is that we're doing this for the right reasons. We're doing this because we don't want a regime that has committed acts of terrorism to have it the world's most dangerous weapon, because that would mean a lot of innocent people dead. I certainly hope that God agrees with the decision that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon, but I'll keep praying about it. And if he gives me a good answer, you'll be the first to know, Natalie. Next question. Let's see, I think we have Reuters and AP. Let's do Reuters. Okay, good. I checked my earpiece to see if somebody in my staff would tell me who I should call on, but nobody answered. This is just Hungarian, so go ahead.
Limeo. Oh. What's the next date for something to happen with the court case? I don't know. When is the pretrial call? Is it like the day or two before? I think the trial is set for, is it May 10th? No, the trial's set for May 18th. There's a call set for May 12th. But I don't know what could possibly, like, that trial date can't be right. So he's either going to rule favorably on the MSJ, in which case it'll be dismissed, or he'll kick the trial back 2 to 6 months, and we're waiting for that. So that's, I don't know. I can't imagine the trial date is happening on that date.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is Sumaya Pamuk from Reuters. I have a couple of questions. I do think you have to read that text because we have reporting that the United States is striking some targets in Karg Island. You did say—
It's not going to be a jury, is it? Yeah, it would be a jury trial.
That the military objectives of this war have been achieved. So could you help us understand why the president is still threatening to attack every bridge and every power plant in Iran? You also said that this will wrap up soon, but yesterday in his press conference, when he was asked about a timeline, he did not give a specific timeline, and he had said 4 to 6 weeks, and we're now in week 6. Do you have a specific timeline? Excuse me, these are spontaneous questions.
That's a lot of questions.
Okay, I'll stop. I mean, the Hungary question is this: if Prime Minister Orban loses, does the United States commits to working with the new leader? Will you have a goal?
Is it possible their entire goal was to get to trial and then play into sympathies with the jury? No. This would be the least sympathetic possible case. Despite what Kiwi Farms, whatever people say, the prevailing attitudes related to women and men and everything else, it would not play to their sympathies. No. The goal is to just draw it out as long as possible, waste as much money as possible, and do whatever. That's the goal.
Age relationship with the new leader. Thank you so much.
Well, of course, we're going to work with whoever wins the Hungarian election because we love the people of Hungary and it's an important relationship. But Viktor Orban is going to win the next election in Hungary, so I feel very confident about that and about our continued positive relationship. Victor, is that right?
That's the plan.
Okay, all right. So you asked about Karg Island. My understanding, having talked to Pete and General Kane about this, is that we were going to...
Jesus. In an MS Now interview right now with Major General Randy Manor, retired? Is that what red means? He is saying that through secondhand sources, he's learned that military officials have refused to obey certain requests from Hegseth. I wonder what...
We're going to strike some military targets on Karg Island. I believe we have done so. The president's deadline has been followed by us and everybody else, and he said very clearly, we're not going to strike energy and infrastructure targets until the Iranians either...
Whoa, Wick TV slop. Way more entertaining than this, than Vance slop. Whoa, is he in a bar right now? Where'd he get the sign at? Do you think there is any merit in the view Sam Harris has taken in regard to the Iran war? I'm a big fan of you both and feel conflicted. That comes down to on how you view our respective takes on, I guess, Islam or whatever. I personally just think that Sam Harris is mega brain broken on Muslims and Islamic stuff in general. But that's my take. I think he's always way too favorable to anything that is anti-Islam or anti-Arab in the Middle East or Europe. But that's my view. But other people think I downplay Islam too much, so who knows?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kings and queens, how you doing today? How's everyone hanging? It's a bit of a day. Woke up this morning and saw what the president was tweeting. Crazy shit. Talking about how he's going to destroy a whole civilization, making huge threats against Iran. Pretty cringe, pretty gay, pretty yikes, as they say. Okay, yikes, I think is the appropriate term. Disgusting, gross, whatever, evil, whatever you want to use. It's really bad. And of course, like clockwork, the left is blaming Democrats for it. Saw Hasan out there screaming for Democrats, why don't you do anything? You need to do something. Well, you know what? Maybe if you'd helped us get into power, we might have been able to. Might have had power to stop or not do this, right? But since you didn't, it's kind of on you, frankly. Anyway, we'll get to that, I'm sure, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we go. But today's main topic that I had planned in advance. So last week we read an article, some of you were here for it, some of you weren't, called Yes, All Jews. And I found it gross and anti-Semitic, and I wanted to call out the people who were defending it. And there were people, and I showed them on my screen, right? Like people running cover for this, okay? And Dooby jumped in, and he said he wanted to have a conversation with me. A debate with me about whether or not this was anti-Semitic or not. So that's what we're going to do today. So buckle up, boys and girls. Should be a fun discussion. I'll just bring him on and we'll get to it. How's that, gang? Hello, we're live.
Hello.
Just making sure that you know that you are being recorded, that everything is there.
Yeah,
so.
that's okay. Do you want the frog?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, sir. Okay.
frogs get the views, okay?
Okay. Yeah, frogs get all the ladies.
Is that... I don't think a lot
That's
of
why. That's
my
why.
audience
That's why
is
it exists.
ladies,
Yeah.
to be clear. But I
Okay,
could-
13
Well,
emails. Good luck.
I mean, you can convince them that if they kiss it, they might turn into a princess or whatever. However the fuck that story goes. So, you know, works sometimes.
Maybe. I think that if they kiss you, then you turn into a prince. I think that's how that story goes, but I could be wrong. It's been a while.
Yeah, maybe. One of those things.
Anyway, let's just kind of get to it. So kind of set the stage for us here. You called in last week and wanted to talk about the article, and you said it wasn't anti-Semitic. Give us your thoughts then.
So I'm just gonna lay this out like as simply as possible, right?
Okay.
To avoid getting bogged down. But my position is that, like, well, first off, can you define anti-Semitism? Like, when you say anti-Semitism, or you think it's anti-Semitic,
Sure.
like, what do you mean?
I like, personally, the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism that was made on in 2021. And they
Okay, real quick. Is the article anti-Semitic? Wait, can somebody link me? What article were they talking about? And I'll read it in a sec.
go through, and it's a very simple one. Anti-Semitism is discrimination, prejudice, hostility, or violence against Jews as Jews or Jewish institutions as Jewish. And there's several guidelines that it goes through, right? Like,
Oh,
so
this one. Yes,
you
all
can
Jews.
criticize or oppose Zionism or Israeli policies harshly. That is not anti-Semitic, according to this definition. But if you essentialize or make sweeping negative generalizations about Jews as a group or hold Jews collectively responsible for Israelis' actions, that is anti-Semitic.
Jesus.
So that's the definition I use.
Okay. So I'm totally fine
Well,
with
do
just
you
using
agree with that definition broadly? I mean,
broadly, yes. I
where
do.
would you disagree, I guess?
Wait, is this real language after the blessed Al-Aqsa flood operation? Also, if anybody ever calls it Al-Aqsa flood, normally they're weirdos, just in case you don't know. But who executed the miraculous Al-Aqsa flood? Since the oh, is this person Muslim? Sorry, are they? After the stunning anti-colonial Al-Aqsa flood operation. Wait, Dooby is defending this article? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? This person is Jewish? Are they like in real life anywhere? Has anybody ever seen this person? 36,000 followers. That's crazy. This is mega like coded. Well, I say coded, but this is like very overtly like super anti-Semitic. Generally, I don't know if you call it Islamist or like weirdo. What do you call like the anti-colonially obsessed people or whatever? That's wild. Read the last 3 paragraphs. Long live Hamas's Al-Qassam brigades, men of honor and steel, who rise from the subterranean below with homemade weapons and unshakable faith to strike fear and fatal blows into the hearts of the Zionist enemy. Where Jews snuffed out life, Al-Qassam breathed oxygen back into the body. This is the most shameful generation of Jews to ever exist. Not one of us can say we didn't know. We are spiritually hollow, morally eviscerated. Don't be selfish. Don't just selfishly say Israel doesn't represent all Jews. Fight for that distinction to be materially true by eradicating Zionism within Judaism. That is the only choice. When it comes to the evils of Zionism, Jews would rather lie to ourselves and self-deceive and take a modicum of responsibility beyond feeble, self-interested sloganeering. How long will Palestine and the region have to pay for our delusional denial, our unceasing rapturous violence, our refusal to take accountability for the ways we have destroyed so much life on this precious, precarious planet? Jews must destroy the Israeli state and the Zionist ideology in its entirety, its every node and tentacle, including Israel's host colony, America, with a K. I care more about Palestine than Judaism. If Judaism has to die for Palestine to live, kill it. Jesus Christ.
This map shows the roughly the northern half
percent type of armored vehicle carrier by
These guys have the time to spray paint their bombs? There's no way this is a real video. I'm not believing it. I'm not believing it till I see something otherwise. Terrorist slop. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
I guess
All right, Dooby's defending the Yes All Jews article. Good luck, Doob.
it should be in the framing, right? So if, for example, if I were to say that all Catholics have a responsibility to target or to tackle the systemic abuse that was happening in the Catholic Church, which was a very common thing. It's going around about Catholics. The Catholic community needs to target this or speak out against this. And if they didn't, they were told to be like complicit because their silence was complicity. Very similar thing happens with Muslims after a terrorist attack, right? Muslim leaders are called to speak out against it, to condemn it, yada, yada. And if they don't, this is taken as complicity in some way, right? So I think that this kind of like demand for some sense of like collective responsibility for a political ideology or the actions that arise because of a political ideology. This isn't really attacking the group for being the group or attacking...
Hey! I emailed my apartment people like 3 days ago, and I got a move-out statement. They sent me another one today saying I owe them $863.77. Hell yeah. They saw the stream yesterday. They were watching. They were like, oh shit, he caught on to us. Thank God. Something inherent about the group itself. But it's more there's an issue with it's more that there is an issue within your community, and because you are part of this community, you have a responsibility to tackle that issue. Like I think that is what she's doing. Yeah. And I think that the way that the framing of holding Jews collectively responsible thing, I think that if they were to just hold to those words themselves, it'd be a double standard that we don't apply to other communities, which would also be anti-Semitic.
So you wouldn't consider, just to be clear, like, so let's use the terrorism example that you brought up with the Muslim community and things like that. You wouldn't think it to be Islamophobic or anti-Muslim to demand that every Muslim in a community, like say Dearborn, Michigan, for example, condemn the actions of a terrorist group across the world. Like, so say the Houthis do something horrific, right? Or Hezbollah does something horrific, kills a bunch of U.S. Marines, something like that. And people go around to random Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, and demand that they take a stand on this, right? You don't see any problem with that? You don't think that would be Islamophobic? I do. I think that would be very Islamophobic. I think that would be very anti-Muslim. I think that would be bigoted in a real way. Some guy in Dearborn, Michigan has nothing to do with Hezbollah or the Houthis. They have no real connection to them. They happen to share a religion, right? They happen maybe even to be from the same region. But that doesn't give us the right to demand that someone who has no real connection apologize or be held responsible for or even condemn, right? They would be justified in telling anyone who told them that they needed to condemn the actions of a group they're not connected to fuck off. Do you disagree with that?
I think that this is a misunderstanding of the Houthis even, right? So the Houthis aren't committing terrorism, quote unquote. I don't think most of it is terrorism actually. Because of Islam, they're a militia group in a region of the world that is acting for political reasons, not because of Islam, right? They have regional interests that they're fighting for and defending, right?
They say that.
Well, hold on. Like Pete Hegseth says that we're fighting this war for God. Is that true? No, it's not true, right? So so the United States is not fighting a war for Christianity, even if Pete Hegseth says so, right?
I understand that, which is why it would be weird to demand a Christian who's fucking in South America to condemn, right, what Pete Hegseth claims he's doing in the name of God. Yeah, even though they're both Christian, even I don't know if I'd actually call Pete Hegseth an actual Christian, but that's another debate, right?
Right.
But like, you would understand how it would be problematic. It would be bad. It would be bigoted to demand all Christians everywhere condemn that, something that is done in their name, but they have no connection to.
No, I think they should. I think you should encourage Christians to condemn it. If their religion is being used to justify atrocities, I think people who hold to this religion are responsible in some way for calling it out and cutting that rod out of the community. And I would say the same about Christian nationalism, right? So if there are evangelical churches where Christian nationalism is a problem and it's a massive issue growing in Christian communities in the U.S., I think it is a responsibility of these communities to police themselves and say, hey, that we are not part of this movement and this movement is not Christianity. I think it's totally fine to say this, and I don't think it's bigoted in any way. I think inter-community critique, intra-community critique is totally normal. It's something that happens across all other communities, I really don't understand why we'd have a specific carve out for religion or for Jews in this case.
So I think that intra-community critique can be done in ways that are perfectly fine and perfectly valid. I don't necessarily, as a concept, think, like, if I was to critique Mormonism or streamers, right? We'll use streamers as a group, right? I can call, like, I think streamers have been very negative in how they deal with the mentally ill, right? I think that they use them for clicks, for views, all these things. I think they exploit them in many ways. I think that streamers as a whole kind of do this, but it would be wrong of me to then hold an individual streamer who has not done this responsible in any way, shape, or form to demand that they renounce this kind of behavior. It would be putting a burden on them that they do not deserve and do not share because they haven't engaged in that behavior. They haven't done it. And I'm against collective punishment as a whole. And I think that what this article is calling for, in a very real way, is a collective punishment to Jews as a whole, to Judaism as a whole. I mean, it has, we can go through the quotes if you like, but it talks several times about how if a Jew wants the target to be off their back, they have to enthusiastically support the Al-Qasim brigades to praise the glory and miracle of October 7th, burdens that we would never put on any other group, or we should not put on any other group. And if they are to be put on any other group, we would rightly call them out as bigoted. But because, for whatever reason, Israel breaks people's brains, we think it's okay to call on some Jewish guy in Brooklyn and hold them responsible for what's happening in Israel. And they're not. They're simply not.
Wait, but this isn't true. I just gave you multiple examples where exactly this kind of structure is applied, and we have no issue with it. So white people, for example, when Obama said that all white people have a responsibility to tackle racism, when Biden said that racism is a white man's problem, right? I don't think that they're like anti-white bigots for this.
Statements to make.
No, that's silly.
Why
would that be a bigoted statement?
There were facially bigoted statements today. To say that all white men carry the burden of racism is something that we have as a society largely begun to reject. We adopted it because we were crazy for some reasons, and we wanted to overlook that bigotry. But it is a form of bigotry. It is a form of racism. And it was rightfully called out by a lot of people. Even when my side does it, quote unquote my side, right? Even when Obama does it, even when Biden does it. Those are bigoted, racist statements, and they should not be made.
Okay, so to be clear, you believe that when Obama and Biden said that there is a racism issue in the white community, there's a growing white nationalist issue in the white community, and because of because white people are also part of this community, they have a responsibility to call it out, to push it out of their community. You think that statement makes them bigots, makes them like anti-white?
I don't think that alone would do it. I think that when you start to hold them responsible if they don't, then it becomes a problem. So again, in this article, I think you're soft selling it. The author does not simply say all Jews have a responsibility to call out Judaism or to call out Israel for its actions, its genocide in Palestine, for its terrible behavior in a lot of other ways, apartheid, whatever, right? She goes much further than that. I'm going to read you a couple of these quotes. Okay. We Jews are the fascistic overlords, the vicious propagandists and funders. The militarized soldier settlers, modern Judaism reflects terrorism, slaughter, blood.
Do you think Dooby actually believes in any of this shit, or is he just doing it for the love of the game? For everybody that is on this weirdo, Gisticle, Queeman, Perry, Chud Logic, Dooby, like on that team, all of them have 100% thrown their hat in basically with like the Hasan political belief system. So whatever Hasan says, these people will carry that as far as they possibly can. So whatever Hasan's beliefs are on this, obviously Hasan doesn't think anti-Semitism is a real thing unless it comes from white nationalists or whatever else they're going to believe. So Dooby will have to take whatever that position is along with the rest of them in this community against that, yeah.
Sadism, rape, and organ theft. Jews now dwell.
Isn't just go right wing? He was. That's where he came from. But now they all pretend to be communists or lefties or whatever because they all have to dick ride Hasan.
In and animate the age of a totalitarian Judaism. This is, on its face, an essentializing statement that we would not apply to any other group. Or if it is applied to any other group, we would absolutely call it out for being bigoted and racist and essentializing. So, for example, if Biden had said, we whites are the fascistic overlords, the vicious propagandists and funders, the militarized soldier, colonial settlers, right? Modern white.
One thing you also need to keep in mind here, too, we have abandoned way too much social issue speak. It's very, very, very hard here to compare whites and Jews because we're talking about very different groups of people with very different statuses in society with very different amounts of power. Like anti-whiteness Well, I guess unless you're like a fucking alt-righter or a Nazi or whatever, anti-whiteness is not really like a threat to the white race, whatever that even means. It's not a threat that much to white people. It's problematic and it's worth addressing and calling out, but it exists in a way different way and on a way different level than like anti-Semitism against Jewish people. So like to compare these two things, when you start to go to that analogy immediately, you're losing a bit of why one thing might matter and why one thing might not matter as much.
Whites reflect terror, slaughter, blood, sadism, rape, and organ theft. Yeah, that would be fucking racist to say. That would be super racist.
Okay, so first off, what you're attacking right now is the harshness of the critique, right? Not the structure of the critique itself. So I agree that it's harsh. A lot of her language is very inflammatory, very bombastic. I wouldn't use some of the language she uses. That doesn't make it anti-Semitic. It doesn't make it like a bigoted.
It does,
it seems to me is that, hold on. So what she's actually doing in this article is identifying an issue within her own community and saying we are not doing enough to fight this issue. And because we're not doing enough, we are complicit, which is, again, the same structure that was used to say that all men have a responsibility to fight rape culture, for example. All white people have a responsibility to fight racism. All Catholics have a responsibility to fight systemic abuse in the Catholic Church. All Muslims have a responsibility to attack terrorist ideologies in their communities or jihadism in their communities. Like, this is very similar to all these other, I mean, Jewish prophets, Jewish prophets were extremely critical of their community in way more inflammatory language than she used. Would you say that they're anti-Semitic because they call their community vipers? They call Israel a community of vipers.
A nest of
is
vipers.
That anti-Semitic?
The problem here
yeah, nest of vipers.
Is the trick you're doing here, where you tried to kind of like
There's
jump
no trick.
from this is just harsh critique, and I think you jump over the other step that they are doing. They aren't just using harsh words to identify people who have engaged in behaviors that they find reprehensible. They are saying that all Jews are not only responsible to call this out, but responsible for it. And there's a substantive difference saying...
I don't understand how Dooby is still kept in the politics sphere after he said he coupled his politics server, or he cooed his politics server from another guy, because Dooby pays thousands of dollars to all of these streamers in donations. He admits it himself. He does. Like, this is not like a wild conspiracy. Yeah.
You have a responsibility as a member of a group to condemn X, Y, or Z. There's problems with that. I have problems with that. But she goes further than that, and she not only says not only...
Do Hasan viewers watch Gisticle, or is that a different group? No, definitely not. No.
Do you have a responsibility to call this out, but you're guilty of this. You're responsible for this, and you deserve to pay for this.
Do you think it was wrong to impose denazification on Germans after World War II?
No, I don't think it was wrong to impose...
Why? Didn't that hold all Germans collectively responsible for Nazism?
I think that if...
Jewish supremacy / Zionism is absolutely a real thing. It's in their fucking Talmud. They literally think they're the chosen people. It's not a secret. Don't all religious people think they're the chosen people? Isn't that kind of the point of being part of the correct religion? Is you think that your religion is the right one and you're the people who are going to heaven and everything? Wait, is that not like, isn't that kind of like essential for at least the Abrahamic religions? No?
If they were like shooting people who hadn't done anything, then that's a problem, right? Or if they were calling on the death of people or to imprison people in Germany who had not engaged in any of the Nazi rhetoric, who had not participated in any Nazi rhetoric. Because, well, let me ask you this. In the denazification of Germany, do you think it would have been okay to demand an American German face that same denazification? Like someone who lived in America all their lives, hadn't even been to Germany, just happens to be of Germanic descent.
No, but I think that you're...
Okay, but that's what she's doing with the Jews.
No, really quickly. No, because...
But most people, or most religions, want others to be converted in. That's true. Judaism is not a proselytizing one. They don't like invite other people. That's true, sure. Oh, if that's what you mean by chosen people, like ethnic group or whatever, maybe, sure.
What she's talking about isn't Israel itself. She's talking about Zionism, the ideology of Zionism. And if you were to look at I think there have been polls on this, and like over like 90% of Jews consider themselves Zionists, or consider that, or support the existence of a Jewish state, right? So she's attacking that, right? Not just the state of Israel, but that ideology that she believes has taken over her community. Right, so if German Americans were supporting Nazism, then yeah, it would make sense to say that they have a responsibility to condemn Nazism, right? If there was an issue with German Americans identifying as Nazis and supporting Hitler, then yes.
But,
right? but
here's a problem with what you just said, though, right? You mentioned that 90% or whatever percentage I think you used, I think it was 90%, support the existence of a Jewish state.
The problem is this really has to come down to this is going to come down to really an Israel-Palestine debate, because the response to this is like being pro-Zionist is not the same as being a Nazi, but because Nazism seems to necessitate the conquering of other states and peoples. But then Dooby would probably argue, well, the project of Zionism necessitates the genocide of the Palestinian people. I don't know if he would argue that or not, and then we'd have to go to that point next.
That does not necessarily imply support for what Israel is doing, or even support for Israel where it's at and how it exists now, right? I can support a Jewish state and also say, well, I think Israel's an ethno-state. I think what they're doing is horrific, and they probably should be disbanded. You can believe both things. These are not contradictory. Again, she's doing this thing where she conflates that anyone who's even neutral towards Israel or even condemns it but doesn't praise the rapes and murders that have been engaged against it is a Zionist. She calls you a Zionist, Dooby.
Yeah, so I don't think that she believes that there were rapes and murders on October 7th. So I read some of her other work. It seems like she doesn't believe. She thinks that's like a bullshit narrative pushed by Israel. And I think there's some strong evidence that did happen. I do believe that there were rapes, of course, but I think it's also true that there were opportunists and liars who exploited that fact and exaggerated that fact to make money or to push like an anti-Palestinian narrative. So she doesn't believe that those things happened. I disagree with her. I think some of that did happen. I don't think there's like mass rapes, but absolutely some people were raped. Right?
I think. Well, what would you call someone? What would you call someone who denied the Holocaust, who denied that Jews were being killed in camps in the Holocaust? What would you call that person? I
think there's far more evidence that the Holocaust happened than that there were like mass rapes on October 7th, which is the narrative that she's combating.
Okay. I think that you're correct technically that yes, there is more evidence on the Holocaust. Yes, that is true. But I think that there is compelling and damning evidence about what Hamas did on October 7th. There's video evidence that we have from multiple sources. Hamas videoed themselves doing these things. We have this evidence. It's strong. The UN has come out with reports detailing this evidence, and we can quibble on some of the details here and there. But I think that someone who still denies that Hamas killed and raped people on October 7th, that in and of itself is anti-Semitic in a big way. Do you disagree?
Yeah, why?
Okay,
like using the definition that you brought up earlier.
Sure, I'm going to refer.
How is that anti-Semitic?
Yeah, I'm going to refer to the definition we used earlier, right? Like when you were denying atrocities against a group, in this case, the Jewish group, again, combine that with the saying they need to be punished for their...
This is a whole thing. This is just a whole thing. I don't think there's other stuff that's at play here. Denying the Holocaust doesn't necessarily make you anti-Semitic. The reason why Holocaust denial usually is anti-Semitic, and by usually I mean like 99.9% of the time, is because you don't deny the Holocaust because you think that the historical facts are incorrect. You deny the Holocaust because you think that Jewish scholars have intentionally manipulated the record in order to foment mass sympathies for the Jewish people, in order to allow them to step into all the different sects of societies, to have the levers of power under their control, to ensure the success and the thriving of the Jewish people in America and in Israel. That's why Holocaust denialism is anti-Semitic. Some guys are just like, oh, I don't think the Holocaust numbers are real. And you're like, what? Really? Why is that? And you're like, I don't know. I think that everything in World War II is like made up. I'm not even sure if America really dropped atomic bombs or whatever. Like that person's that's not really anti-Semitism, but generally when people are engaged in Holocaust denialism, usually they believe that the only reason why the Holocaust is talked about is because of like what the argument that Finkelstein makes in his book, is it the Hollow Hoax or whatever? No. I think that's a 6-hour crazy weirdo alt-right documentary. Is it the Holocaust Industry? What is the name of the Finkelstein book? What's it called? The Holocaust Industry? Yeah. Is that Jews push this and artificially inflate the importance of the Holocaust in order to make it so we can never criticize them. That's usually why Holocaust denialism is part of anti-Semitism.
Their actions. It's a way to hold them accountable and to deny any kind of there's no wrong you can do against that group. And if you do a wrong against that group, we're going to cover it up for you. We're going to deny that ever happened. It's anti-Semitic in nature. Do you not understand that?
No, I think that you were pretending that she doesn't actually believe that these things didn't happen, and she's only saying that they didn't happen because she hates Jews. I think she actually doesn't believe they happened. And again, I think there's very strong evidence that at least the extreme claims of like mass rape on October 7th were not true. The beheaded babies thing, not true. Right, so it is true that there were lies floating around early on, and still today. There were people going around giving speeches to huge crowds of people that were later exposed to totally lied about their involvement and what they did and who they saved and all this kinds of shit. So I think it's totally reasonable to be suspicious of that narrative. And if she believes that the narrative is totally made up, either because she hasn't seen enough evidence or because she's seen evidence of people lying about this, I don't think that's anti-Semitic.
I do not think that she would accept any evidence. And the reason I don't think that is because I think she is anti-Semitic. And the reason I think she is anti-Semitic is because she's essentializing all Jews, holding them all responsible. She's praising Hamas, the glorious Al-Qasim brigade, right? And Hamas, to be clear, has called for the death of all Jews, right? All of them, right? Globally.
Hold on. That's not
I'll read
accurate.
you some quotes.
No, you're going to go back to like the 80s or something. But
from
these conversations where someone defending something that another believes never seemed fruitful. It's like people defending Trump because he believes he won the election. Yeah, true. This is why I'm much more harsh now on judging people by their audiences, because you can sit here and have these stupid games about like, what does a person believe, and to try to figure that out. But it's like, okay, well, what does their audience say? Because that will give you a real indication for where their beliefs are. And and the whole audience won't be together with you trying to bullshit some optics narrative. Whereas you might like try to bullshit your way through some interview or to make your view more palatable on some media piece or whatever, like what Dooby is trying to do to sane wash this other lady's perspective. But like, who's supporting it? It's probably not a bunch of moderate people. It's probably a bunch of legitimately insanely unhinged anti-Semitic, either lefties or Muslims or whatever else,
18th?
Okay, yeah, read the one from 2019
Sure.
because I know that recently, I think even like before
You're
and
7
after,
million Palestinians abroad.
really quickly.
No,
I think
I'm
before
gonna
and
read-
after.
just
Well, let me
real
finish with my let me finish my statement. I think before and after October 7th, there were like Hamas spokespeople saying that that their fight is not with Jews, it is with Israel. It is with the Zionist entity.
Okay, well, here's what Fatih Hamad, the senior Hamas official, said in 2019. He said, "You 7 million Palestinians abroad, there are Jews everywhere. We must attack every Jew on planet Earth." That's all of them, Dooby. We must slaughter and kill them with Allah's help. We will die while exploding and cutting the necks and legs off the Jews. We will lacerate them and tear them to pieces. Again, every Jew on planet Earth. It's fucking anti-Semitic.
Okay, I believe that this man wants to kill all Jews.
Yes.
I'm telling you their official position before and after.
I wonder if Dooby thinks, a question for Whick to ask. Fuck, I'm not current on this. I won't debate him. Or I won't DM him. Or maybe I will. When we catch up, I'll ask. Does Dooby think Trump's 7 Muslim majority state ban was Islamophobic? Question mark. Does he think Trump is Islamophobic? Question mark.
October 7th is that their fight is with Israel, not Jews.
Okay.
Like, that has been their stated position for fucking years. Again, before and after October 7th. I agree that this guy wants to kill all Jews, 100%.
That is their stated goal. Hamas's stated goal is to kill all the Jews.
Okay, that is this man's
They have
stated goal,
softened
not
some of
Hamas's
their
stated
official
goal.
language for propaganda purposes, but that is what they believe, and that is what they have said
That's not true.
over and over and over again.
Do you
In official
think Hamas just wants
publications,
to fight
Hamas
Israel
leadership
because
has
they're
said this. I'm going to quote you another one from 2023. This is Ghazi Hamad, a Hamas political official. He says, he vowed repeatedly to annihilate Israel and continue October 7th style attacks time and time again until Israel is annihilated. In 2012, Sheikh Ahmad Bar says, "Oh Allah, destroy the Jews and their supporters. Oh Allah, count them one by one and kill them all without leaving a single one." They're anti-Semitic, Dooby.
Wick, I do realize what you're doing right now. So we both
What am
know,
I doing right now?
I'm going to tell you.
quoting Hamas.
We both know.
and its
Hold on,
officials.
we both know that if we were to just Google it, we would find countless quotes and speeches by Israeli government officials and Jewish leaders within Israel and here in the United States and politicians here in the United States openly advocating for the killing of all Palestinians. Right? So, do you think
For the killing of all Palestinians, even Ben Gvir and Smoltrich are usually a little bit more careful with their language. But okay.
it's like reasonable for me to say that because you support Israel? That means you're supporting a government that wants to kill all the Palestinians, and
No,
therefore
I do
you're a
not-
bigot.
I do not think
Then why are you playing
that
double
is
standard?
reasonable because we have plenty of evidence that they haven't killed all Palestinians. However, we have evidence that Hamas, when they get the opportunity, will kill every single Jew that they can get their hands on. We have evidence
Wick,
of these
what
things,
do you-
right? And so again, I think that someone can support the idea of Israel and condemn the leadership of Israel. And I don't think that it's
Wait, we're talking about a
anti-Semitic
country
to condemn
that's
Israel
committing
even,
ethnic cleansing,
right?
like,
But we're
openly.
not
This
talking
is
about just
genocide.
condemning Israel here. We're going further than that, and we're holding every Jew on earth responsible for Israel. And that's what makes us anti-Semitic.
Okay, Wick, I feel like your beliefs about Israel are clouding your thinking on this. Because to be clear, when people support Israel, right? So if a Jewish person says I support Israel, or you say I support Israel, you're not just supporting like a random ass nation somewhere on the planet. You're supporting a state that is actively committing ethnic cleansing, has been doing this for fucking decades now, by the way, is accused of genocide, very likely has committed genocide in Gaza, is a long history of human rights violations, rape, torture, murder of children, women, men that they've held in detention with no charges. They just passed a law, Wick, that allows them to kill specifically Palestinians, right? And not Jewish people, specifically Palestinians, death by hanging.
What kind of
Right, so
Palestinians?
you're
All
talking-
Palestinians? Hold on, no, let's talk.
Does anybody, do people think this law, not to defend the law, but do people think the law is just like you can just murder Palestinians or whatever? Is that
Talk about that law. What
Sure,
kind of
let's talk about the law.
Palestinians?
So Palestinians, they believe, have killed somebody.
Okay,
in
so the death penalty for Palestinians. That is
Okay.
problematic. But you notice how you framed that?
Problematic. Wick.
You notice how dishonest that framing was? That you said,
That
well, they
wasn't
just want to
dishonest
kill all
at all.
Palestinians. The
That's
death
not
of
what I said.
Palestinians law, right?
That isn't what I
sounds
said
racist.
either. I didn't say they want to kill all Palestinians or the death of Palestinians law.
You
just
said
made that
they
up.
passed a law allowing them to kill
That allows them to kill
Palestinians.
Palestinians. Yes.
Yes, but that leaves out a lot of important context.
Oh, I'm
and
sorry. Palestinians have been
implies
charged with a crime.
something that is just not
charged
true.
with a crime? Just
Wait,
charged?
do you think that law's okay?
Charged?
No, I don't. I'm not
Okay,
supporting that
so
law.
why?
But when we criticize something, it's important we be accurate how we criticize something.
I agree.
And therefore,
So-
when
so
you
wait,
leave
but
out
also when you
important
support something,
context
Wick,
to your
Wick, when you
criticism,
support something,
it feels
okay.
dishonest.
Like when you support something, I think it's important to be specific about what you're supporting. And you and other people who support the existence of Israel in its current form, or believe in or support Zionism, are supporting a nation that is doing all the evils that I just laid out, right? And is continuing to do more evil, and not just in Gaza or the West Bank, but also in southern Lebanon right now, where they're openly ethnically cleansing the Shia Muslims.
Do you
Where they're telling Christian and Jewish leaders that to kick the Shia Muslims out of their community.
Because
You're
you
supporting
support
that state.
Palestine,
So
does that mean
oh my
you
God, wait,
support
just real
October
quickly.
7th?
No, obviously
Okay.
not.
So, because I support Israel, even though I don't, right? I just don't want to see it wiped off the face of the earth, right? Because I support Israel under that framing does not
What do
mean
you-
I
okay, what do you mean you
support
support
every
Israel?
single law they pass or what they do in Gaza.
What do you mean you support Israel? Like, what does that mean?
Okay, I think that the people of Israel have the right to self-determination and should have the right to self-determination, and that they shouldn't be forcibly excised from the area, nor should they be killed. I think Israel has a right, quote unquote, to exist. I don't like what it's doing in Gaza. I condemn it. I don't like how it's conducted itself during this war. I don't like how it's conducted itself prior to the war in many cases. But this isn't a conversation about what I support or don't support about Israel. This is a conversation where we are wondering if someone who, again, has no support for Israel, has no connection to Israel, who happens to be Jewish in California, has any responsibility for what Israel does or does not do. This article says that they do bear responsibility and that they are Zionists and that they have a target on their back. Okay? I condemn that language. It's essentializing. It's putting the responsibility for something someone did across the globe on someone who has no connection and no, they have no say in this, right? They have no responsibility here. They should not be condemned for it. They are not guilty. They have not done anything.
Okay, but this isn't true, because she explicitly lays out a way to escape this criticism, Whick. And that
what is that way?
To commit to anti-Zionism and to fight anti-Zionism with your full chest, right? Not just be tepid about it, but to attack the institution of Zionism within the Jewish community.
We can
right?
read what she says.
To attack,
quote it.
Go for it.
So, genuine Jewish anti-Zionists unwaveringly support the total eradication of Israel and the greater Satan, America, the full land back without a speck of Zionist or Euro-American imperialist settler colonial control. This includes Jews supporting removing fellow Jews from Palestine while ensuring they don't do harm where they go further displace indigenous peoples elsewhere. So not only is she saying that unless you want to destroy Israel, destroy America, ethnically cleanse the Jews from Palestine, which by she means all of Israel, right? Gaza, West Bank, and Israel proper, right? And that these Jews are so dangerous that you have to be careful where you put them because they're going to just do it again because Jews are like that, right? That's what she's saying.
She doesn't say Jews are like that.
That is
So
obviously the
implication
implication
here,
of the statement.
Okay. No, the implication is that if they leave the area, she doesn't want there to be a new Israel made, right? A new ethno-state imposed on some other group of people, right? That is what she's saying. She's not saying that Jews just do this to people. She's saying our community has adopted and latched onto, or I think she said that the ideology is latched onto the community, and we are not doing enough to fight this ideology, which is toxic and poisonous and genocidal and racist. And she thinks that every Jew has a responsibility to fight this thing. And if you do fight this thing, she's your ally. She's Jewish. I'm sure she doesn't think that she is unsalvageable and she just needs to be killed or whatever the fuck. She believes that there are other Jews like her who are already fighting this evil, right? And she is calling on all Jews to fight this evil. And the way that a Christian pastor might call on all Christians to fight Christian nationalism, or a German leader might call on all Germans to fight Nazism. It's the ideology she's attacking, and she believes that this ideology is dominating her community in every institution in her community.
But the way she is attacking the ideology is to demand that people who are unconnected to that ideology, who have no responsibility for that ideology, be held responsible for that. $5 just real quick from It's Vishy to say, I can't help but think Dooby may be anti-Semitic or just not care if people are. The last 3 paragraphs of that Substack is inarguably anti-Jewish. It's throughout the whole language from start to finish is collective punishment, essentializing it, and tying it intrinsically the actions of Israel to every single Jew on earth. And that is blatantly something we would never accept. Well, let me just ask you. If I wrote an article called Yes, All Palestinians, and said all Palestinians have blood guilt for what Hamas has done on October 7th, they should all be forced to answer for it, no matter if they live in the West Bank, no matter if they live in Gaza, no matter if they live in America and have never seen Palestine at all, they are all guilty. They all have a target on their back. Yes, all Palestinians. You would call that bigoted, and you would be correct to do so. I am just saying that when she does this to Jews, it's the same thing and should be condemned equally.
Okay, this is interesting because that is a common critique of Palestinians that we hear from Zionists like you, which is that Palestinians need to attack the radicalism that's in their communities and in their population. They need to reject that radicalism. They need to lift up peaceful leaders and reject violence and all these things. They need to reject Hamas. They need to rise up again's Hamas. And if they haven't done this, well, they're just not doing enough. And this is why it's okay for Israel to fucking bomb them. That is your position. That is a position.
That is not my position. I've never called on
you don't think that Palestinians
who lives
have responsibility?
in Michigan, who's never set foot on Palestine, who's never even talked about Israel, who's never even talked about Gaza, who doesn't really fucking care. They just play video games. I've never not once said that they are responsible in any way, shape, or form. I dare you to find me a
you were disconnected again from the reality of Zionist identification among Jews and of Jews who say that they believe in a Jewish state. Right? So if it were true that the majority of Palestinians, even in Dearborn, supported Hamas, for example, or supported radicalism or violence against Israel, or the total destruction of Israel and killing of all Jews in Israel in some way, then it would be reasonable to say that, yeah, if you're not one of the people who supports this, because this evil is within your community, you have a responsibility to call it out and to cut it from your community. Right? So, and again, this brings me back to the German thing, because the collective guilt standard was it's what came out of the Holocaust. This was written by Holocaust survivors, or the Nuremberg laws, the denazification programs. This was applied to all Germans, regardless of their support for Hitler, because the standard was that all Germans.
It was not applied to Germans in America. Okay. It was not applied to Germans who lived in other countries. This denazification of Germany only applied to those who lived in Germany. This article is doing, it's implying, it's not just implying, it's outright stating. It's outright stating that every fucking single one of the Jews who live on earth are responsible, and they are simply not. That is essentializing language. You would never expect it or accept it in any other context. I don't.
Taking a break to read a BPD message. Hold on. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks, the magical 2 week. time period has arisen again. This will be a double-sided ceasefire, as opposed to what is a single-sided ceasefire. The reason we're doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the U.S. and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump.
I don't understand why this is so
We
hard
have
for
accepted
you
it
to
in other
understand.
contexts. Like it's like you have a specific carve out for Jews for some reason.
No, I would say
You're
this about
forgetting-
Palestinians.
you're forgetting
I would
all
say
the
this
other
about whites.
contexts.
I would say this
But
about
Wick,
blacks. I would say this about
Like,
Muslims.
do you
I would
think
say this
DEI?
about any other
Do you
group.
think DEI is bigoted?
Do I think DEI is bigoted? It
Yeah.
can be, yes.
Oh,
Do you think it is?
no.
Do you think
I think
anti-racist?
You have to
can
point
be,
out
yes,
to the
bigoted.
special. The
It can
reality
be.
is that, like, regardless of what you think about it, I mean, you can have you can even think that Israel shouldn't exist as a state. I mean, like, there are ways that you could defend this, but the existence of Jewish people in the Middle East is a unique situation, and you do have to account for that uniqueness because it does do a little bit to inform some of the arguments. Like, Islamophobia in the Middle East is going to be different than like anti-Semitism in the Middle East, right? Like, it's just because of the nature of how many people are there, who lives where, whatever else. You know, you have to account for those populations. We're taking for granted how it exists in the West right now. You know.
Yes, if you are saying
Okay,
that
in what
all
cases is it
black
not?
people, right, or that all white people, I should say, all white people need to step aside or to bear a burden because of something they did not do, that's a little bit bigoted,
That is
right?
that,
It's a
that is
little bit.
literally DEI. It's the idea that because white people have white privilege, which I'm sure you also think is bigoted, I guess, because white privilege exists within the white community, then all white people are generalized and essentialized, quote unquote, and that they are treated differently in hiring practices. That is
I've been wondering what the conflict/drama is in regards to you and Dean Withers. Can you explain it briefly? Dean and Parker, I think we're largely inspired by me to start doing online debate and stuff. They told me as much. I think they've said it publicly, not as much recently. We had a dinner where we hung out after a Jubilee event. It was a nice dinner. Everything was fine. But then afterwards, I think Hasan got wind that Dean and Parker had chatted with me, and he showed up on at least one of their lives to kind of throw his presence around. And then all of Dean's audience, who are all insanely far left, socialists or uber progressives, all started saying that I was like a neo-Nazi evil person. And so Dean decided to rewrite our dinner and say, me and Parker realized that when we had dinner with Destiny, he was actually a really evil person. And so we distanced ourselves after that dinner, which was really weird because nothing bad or anything happened at that dinner. It was a super normal, friendly dinner. And then I eventually confronted him about it on another stream. And then he just walked everything back and just, I don't know. It's just another audience capture, whatever else. But he's also like 20 years old, so it's whatever. It is what it is.
DEI. That is exactly what you're saying. So you believe that it is
Do you
bigoted.
think that that's the
you believe
same
that the
as
concept
her
of white
saying
privilege
that every
Hold on,
Jew has a
Wick.
target on their
Do you
back
believe that the
unless they
concept of
praise
white
Allah?
privilege? Okay, if
Hold
you
on,
look
do
at
you
the
think these
context
are
of that,
equivalent things?
if you look at the context of that, Wick, she's talking not. She doesn't say they're going to be killed.
What
She's
context
talking,
changes the meaning?
Okay, just read it.
Okay,
So
we'll
when she's
read
talking
it.
about
Let's go.
the
Let's,
target on the back, the context, if I remember correctly, is like Nuremberg. It's like, hey, you're supporting political ideology. You need to held responsible for supporting this political ideology.
Okay, so I'm going to read.
Hold on, wait,
paragraph.
really quickly. And this is very similar, I think, to the way that you and Destiny and others talk about MAGA. Right? How they all need to be held responsible for supporting Trump. It's the exact same shit.
Whoa, hold on
Which is
a
another
minute there.
toxic ideology. That
I want you to go
wait
back.
1 second.
Have we? I think I feel like I've specified a billion times. Sometimes I'll be hyperbolic, but if I'm ever pushed on it, I don't think I've ever said the voters need to be held accountable. I think I almost always say I'm talking about the elected leaders. I'm talking about the propaganda people, not like the voters.
1 second. There's another toxic ideology that you think the Republican Party itself and any Republican has a responsibility to cut out of their party.
I want you to go back and I want you to watch the discussions between me and Destiny on what we should do about MAGA. And I guarantee you that we have a very different opinion. I argue, in fact, that not all MAGA or Trump voters should be held responsible, and not even all Republican politicians should be held responsible for the actions of Trump. I explicitly argue this. So for you to say that my position is that we should essentialize and hold them responsible, and that's, again, forgetting that MAGA in and of itself is something you buy into. It's not something you're born into.
So
You're
is
not born
Zionism.
MAGA.
Like,
so
so is
there's
Zionism.
differences there, but you're just wrong on its face. So you're wrong to compare the two, and you're also wrong about my position here.
So again,
and let me hold on.
Zionism. Okay, go
hold
ahead.
on.
Read it.
Let me read the context of this target on the back thing. Okay, says many will say
These comparisons are just not working. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, you think it's bad? You think it's bad to be anti-Zionist, But I've heard you defend over and over again Frodo's decision to drop the ring into Mount Doom, knowing that it would cause Sauron's entire army to die, and you didn't have any sympathy for the people fighting on that. Like, these are like expressly evil people. All of them are evil. The orcs and all that shit, they're evil. It's a totally different thing, right? Like, how are you comparing MAGA, a political ideology that people can willingly choose that isn't necessarily tied to any race or ethnicity? How are you comparing MAGA to Jews? Like, this is so stupid. Like, this comparison falls apart for so many different reasons. It doesn't work. It's totally disanalogous.
The argument I put forth unfairly puts a target on Jewish people's backs. You're still missing the point. We support genocidal Zionism across the entirety of our faith.
Do you think the IP conflict is astroturfed? Why do I hear so much more about it than Ukraine or Sudan, for example? Because Americans do not care about foreign policy. Americans are, I would say by nature, they're more selfish, but the reality is we are geographically so far away from everything that we just don't really care. So the only time we talk about foreign policy is when somebody sees it as a useful vehicle to sell some point or ideology to you. This is why Hassan Piker took 2 years after October 7th to learn where the Western Wall was, despite claiming he'd covered Israel-Palestine for a decade before that. This is why nobody knows the details of literally anything about recent or far history between Israel and Palestine. Nobody knows anything about it. It's because it's just a useful vehicle for them to sell their political ideology. Americans don't actually give a fuck about foreign policy. That's why we don't hear anything about Ukraine, or why we don't really hear much about the other Middle Eastern countries or what's going on with them. It's just whenever people want to sell a particular idea. That's why you heard so much about, you never hear anything about all of the intra-conflict going on in Yemen, but you sure as fuck heard about Saudi Arabia and their war and their coalition when they were going down to bomb people in Yemen. But other than that, yeah, that's just how it goes.
We put the target on ourselves and can take it off by relinquishing genocidal Zionism and asserting principled anti-Zionism. But more fundamentally, we aren't the victims targeted by Zionism. We are the perpetrators of it. The real target are those material placed on Palestinians by Israelis. This is, again, essentializing language. She's saying all Jews support genocidal Zionism across the entirety of our faith. And that's just not true.
Well,
Wick, what does essentializing mean to you?
Essentializing is when you say all Jews are X, or all blacks are Y, or all whites are Z. That's essentializing. You're taking a group, and you're saying every member of that group is the same. They're essentially the same.
Okay. So if I were to say that Democrats hold liberal values, right? Do you think that would be essentializing?
Can you say that one more time?
Democrats hold liberal values.
No, but you have to hold liberal.
Well, no, fuck. Dooby is such a bad I don't know if he's bad faith or just stupid, and then Whick is also being stupid. Stop! Essentializing is not bad. It's okay to essentialize. You can even essentialize when it comes to races. For instance, I can essentialize that for a black American, their skin color needs to be dark. I can essentialize that. It's definitionally true. I can essentialize that for, I don't know, for characteristics for gingers, they have to have red hair. It's in the name of the thing, right? The problem is when you essentialize personality traits or other things that aren't truly essential to the person or the race of people or whatever, to that thing. You can essentialize, everything has to have something essential to it, otherwise we would have no categories. You can't say that you can't essentialize anything because then no category exists, otherwise there's no thing to separate one thing from another. You can essentialize traits to Democrats. Some would be improper, like races, but others would be proper, like ideas. It's okay to essentialize ideas to categories of things because some things have to be essential to the category for the category to exist.
Be essentializing. So if I were to say that Democrats hold liberal values, right? Do you think that'd be essentializing?
It is, but it's okay. Democrats should essentially, you should
no,
be
but you have to hold
liberal
values to be a Democrat. It's not an ethnicity, and these are different things.
Okay, Whick is kind of there. He could have just said yes, but he's kind of there. Okay, yeah,
it's different. Buy into. If I said all Zionists believe in Zionism, then yes, that would be correct.
Oh, but good. Okay, never mind. He generally got there. He got there. I think he should have answered yes on the first one, but okay, he got there.
If I said all of a certain ethnicity believed in Zionism, that would be incorrect. You understand the difference?
Okay, but Wick, no, because the vast majority of Jews, I'm getting there, Wick, because the vast majority of Jews are Zionists. And in fact, what you read out, she specifically says that if you want to, they want to take the target off their backs, and again, she's talking.
The problem too is what do we mean by Zionist? Because that's another word game that's played by a lot of people, you know?
Like in the context of like Nuremberg trials, that they need to reject Zionism. They need to relinquish Zionism and adopt principled anti-Zionism. Right? So she's specifically saying, hey, this isn't inherent to who Jews are. The Jews can change. My community can change and can be better. This is how to be better. So this is not we're evil because we're Jews. Again, the entire push of the article is this toxic, evil ideology has attached itself to our community, and all of our institutions are in support of it, and like 97% of Jews are in support of this thing, and it's our responsibility to cut that evil out. So this is her specifically saying that there is a way out because Jews are not intrinsically evil, because this is not how our community should be or has been. In fact, she talks about like Jews historically and how they've attacked exactly this kind of concept and exactly this kind of evil, right? So she is not saying that the Jewish community is evil because they're Jews. She's saying that the Jewish community has adopted an evil ideology and she wants them to kick it out.
Okay, I'm going to read you some quotes here.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Boom. Let me get there. I have come to have tremendous disdain for my people, the evil we have wrought, and the demons we have become. Our craven hypocrisy, our Holocaust hand-wringing, our selfish dissociation, both sides in catatonic inaction, feeble sign-waving, condescending condemnations, walling victim complex, self-indulgent betrayals, brazen self-centeredness, exploitative careerism, blood and soil racism, liberal cowardice, empty platitudes amidst mountains of Palestinian corpses. Again, she's making no distinction between Zionists, right, in her community or her people, and in the Judaism as a whole, calling them demons, that they have become demons. That is an anti-Semitic trope.
Kinda
that when you
based.
say all Jews are responsible for collectively for the actions of some Jews. That is classic anti-Semitism. It's something that she does again and again throughout the article. She links Jews to the forces of evil, right? And say, and again, not just Zionists, right? Not just people in Israel, right? Not just Israel supporters, but all Jews everywhere because they happen to be born Jewish.
No, well, that's not true because
She's not saying,
acknowledges.
you understand, you don't have to say
Oh, God.
that, she doesn't have to
She
say that
acknowledges
there's
they're
some
anti-Zionist
gene,
Jews, doesn't
right?
she?
That there's some gene or something
Wait,
wrong
doesn't
with
she acknowledge
Jewish
that they're
blood to
anti-Zionist
be
Jews?
anti-Semitic. She can, if you were saying that every Jew everywhere has been indoctrinated into this, they have no choice, right? That is an anti-Semitic thing to say. It's wrong and anti-Semitic. It's saying that all Jews have this collective responsibility, and that's just not true.
Okay, Whick. Does she acknowledge it or not that they're anti-Zionist Jews?
Yes, but she says to be anti-Zionist, you have to commit to destroying America, commit to destroying Israel, praise October 7th. The bar she sets is so astronomically high that it is
Irrelevant,
unreasonable to demand that any Jewish person meet that bar. It sets an impossible standard.
Wick.
And
It's not
it is
impossible.
an impossible
Do you think she'd
standard.
call herself? Do you think she'd call herself a Zionist demon?
She might, depending on her day. She's
Don't be
kind of
silly.
fucking crazy.
No, okay, now you're being silly. So obviously no.
I don't think I'm being
Obviously no, because she supports all the shit that she says you need to support to be an anti-Zionist or a principal anti-Zionist to escape the critique that she's leveling at the Jewish community and Jewish institutions. So it seems to me that she does believe that Jews are capable of doing this thing, this very difficult thing. I agree that she's laid out, right? And I don't agree with the destruction of America, obviously. Right? I don't agree with the ethnic cleansing of Jews from Israel, but you're mistaking bad policy positions with ethnic hatred, and it's not the same thing.
I think that you're right. Policy positions and ethnic hatred are not the same thing, but she does engage in ethnic hatred. She hates Judaism because she believes it's become corrupted and poisoned in these things. And to the extent that she hates any Jew who won't praise October 7th. That is, again,
That's pretty
impossible
crazy.
standard. And
It's not impossible.
thus
Standard. You know that's not impossible. Standard.
anti-Semitic.
That's not an impossible standard that Jews should praise October 7th? That's insane, bro. Jesus Christ.
I think that it is pretty impossible.
She
to get
holds
all
that standard,
Jews
so do many other
to
Jews.
Praise the rape and murder of other Jews. I think
Okay,
that's
again,
impossible.
these people
so
typically do not believe that the rape
improbable as to
happened.
be close enough for government work. Okay.
Okay, again, these people typically do not believe that the rape happened. And if you were to ask them about the murder, they would say that the Zionists within Israel are engaging in the colonial project, this racist, ethnically supremacist, genocidal project, and therefore they're not civilians. I disagree with that, but that is their position, right? So it's like saying that if you're in Germany while the Holocaust is happening and it's happening down the street from your fucking town, and you do nothing about it, and you choose to move into some Jew's house after he's kicked out, then you're in some way responsible. You're not just a civilian. If a bomb falls on you, fuck it, you deserve it.
Hold on, I gotta do some
disagree with that
moderation.
again.
People are spamming my chat. Gang, you can have criticisms, but if you spam it 20 times, I'm gonna get rid of you. Okay? We don't do that. Say your piece, and then be normal, I guess. And if you got problems with something me or Dooby is saying, if Dooby wants, we can do call-ins. It's up to you guys. But yeah. We also got a few super chats, and I'll get through those.
Sure.
$2 from Gelatinous Rube to say merely asking your people to be better is racist. Gelatinous Rube, do you think that this is asking her people to be better? Do you think that's a fair
It is explicitly that,
characterization
yes.
of this
It is
article?
explicit. She's very harsh, but it's explicitly what she's doing. She's saying that all Jews have responsibility, her entire community, all the Jewish institutions. She wants them to do better. She wants them to cut out this evil ideology she believes is taking over her community. That is explicitly what she's trying to do. She wants them to be better. She's critiquing the current culture, and she believes that they can be better because she lays out historical Jews
She's
who
holding
were
all
better.
Jews responsible for the actions of Israel.
No, that's not true. That is not true. She lays out how Jewish institutions, even in the United States, support Israel and support Zionism, right? So how they send money there, how they encourage Zionism, how they send their children off to Aliyah, for example, right, on birthright trips. She's talking about these Jewish institutions within the United States that Jews tend to just accept as normal. She believes that these are actually happening in support of a genocidal, evil project. So it's not good enough to just ignore it. What you have to do is attack it. And I think if this were like a fucking Nazis, right? If they're like Germans in the United States, whose community was by and large funding this thing, and 95% of them supported Nazism, you would say, yeah, they do have a responsibility to attack this belief in their community. It's not enough to just say, oh, I don't agree with that, I'm not involved. Right? And
She's
again,
holding them
and again,
responsible for it.
I know. She's in there.
And
Like
that is
Catholics have a
anti-Semitic.
responsibility.
And if I held
Like Catholics have a
Palestinians
responsibility to call
responsible
out
for
rape
Hamas,
in the
that would be
Catholic Church.
Islamophobic or anti-Arab,
again.
I guess, right? It's
That's
the same.
funny. That's funny from you, but we're gonna get there later.
We're gonna get there. Okay.
So
$5 from
oh god.
yeah, $5 from Audacity to say Zionists like you, quote unquote. Sounds like that could be a new NPR sign off. $5 from It's Fishy. Oh, we already read that one. Oh no, we didn't. Last sentence of the Substack: replace Judaism with Palestine and Palestine with Jews, and ask Dooby if he has a problem with that. So to be clear, very last sentence is: if Judaism has to die for Palestine to live, kill it. So he's asking if Palestine has to die for Judaism to live, kill it. Would you be okay with that? Someone saying that?
I think you're misrepresenting it. So let me read it really quickly.
Well, this is the super chat saying, right?
No, I understand, but can you read the actual sentence again? Like what is actually there?
If Judaism has to die for Palestine to live, kill it.
Okay.
And so he's asking if Palestine has to die for Judaism to live, kill it. Would you be okay with that?
I think that's not what he said to do. Right? So if you were to do what he said to do, it would be if Islam has to die for Israel to live, kill it. And I think he would
No,
support.
he said replace Judaism with Palestine. I did that. in Palestine with Jews. Oh, so I guess Jews. I didn't do that. I said Judaism. Ask Dooby if there's a problem with it. So, again, if Palestine has to die for Jews to live, kill it.
Yeah, if the options are no Palestine state ever, or Jews all die, I'd support destroying Palestine, yes.
Okay.
But I think what makes
Wait, what?
Problem with it. So, again, if
Palestine has to die for Jews to live,
I'd support that.
Yeah, if the options are no Palestine state ever, or Jews all die, I'd support destroying Palestine, yes.
Okay.
But I think what
Okay.
maybe the super chatter is just a retard, but I think what Zach was trying to say, right, is if Islam has to die for Israel to live, kill it. And I think I would agree with that, 'cause I fucking hate Islam too. I think all these Abrahamic religions in general are pretty fucked up. So I'd be totally for that.
Okay. $5 from Testicle Johnson to say, Whick, would you rather your daughter date a Jewish guy? Or
Did the Bulwark Reddit mod get kicked off the mod team? I can't find it anywhere. Some people are saying he did, in which case, rip bozo.
black guy? You can only pick one, but you must pick. I have no problem. If I had a daughter, and I don't, but if I had a daughter, they could date whatever they wanted. They could date a woman, they could date a man, they could date a Jew, they could date a Muslim, they could date a black guy. I don't care. But as long as they're happy and as long as the person treats them right. Okay, $5 from Audacity. We've all been deceived. We thought Whick had a hoodie. It's really a cleverly disguised Cutle your Mookle combo. Okay. And then 21, remember, for 5 months, need Zionism defined.
That's what I want to see. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Oh
again,
yeah.
In the article, she's very explicit. If you don't agree with destroying Israel, if you don't agree with destroying America, if you don't agree that October 7th was blessed and a miraculous event, if you don't support the glorious Al-Qasim brigades, according to this article, you're a Zionist.
Jesus.
Yeah, I disagree with her. Obviously, she's much more extreme.
I disagree with her. It's not, bro. How, like, oh, okay. Never mind.
Zionist than I am. She's also, I think, just based on her writing and some of her other writing, she's an anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist. She hates the United States. She hates imperialism.
Okay, this is retarded. I'm good. What is this? I'm asking.
Remotely connected between the Democrats, if anything was even remotely connected.
What? Hold on. What's this retard doing? Share with the class, retard.
Sorry, ask me in 6 months.
Ask me in 6 months. Oh, and ask me in 6 months. What was the date on this? Since you made this post, I'd like to add this DGG chat message to remind me about the same thing. Hopefully it'll jog this old man memory. Ask me in 6 months. Bookmark this one. The only other crazier thing that can happen in my life at this point is me getting murdered. Good luck, brave memers. October 24th. Huh. Oh, this is when the Rose deposition happened, probably. Oh, that's what this is probably about then, yeah. Oh, yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, maybe? Yeah, that's my guess. It's got to be related to that. Cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. What is this about? Okay. Oh, apparently this person retweeted or reposted something of mine, and I guess all the Hasan dick sucks ran to them to tell them how evil I was. I reposted a streamer's comment today, it was me, because he said that voting for Harris was the easiest decision in the history of decisions, or something of that ilk. However, then learned that this streamer is, too, at the very least, quite problematic. So I deleted. I apologize. Jesus Christ. I never let tankies or anyone else bully me, lol, and I suspect you're trying to pull a little manipulation right now. Some friend cited some concern, so I deleted. Based. Destiny isn't problematic at all. I think you can say problematic depending on what you're talking about. It's probably a fair way to describe some of my takes, like stance on the word retard or whatever. I would never say that like I'm not problematic, but I would say I'm not like a pedophile rapist. That would be Jesus.
So I'm not gonna, I influence people, and I know that, and I know there's a responsibility there. So I'm not gonna go around speaking about Iran when I haven't done the proper amount of research, because I come back and I think, you know, how much research have I done? How long has it taken me to form a solid opinion about looks maxing? Years, right? In politics, I haven't spent nearly the same amount of time talking about anything along those lines.
Hey, you know, my mom always tell me, well, really, this is a common thing you're told. Anyway, you could tell your opinions on everything are usually welcome, but you got to stay out of politics. You got to stay out of religion.
Correct.
Those things people have developed, these are decades and centuries of, you know, historical, like ancestral feelings that have now, that if you think you're just...
Do you think a manifesto is even going to help against these people? I see this being manipulated all the time. I still see people claim you're a domestic abuser and you choked out your wife. Actual crazy shit that's been disproven years. Those claims are not anywhere near as widespread as enough. When whatever the court case ends or gets dismissed, when you can point to something solid like that, then the onus switches to them to try to explain it all, which is really difficult. Right now, you're going to say there's an active court case against me, which is true. But if there's like a dismissal, then it's on to them to explain why. Well, actually, this is why the court got it wrong, you know? Which is a much harder task for them.
Breaking it down like real quick, like, oh, 2 and 2 makes 4 is like, no, but
there's real emotion behind it.
Yeah.
And yeah, you don't want to get involved. And there's a lot of other reasons besides, you know, it just being difficult to form a media career on why I don't talk about politics. They're simply not going to get you anywhere here.
I'm sorry, okay, I don't care about this. What? Mehdi. Is the manifesto stuff going to include the Mr. Girl and Anna Voir stuff? That's the other stuff that gets brought up a lot. It only gets brought up with the logistical crowd, but like the responses to that should be way more simple than people try to make it out to be. Like, you don't have to get into all of the minutia and everything. Anna was a 30-year-old woman who relentlessly pursued me over and over and over again. At no point did she have to. She could have just stopped messaging me. The idea that there was like some massively, hugely abusive back and forth here or whatever is just retarded as fuck. This was an adult. This person pursued me and maintained lines of communication with me over and over and over again. They could have stopped at any point in time. The idea that there was some crazy shit is just retarded. The person just also happened to be addicted to public attention and was insanely dramatic, and then also got weaponized by Mr. Girl and Lav and other people who wanted to use her narrative or whatever over and over and over again. Wait, wasn't she in college? I could have sworn she was taking college classes. She was working on her master's for her to do therapy or whatever, which I think she does now for other people. So there's that. People obsess over that because they try to make it out into some crazy fuck scenario, as opposed to Gisticle, who was throwing Cherry onto his stream every single day while secretly dating her and having her committed to a mental institution for suicidality, and then flying her out to Canada to weaponize her claims against me while secretly dating her and telling her privately that he would be her Dr. K to make sure that she was mentally stable and safe enough to come onto his stream so that he could milk her for content against me. That's fucking insane to me. That's crazy. That's wild to me. But hey, you know, it is what it is. What are you going to do? This is might be the dumbest Mehdi tweet I've read so far. Oh no. It's astonishing that you, a world leader who many respected for standing up to an illegal attack on your country, now support an illegal attack on another country. It completely kills your credibility. Right now, Iran is Ukraine. You may not like to hear that, but that is a fact. Holy shit. Jesus. What happened, Asmo?
Guys, I got suspended on Twitch in the middle of my Crimson Desert playthrough. I don't know what I'm gonna be able to do. It's gonna be an entire week. I mean, geez, guys. I'm gonna have so much free time. Well, I guess I could start by making this video, right? So, I got suspended last night on Twitch. I end my stream, and I come back from the gas station, and I get a message, and somebody says, why can't I chat in your stream? And I'm like, well, I don't know, what happened? And I look, and I get a message, and it says that my account has been suspended for 7 days because of hateful conduct. So, this is what I did. This is what I said. I said that I didn't give a fuck about the opinions of third worlders. And then particularly in the thing that they referenced, I was referring to illiterate goat herders from Afghanistan.
Again, the way this looks out in the public is not a United States.
The opinions of third worlders don't matter. Like, I don't care what some illiterate goat herder thinks in Afghanistan. It doesn't matter.
In the context of those people believing AI generated videos about Iran winning the war and nuking Israel off the map. Gentlemen, I would like to confirm that I am 100% right, and you don't either. And neither do they, because if Twitch cares about their opinions, why don't they apply Afghanistan's opinions to women on Twitch? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? But everybody knows nobody gives a fuck about them. Nobody cares. I'm not sorry. I'm right. I said nothing wrong, and nothing I said was against the terms of service. Beyond that, do you even imagine a world where somebody that says that they don't care about what a fat American thinks about the Middle East, can you imagine that this person ever gets suspended? Of course not.
He has some woke qualities, but he's nowhere near as woke as Francis. Francis was a socialist. This motherfucker is an American. And I think Americans are gross. Americans do not have a understanding of the world. America-fying anything is going to be bad. Americans have a very limited understanding of the universe.
And so why am I getting suspended? It's more third worldist morality logic inversion that basically is being used to silence me for an entire week. That's the important part that I want to talk about here. It's because basically Twitch has a system where they say that your infractions or your bad actions expire within 1 year. Well, the last time I was suspended, well, we all remember the last time I was suspended, but that was in October 2024. I have not been suspended for over an entire year. Why does that matter? Well, it matters because they say it matters. It matters because they say that's whenever the infractions expire and your account is treated as not being in bad standing. So why is it in that case that instead of getting a warning, instead of getting a suspension, instead of getting for a day, instead of getting a suspension for 3 days, I immediately went from that all the way to a 7-day suspension immediately? Why would this happen? What is the reason for it? I have no idea. Is it because they don't like what I'm saying? It has to be, because it's certainly not because what I'm saying is against the terms of service. I looked at the terms of service. Yes, using nationality is a protected group, but I was not talking about them being disregarded because of nationality. I was talking about them being disregarded because of the fact that they're watching literal AI-generated videos and then believing a false narrative. And the video's context was about, would you rather be having likes on Twitter or having your entire Navy not destroyed?
Do you think that the Iranians would rather have their entire Navy back or their memes?
Geez, guys, I wonder. And so anyway, this is what's happened, is that I have been suspended for an entire week for that. That's it. And I'll play the clip for you guys, okay? And this is, by the way, there's not a 100% certainty with this, that this is the clip, but this is the thing that they quoted from, and it's the thing that they gave me an example of. And I will say also, by the way, my contacts and relationship with Twitch on an interpersonal level has been nothing but tremendous. I have great respect for the people that I've dealt with Twitch. I have no actual animosity.
When they have the star thing, the fire over their head, that means I've used them to defend the house. They can never be used again, right? For any other thing?
Towards those people. So just make sure that you guys understand that. Don't shoot the messenger or anything like that. It's the moderation team and the people that decided that I did something wrong. And maybe they made a mistake. Well, I know they made a mistake. But maybe they'll recognize that and I'll get an unban early. And if they didn't, I guess, well, I mean, and here's the annoying thing, right?
Yeah.
Is like,
what's the
well,
annoying thing?
If Trump nukes Iran, which
I can't
seems
stream
like
about
that's
it.
more likely
Oh,
every
no.
day, then I'm going to have to go live on Kick and Rumble, right? Maybe on YouTube too.
Fuck.
I prefer just to do Kick and Rumble. It's a copyright thing, right? It's a confusing, content creator reason. But and then we'll continue uploading videos. And if something big happens, don't worry, I'll be there, and you'll have a way to watch me, and it'll be all back to usual. But I would like to take at least a little bit of time, and maybe fix a little bit of things in my life, and just relax a little bit. But if something big happens, do not worry, I will be there, and I might make a couple of other videos in the meantime, just because I'll be bored. But going back to what I was saying is that I have been suspended for this. And really, let me talk about really how I feel about this. Do I give a fuck about the opinions of a bunch of third worlders in regards to what my country should do? Absolutely fucking not.
Jeez.
I do not. You shouldn't. They shouldn't give a fuck about what I think about their country. Because why would I take somebody's opinion that is from a shithole in these countries? And by the way, these are shitholes. Many of these countries are shitholes.
Whoa. Hold on. I'm sorry. I thought he said in the beginning that he wasn't talking about like the entire country or the entire countries. He was just talking about those specific sheep or goat herders. Am I missing? Did I miss that? Or what happened?
And don't let anybody teach you or tell you that, oh, it's America's fault. No, it's not. The ones that America has invaded are shitholes. The ones that America hasn't invaded or Britain hasn't invaded, they're shitholes too.
Jesus.
They're shitholes because the people made them shitholes.
Christ.
And whenever I talk about third worlders and third worldism, I'm not even really talking about a geography. I'm talking about an ideology. And that ideology is the idea that disrespect should be met with violence, the idea that, you know...
Isn't that your ideology?
Crime, dysfunction, discord, and chaos in society should be expected. They're part and parcel of living in a modern city. And having people, you know, like, oh, well, you can't say certain things because they might offend people or they'll make them mad. The idea that getting angry about something is a justification to break the law. This is what I'm really talking about with third worldism. Things that the Greek Senate, or the Greeks, the Romans.
The Greeks and the Romans. The people that Asmongold looks up to so much. True.
We figured this out in Western society and Western culture. We've realized that you can't run a society whenever you have people that act this way. And it's actually a good thing to not have a bunch of crazy fent zombies on the street. It's actually a good thing to have people that aren't living on the sidewalk. It's actually a good thing to have a, you know, civilized discussion that doesn't resort to violence whenever you hear something that makes you angry. But for some people, this is the third worldist mindset. It is the aggrandizement of the base interests, the base desires, and the lowest common denominator of mankind. And you know what? I don't like it. I don't want it here. And guess what? They don't either. If Twitch thinks Afghanistan has such great opinions that should be listened to, maybe they should apply Afghanistan's opinions to women on Twitch. How about that?
Like you want to?
But they won't, because they also agree with me too. I just was the one that said it. But everybody thinks this. And I have nothing, by the way. Oh, I said illiterate. They have 37% literacy. Flip a coin, I'm right. So the point is that really, they all do agree with me. Everybody agrees with me on this. And if you're a guy from Afghanistan, you're watching, I don't know, I'm sure we've got a number of them. We've got a lot of people that watch the show. Listen, man, I'm not talking about you, but you know that there's some idiots in your country that are morons of talking about them. And by the way, we have those same third worlders. We have those same fucking retards in America. Being a third worlder and being a third worldist, yes, it's a geography, but it's more importantly a mindset. And these people have that mindset, and I don't want to have it. I don't want to deal with it. I think it's destructive, it's reductive, and I want to have nothing to do with it. So that's really the way that I feel about this, right? You know, these people talk about the Epstein files. They have their own Epstein files. It's called the marriage records. It's called Tuesday. They have child marriage. It's legal. I don't want to have that here. I don't want to have anything to do with that here. So all that being said, I don't want to go through and talk about that too much. What am I going to do? And just very clearly, by the way, I was very surprised by this. I was very surprised by this suspension. I thought it was going to be for like 20 of the other things that I said, right? I mean, I thought it'd be for like, you know, I don't want to give them any ideas, because I did submit an appeal. I submitted an appeal, and, you know, I told them, like, and the thing is that if they tell me you can't refer to third worlders in a derogatory context, I hate to say it, you know, I don't take off my shoes whenever I walk in my own house. Somebody else asks me to walk in their house. They tell me to take off my shoes. I do it. I'm not in my own house. I will follow Twitch's terms of service begrudgingly, and you guys will know that I absolutely do not agree with it. And these are my viewpoints, but I will follow the rules. And I have always taken a good faith effort to always follow the terms of service. If there's a dick that we show on stream, well, it must be that day of the week. And on top of that, they've complained to me about that too, by the way. And if I do that, I delete the VOD and I try to move past.
He doesn't get banned for dicks on stream? What?
it, and I apologize. I say, oops, guys, that's my bad. I didn't mean to do that. I don't actually ever intend to break the terms of service. Why would I ever do that? Why would I ever put myself in a position where I intentionally do something that I think would put my channel at risk? It's just stupid. Why would I ever do that? So the problem that I have with this is that I think that I've made it, and considering the content of my, like my stream, I cover extremely edgy content. I talk about things like, I talk about the most politically charged, most extreme issues on a daily basis in plain English, just, as a matter of fact. And really, I think that in order to do that and not have a million bad clips that have, been released about me, there's only 500,000. There's the reality that I do try a very good amount to try to control what I say, to make sure that what I say does not break the terms of service. And I try to say what I say with a degree of, I guess, I'm thinking about what I'm saying, right? I'm not just, going extemporaneously right off the cuff. I mean, to an extent I am, but I'm editing it in my mind to make sure that I don't say anything that would get me in trouble on Twitch. So when I said this, I didn't think I said anything wrong. And by reading the TOS, I don't think the TOS says that I said anything wrong. And the reality is that if you applied the reason why I got suspended to anybody applying this same type of language against Westerners, against Americans, against anybody in a developed country, you know that not only would it not be banned, it would probably be celebrated. So I think this is a massive double standard. It's completely unfair. I was unfairly targeted. I'm not sorry for any of it. And I'll be waiting for Twitch's apology for unbanning me. And if it takes them a couple of days, that's fine. If it takes them an entire week, I guess I'll have to finish Crimson Desert. But the reality is that I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I regret nothing. And according to their own rules, I also did nothing wrong. So all this put into context, that's pretty much where things stand. That's where we're at. I'm not really stressed out about this. Honestly, I'm kind of excited. I feel like we've been in a little bit of a lull period, right? That's why I've been trying to do I'll do the ban appeals. I'll do the Jesus game, right? And, all that. And I'll be honest, what really spurred me to make a comment about it last night is that I saw on Reddit, people thought that I got banned for showing a horse's dick on stream. And I was like, this is the stupidest narrative. I have to correct this because it's so ridiculous that I don't want people to believe this. People are also saying I got banned for playing the Jesus game. I don't know. Maybe that was the reason. Maybe there's an enlightened Reddit atheist in the moderation team. But that's the reason they gave me. They said, hey.
If you have lifesteal on a cleric, when a cleric attacks a person and heals them, does it also heal the cleric? Or does it turn into a damaging attack? Or does it just have no effect at all?
Conduct for 1 week. I put in my appeal. Hopefully I'll get it approved. I did nothing wrong. I apologize for nothing. I said nothing wrong. The clip is shown. Millions of people, not millions, many people say a lot of things that are a lot worse than what I say.
6 minutes ago, Iran confirms it has agreed to the ceasefire agreement. Iran adds that the U.S. accepted its 10-point proposal as the basis for negotiations, including Iranian control of Hormuz, full compensation for war damages, and the withdrawal of American forces from the region. There's no way we agreed to that, no? Breaking news. So fun.
And nothing ever happens to them. And I think it was totally unfair that something happened to me. All that being said, I recognize if that's what Twitch doesn't want me to say, I won't say it. Just please explain the vocabulary I'm not supposed to use, and I won't use that vocabulary. I'll just think it. So anyway, thank you guys all very much for watching. I really appreciate everybody's support. I know a lot of you guys have been on Twitter and everything. You guys can share the video, let people know kind of like where I'm coming from, what's going on. But other than that, that's about all I've got, guys. So that's where things stand. That's where I'm at. I'm sorry that, I got suspended. Now it's like, okay, this is complicated. It might ruin some people's schedule. They're like, oh, where's Baldy, right? And, again, if something big happens, I will be back on and I'll stream on Kick or Rumble. But if things are just kind of the usual hysteria, news cycle, I think I'll probably just relax. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully Twitch will realize what they've done wrong and they will undo their mistake. So anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much for supporting me for all these years and for everything. And I'll see you all very soon. I'll talk to you later, guys. Peace.
Wow.
I do think that gaming...
Oh boy. Hold on. Quick meme? What is this?
It's giving war crime. You can't do that. We don't just annihilate people because we can and, you know, make a grab for the money and the oil. And that's what we've done in Venezuela, and that's what we're doing in Iran. It's giving.
It's got to be like a meme, right? Like she started it off as a meme.
Bringing
maybe?
together experts in health.
DOJ press conference from 6 hours ago.
Healthcare fraud, tax fraud, benefits fraud, and corporate fraud under one roof with one mission: to protect the American people from fraud. Every U.S. Attorney's Office across the country will also be joining this re-energized fight against fraud. This means in pure numbers that there will be an additional 93 prosecutors in every district across the country devoted to the mission of combating fraud with the National Fraud Enforcement Division. To the attorneys and staff who join this new division, you will have the entire department's support as you work to protect the financial integrity of our entire government and the tax system that supports it. We will spare no resources in giving you the tools that you need to bring strong cases and do justice. The new division will bring together data and investigators from across the entire government so that you can track down even the most sophisticated fraudsters and hold them accountable. For example, today I am directing the department to establish the National Fraud Detention Center. This Fraud Detention Center will be a permanent, prosecutor-led, multi-agency data analytics team working to ferret out the most harmful actors defrauding federal government programs. So to the fraudsters who seek to take advantage of our nation, let this be a warning. The department will investigate you, we will charge you with crimes, and we will ensure that you are punished for your actions. The American people deserve an end to the crisis of fraud, and there is no better prosecutor to lead this mission than newly appointed Assistant Attorney General Colin McDonald, who's standing to my left. In the words of President Trump, he is very smart, tough, and highly respected. Colin is a veteran prosecutor who has spent his entire career as an assistant United States attorney in the Southern District of California. During his time in the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, he championed public safety and law enforcement, and I am confident that the National Fraud Enforcement Division and the entire department will benefit from his experience and his total commitment to justice.
Wow.
I expect there will be more to come in the next days and weeks from Colin and the Anti-Fraud Task Force, but I wanted to tell the American people today what this department is doing to comprehensively attack the fraud crisis in this country.
The frog crisis? Is that what he said?
To comprehensively attack the fraud crisis in this
That's what I heard.
country. Thank you. I'll take a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Attorney General. President Trump has made no secret of the fact that he wants to see his perceived political enemies prosecuted. So now that you're in this position, how are you going to balance that relentless pressure with this administration's promise to end the weaponization of this department?
Good question.
Well, look, first of all, we have thousands of ongoing investigations and prosecutions going on in this country right now. And it is true that some of them involve men, women, and entities that the president in the past has had issues with and that believe should be investigated. That is his right, and indeed it is his duty to do that, meaning to lead this country. And so I do not view this as pressure. I do not view this as something that is going to keep me up at night, except to make sure that we are investigating every case that we have to the fullest extent of the law and using all the resources we can. And when you talk about weaponization, and it's become a word that is supposedly that when we talk about ending weaponization, as if that's a bad thing for us to do. Okay, people in this room, people in this room for 4 years, some of you, same people, sat here with the last administration when you saw a weaponization of this department, the likes of which had never been seen in history. And some of you are looking down now, and I get it, because you had a president who was indicted 4 times by this department. You had a president who along with this department had assistance. So this department helped 2 other local DAs go after the president. You had this department who stood idly by while states tried to keep President Trump off the ballot. Okay.
While states, what is the president supposed to do for that? That went to the Supreme Court. Okay.
That's what happened the past 4 years.
Good one. Good one,
so
Chief.
when I'm asked questions or when I see reporting about shock and awe at this supposed weaponization of this Department of Justice, it means nothing to me because it's completely false. What we're doing and what we've been doing for the past 14 months is changing this department. We're no longer, people say the president wants to go after his political enemies. No, the president has said time and time again that he wants justice. And if you look at what happened to him, his family, his administration, the agents that protected him, people that happened to just walk by him on a given day, they got subjected to massive investigations by this department. So I understand the question, and I understand the pretty constant role of the media that somehow this department is weaponizing itself, but it happens not to be true. We have tens of thousands of prosecutors all over this country putting bad guys in jail.
You've also got historic amounts of prosecutors that have literally quit because they were so disgusted with the fake indictments you were trying to push through. You've also had historic issues trying to even secure indictments for some of your charges. And you've had Lindsay Halligan literally had to be removed 50 million fucking times because you try to keep people on because you can't even appoint new prosecutors correctly.
That's something that wasn't happening like it should have been happening for the past 4 years. That's going to happen tomorrow, and it's going to happen in the coming days.
Did I miss this question, or did I miss him speak about this? He's acting like the DOJ has been doing an amazing job. You just fired the Attorney General. What are you going to do differently? What was wrong with Pam Bondi? Like, what happened?
Bondi lost her job, though, because she was not successful.
Oh, okay. Good question. Thank you. That was a follow-up. Good.
And it's going to happen in the coming days.
Bondi lost her job, though, because she was not successful in that pursuit.
You read the same exact communication from the president that I did. Pam Bondi is a trusted friend of President Trump's, will remain so. And no, nobody has any idea why the Attorney General is no longer the Attorney General and I'm the acting Attorney General, except for President Trump.
Shouldn't we maybe know that, though, kind of? Maybe. Isn't that kind of important? Like, don't we appoint new people based on the advice and consent of the Senate, which implies there's some kind of public check on that? So should we know why the last one was fired? Maybe? No? Maybe?
2 questions. One, kind of housekeeping. Since you are announced as the acting Attorney General today, when is Pam Bondi's last day on the job? And is this a position that you would like full-time?
So there's a bunch of questions there. So I am the acting Attorney General. As far as Pam Bondi's last day on the job, I'm the acting Attorney General. I'm going with her.
Say it one more time.
Together
one more time.
To a pre-scheduled event.
One more time.
So she'll be with me tomorrow.
What is he again, guys?
We've been regularly communicating over the past several days for an appropriate transition. She is very much a big supporter of this department, like she was last Thursday morning. She remains the same, and I expect that will continue. As to whether or not I want this job, I did not ask for this job. I love working for President Trump. It's the greatest honor of a lifetime, and if President Trump chooses to keep me as acting, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate me, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and I go back to being the DAG, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and asks me to go do something else, I will say, thank you very much. I love you, sir. So I don't have any goals or aspirations.
I love you. Does every cabinet level official end their conversation with Trump with "I love you"? What the fuck? Bruh.
To being the DAG, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and asks me to go do something else, I will say, thank you very much. I love you, sir. So I don't have any goals or aspirations beyond that.
And then just a quick question on fraud, sir. CBS has done a lot of reporting on hospice fraud specifically. What are you doing to clamp down on that? Who exactly are you targeting?
doctors, owners, when it comes to hospice fraud specifically?
Yes, exactly. I mean, everybody that participates in it. I mean, you see those, that fraud
Everyone.
is the question was about hospice fraud. And that's the purest form of stealing from the American people's pockets, in that it is a lot of money designed to help the most vulnerable among us. And so, you know, who are we prosecuting? It depends on who's committing the crime. If it's the doctor, it's the doctor. If it's the hospital organization itself, fine. If it's the families of the patient, fine. Yes.
There's been a lot.
No, behind you, sorry.
How will you lead this department differently than your predecessor, Attorney General Bondi? Have you had any discussions with the president about what he wants you to do differently?
Oh, good question.
So I will never talk about any communications I have with President Trump. How I will lead differently, I'm not comparing myself to Attorney General Bondi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to lead the way that I've been leading as the Deputy Attorney General, which is a job that requires obviously the same type of leadership I need to have now. So.
Question on fraud, real quick. I know this position was created differently, this AAG for fraud, by the White House. Will the prosecutors working in this newly created section, will they have a different chain of command? Will they be reporting to the White House or to the Department of Justice?
No. I mean, the Department of Justice prosecutors and support staff that are in the new division are going to report to this man right here, and then this man reports to the Deputy Attorney General and the Attorney General. So that's the way that every prosecution and prosecutor in this country works, and will continue to work.
One on weaponization. Where does the weaponization working group's work stand? Will there be reports coming out of that? Just give us a general update on that. And then, secondly, I just have a question on fraud.
So the work is ongoing and has been ongoing for 14 months now. There's been a lot of results already from that work, if not in written work product. I expect you will see written work product on some parts of the work that's been accomplished.
14 months it's been going on. What do we have to show for, or what are we doing, or what? What the fuck are we talking about?
Accomplished very, very soon.
Criminal investigations further.
I'm not going to talk about criminal investigation, what's driving it or not driving it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Because I thought this was like the Department of Justice, and kind of the goal was like to get some, criminal stuff going. But, maybe they're working on other things, I guess, maybe? Non-criminal stuff?
Christine Nome, there's been a lot of questions about the firm tied to Christine Nome and the ads that came through that was over $200 million in taxpayer money. Is that something that would fall under the purview potentially of this new fraud unit?
Well, when you say there's been a lot of questions, you mean you all have decided to write a lot about it, hoping that it generates something. So I'm not talking about ongoing investigations. If the new fraud division and what the types of cases that it will encompass is pretty broad. But I'm not going to link it to some speculative idea or a question. Yeah.
Acting Attorney General Blanche, my question is this: a number of military and legal scholars have raised questions about bombing a nation's, all of its bridges, all of its energy structure as possible war crimes. What is DOJ's analysis of that position, and could you give us a sense of what you're advising the White House?
We support the Department of Justice, as it always does, supports the Department of War, the White House, Department of State to the extent that's involved, and our intelligence communities to the extent that that's something that's appropriate. And we provide counsel to them, and we have been doing that as you would expect. Go ahead.
Thank you. You said earlier that this Department of Justice has indicted President Trump 4 times. Can you explain what you base that statement on? Because obviously you now run this department. Are you basing that on your experience as a defense lawyer for the president, or are you basing that on
I read it in what you wrote. What is that? What kind of question is that? He got indicted 4 times. He got indicted in Florida, and then he got indicted in D.C., and then they superseded in Florida, and then they superseded in D.C. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's not, am I breaking news there, that he got indicted 4 times by the feds? This department indicted him 4 times. Go ahead.
He was asking, it was kind of a bad question. Well, I mean, like, it's obvious what the guy was actually asking. It was like, the implication is that the indictments were bullshit. Like, that's what he was obviously implying, but based.
There's been a lot of leads been posted online about fraud in particular. Earlier this year, social media influencers have been talking about this. Are there any of those leads that have been something that have that you're not going to be part of the investigations under this new fraud unit?
Can't talk about it.
Particularly some of the things we saw go
Nick
viral
Shirley.
on X earlier this year.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think not just with fraud, with any crime that anybody investigates, whether it's the feds or state or local, we get leads. A lot of the ways that we solve crime is from the community and from tips. And so we saw a lot of investigative journalism or just
work,
citizens that identified what they believed to be fraud. And that's the way a lot of our cases start, not just in this space. And so, yes, I expect that I think that if you were an FBI agent, you should be willing to take a tip from anywhere. So, in the back, yeah. You. Yeah.
How specifically are you staffing the new fraud
I can't hear you.
Yeah, how are you going to be staffing the new fraud division? Like, which specific components and units are going to be pulling staff over to it? And more generally, do you have any concerns, just given the there's been a lot of discussion about AUSAs, prosecutors, and white-collar units leaving the department over the past year or being redirected to immigration cases. Do you have any concerns that you're going to have the man and women power to do the type of surge you're calling for?
So the answer to your first question is we're going to staff the new division in a combination of ways, bringing folks over that are here, using U.S.
Statement on behalf of the Supreme National Security Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This was 20 minutes ago. On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, H.E. Prime Minister of Pakistan, Sharif, and H.E. Field Marshal. One of their titles. If attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations for a period of 2 weeks. Safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Okay. Okay.
Attorneys to detail their prosecutors, but they'll stay in their district, and then hiring, and so it's not limited to one place. And I have zero concerns about the narrative that exists in some of the writings from the folks in this room, from disgruntled formers and what a few disgruntled formers put on LinkedIn. Our department is prosecuting more cases than were prosecuted for 3 years, year over year, stat after stat, crime over crime. And so we can handle a lot of stuff. We can do immigration cases, robberies, drug cartels, and fraud cases. And so we're always hiring. Every administration, there's turnover. So we're no different. I think that the
business
folks
as usual,
that are
guys.
Here, we have the best prosecutors in the world. Our U.S. attorneys are stacked with prosecutors, and they're working hard every day, and I don't think that will change. And so, no, that is, of all the concerns I have, that is not one. Back, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Tamara with Daily Wire. My question is about the emphasis on what states this could potentially be emphasized in related to fraud, sort of staffing there, and then what does the coordination look like with other agencies within the administration? Has HHS been in the loop? Has HUD been in the loop? Are there any particular programs outside of hospice that are major focuses?
So there's every state. So as I said, we're going to do a combination of building up the division here in D.C., but then every U.S. Attorney's Office, which necessarily means every state, and in many states more than one, will have at least one prosecutor dedicated to this effort. And yes, every single federal agency is involved in this. Where we get a lot of our cases is from the OIGs, from their inspector generals. And so we're working, I know that Colin has already reached out and had ongoing communications with virtually, if not every one of them, and that will continue. HSI will be a big partner in this effort, FBI. Every federal agency already does fraud. So we're not saying, hey, can you guys start investigating something you've never investigated before? It's really, again, just re-energizing us and saying, listen, we're doing a lot of fraud prosecutions, and it's the tip of the iceberg, and so we need to focus a lot more energy and effort on that. It's nothing that we've seen before, and it will require a lot of coordination, and that's the goal. Yes.
Mr. Acting Attorney General, can you just expand on your comment that nobody has any idea why Ms. Bondi is no longer the Attorney General?
It's kind of a weird thing to say.
It's kind of a problem if you don't know what it is the president wants you guys to be doing better.
No, that's an assumption that baked into your question that I don't know that it's true. I mean, the point is that I don't operate every day trying to second guess what President Trump or anybody else is thinking. I just operate every day on doing everything that I need to do to execute the president's agenda and priorities. And
We know.
I'm not alone in that. I hope every single person that has the privilege to serve in this administration is doing exactly the same thing. So what I was commenting on, and to expand on my comment, is that I grow tired of people in the media saying why President Trump did or did do something, because President Trump's the only one that knows that. And so that was I meant nothing more and nothing less than that. That President Trump's decision for making the decision he did are his own and nobody else's. Go ahead. You guys got one. Go ahead, behind you.
Oh, sorry. Now former Attorney General Bondi was facing.
Is this the new speaker? No, this is the new. He's the current temporary Attorney General.
Will comply with that, or will this administration, will the Justice Department invoke some sort of privilege to block her from testifying?
So look, as everybody knows, the Attorney General and I went to the House Oversight a few weeks ago. We answered every single question asked for a couple hours. What happens now that she's the former Attorney General and there's the subpoena out there is I think I'll leave to Chairman Comer and others to figure out. I don't have an answer to that.
You won't be invoking a privilege or anything.
Excuse me?
You won't invoke any kind of privilege to block her.
No, I definitely did not say that. I said I will leave it to Chairman Comer to work out with others. I just don't have an answer for you. But I'm not committing to anything. I'm just saying I don't know. Go ahead.
You know that one of the reasons why this administration is so kooky, one of the reasons why this is so stupid, you can never ask any of these people, what are your plans? What are you going to do? What's going on? Because one, a lot of them are like retarded, so they don't actually know what they can do. But then two, they don't want to commit to any future things because they have no idea what they're going to do. And they know they can't make any promises, right? You can never ask for any kind of like, you know, what can we expect in 6 months or what's going to happen? Because all of this is like just whatever the fuck Trump desires from one day to the next. And there's no guarantee they can even deliver on those things. It's just so stupid.
You said the other day that no prosecutor is left at the Justice Department who worked on those investigations of President Trump, and you said that Kash Patel had cleaned house at the FBI. Those comments have already been cited in 2 lawsuits against the department. How do you respond to critics who said that was an acknowledgement that you guys were firing people for political reasons, career civil servants politically for illegal reasons?
It's not that. I mean, it's not that. It's much more simple than that. I mean, look, if you were a prosecutor and you were trying to prosecute your boss, you have ethical duties as a lawyer that I think prevent you from continuing to work in that environment. And so in this case, what we saw and what, look, if you were a prosecutor.
Wait.
Is left at the Justice Department.
For you, but I'm not committing to anything. I'm just saying I don't know. Go ahead.
You said the other day that no prosecutor is left at the Justice Department who worked on those investigations of President Trump, and you said that Kash Patel had cleaned house at the FBI. Those comments have already been cited in 2 lawsuits against the department. How do you respond to critics who said that was an acknowledgement that you guys were firing people for political reasons, career civil servants politically for illegal reasons?
It's not that. I mean, it's not that. It's much more simple than that. I mean, look, if you were a prosecutor and you were trying to prosecute your boss.
Trump wasn't their boss, though. He was an ordinary citizen. So I don't think that comment makes any fucking sense.
You have ethical duties as a lawyer that I think prevent you from continuing to work in that environment. And so in this case, what we saw and what President Trump went through, every single prosecutor in this department, whether you're an AUSA or working here, you have a duty to do the right thing. And so in cases where and this is beyond this press conference, but I'm happy to talk about it another time, where you had prosecutors that were absolutely not doing the right thing. Okay, and so none of those prosecutors, I hope everybody agrees that they shouldn't work here if you're not doing the right thing. And that's what I meant by that. And you know, listen, it's been talked about a lot, but what happened the last 4 years is something that will never happen again.
What, a competent government?
The president yesterday said he was prepared to jail a reporter over who, as they search for a leaker behind reports about the downed Air Force officer. Is there an ongoing leak investigation?
Can't comment.
I mean, I can say it as many times as folks ask. I will never comment on ongoing investigations. I think that...
Do you condemn Kash Patel then when he commented on ongoing FBI investigations, like when he did related to the shooting of Charlie Kirk or the one guy who shot the immigrants in the car, the illegals in the car?
To the extent that we have seen a series of leaks that necessarily involve classified information and putting the lives of our soldiers at risk or the lives of agents at risk, that is something that we will always investigate. And we will investigate if it means sending a subpoena to the reporter. That's exactly what we should do, and that's exactly what we will be doing. If it means doing regular investigations to identify who within the government feels like it's okay to leak classified information to put lives at risk, then we'll try to root him or her out as well. So I'm not going to talk about ongoing investigations except to say that, yes, we will always investigate those types of leaks. I'll just take one more question.
I just want to follow up on Perry's question. She had asked about who this division reports to, and I know you said it's a standard practice, but when it comes to referrals, will the White House or the task force that's being led by Vice President J.D. Vance, will they be making referrals, and will you be taking those up? And I also just had a housekeeping question. You talked, it sounds like you're putting in like the healthcare fraud section here, you're taking parts from the former tax division, but what about like the civil components that do fraud investigations, like the False Claims Act? I mean, is that part of this too, or is this all strictly criminal investigation?
It's primarily criminal, but I don't think that we want to limit ourselves as I stand here and announce it today, because I don't want to box anybody into a corner for what makes the most sense to do.
See that language there when he says, I don't want to box anybody into a corner? What he means is that he can't promise or guarantee literally fucking anything. They have no fucking idea what they're going to do for anything.
And so that remains to be seen.
As far as the referrals go, I mean, even if you're not having an official, you know, it's not, you're not reporting to the White House, but what if the White House or somebody in the White House says, we want you to investigate this state or this program? I mean, how do you handle that? Because historically, as you know, since Watergate, there's been a kind of a firewall, if you will, on criminal investigations between the White House and the Justice Department.
I mean, that is the most false statement I've ever heard in my life. There is always communication between a president and his priorities and what the...
She's a lie. This is so boring. When she says communication, firewall communication, first of all, there are literally a lot of people that you explicitly aren't supposed to communicate with. Like, the president is not supposed to definitionally communicate with people that are deep in the Department of Justice. That's always supposed to go through the DOJ. Like the Attorney General or the Deputy Attorney General, number one. But number two, she's obviously talking more about like directing your DOJ to go and do things and ordering them around and giving them specific instructions, not just your broad policy aims, but...
There is always communication between a president and his priorities and what the Department of Justice should be focused on and not focused on. That is not a new thing in this administration, although I know it sounds fun to say that it is. So as far as whether we would take a referral from the White House or take a referral from you even, yes. I mean, yes, if somebody knows about fraud...
But I guess it's, I mean, like, the thing is... Like, you can argue these are good questions and these would be good headlines because it gives you an indication of like improper behavior. But the reality is nobody cares about the improper behavior, right? Because what he's really saying here is, yes, like we will still be taking direct instruction from the president. Yes, we literally will be serving, you know, in accordance with whatever his explicit desires and commands are. That is going to happen. Like, that is what he's saying. So.
Please tell us. And so if the president of our United States says, I have heard that there is ongoing fraud in Minneapolis, Minnesota, like any president before him, I hope that the Attorney General would absolutely say, yes, we'll investigate that. All right. I appreciate that, guys. So
Peace.
Thank you.
Later. He said later. 4 more minutes of this. The fuck else is left? Okay. Oh my god, this stupid fucking picture. And Pam is still back there. Aw. Awkward. Oh, crazy. All right, how's Whick doing?
But especially in political spaces. And I think this is kind of a good example of it. How they'll do fucking mental gymnastics for days, right? To run cover for obvious anti-Semitism. And again, we can just read the definition, right? Here's one. Okay.
How much of the Trump admin's behavior do you think is actual stupidity versus intentionally neglectful behavior? Well, on Trump, everything is intentionally neglectful. By this point, anyone in his cabinet is being intentionally malicious. Like, they know that they're doing some fuck shit, right?
Go through it. It's the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism.
Oh, is Dooby gone?
It's a hypothetical.
No,
that would I allow
you're supporting
people
what you're using to
into
justify.
my country have the votes for it.
What's that?
And the rights that they have are small.
Not true.
Okay, what's the biggest difference?
They don't have the right to self-determination.
They can vote.
They don't have the right to self-determination, Wick. In fact,
Hold on,
I think
you
hold on.
rights,
or maybe they probably should have these rights. Well, there shouldn't be a fucking question, Wick. Why is there a question?
Arabs who are citizens of Israel have held positions of power within
That doesn't mean they
Israel.
have the same rights.
The
That doesn't mean they have the same rights, Wick.
differences between the rights that they have are small.
Not true.
Okay, what's the biggest difference?
They don't have the right to self-determination.
Arabs don't have a country? Or what? They don't have the self-determination. Doesn't that typically imply, when people talk about the right of self-determination of a people, don't they typically imply the right of a people to have like a country? Isn't that normally what that means? Like, there are lots of states that are Arab or Muslim majority states, no? Like,
they can vote.
They don't have the right to self-determination, Wick. In fact,
Hold on,
I think
you
you
hold on, you don't
I think you supported this.
Hold on,
actually,
do you
Wick. I
think
when
that
you guys
an
were talking
Arab
the other day-
Israeli cannot vote?
That's not self-determination. That's
That
not
is
actual
self-determination as
no,
we
it is not,
understand
Wick.
it.
it's not really self-determination, but what is Dooby talking about?
No, it is not. Could you think that Israel would allow for
Hold on,
Arabs?
because I am a
wait,
minority
let me
party in my
ask the
country,
question.
do I not have
Let me ask
self-determination?
the question. Let me ask the
Because
question, Wick.
I'm a
Do you think
minority
that
party in my
Wick,
country, do
Wick,
I not have self-determination?
Wick, do you think that Israel would allow for Arabs to vote for Israel not to be an ethnic state anymore?
They can vote for it, but they wouldn't have the votes for it.
Hold on. If they had the votes for it, do you think that this would be allowed?
Probably not.
I mean, like, this is the whole reason why Israel tries to ensure that there aren't that many Arabs in their countries, because they think they would vote for it. No shit. Like, yeah, what do you mean?
Not for the reasons I outlined earlier.
And you support, and I think when you were on the panel the other day, right? I made the mistake of like tuning in for while Connor was watching it. I think it was Connor, might have been Kalinda. And you were supporting like ethnic-based like immigration laws and deportation if it were the case that the Jewish supermajority were being challenged in Israel. That is like fucking crazy, Wick. Like so white nationalists say all the time that if we let more black people into the country, look at the black crime rate. It's like up to 90%.
It's a hypothetical.
No,
that would I allow
you're supporting it, Wick. You're
people
using
into
to
my
justify your
country
position, Wick.
who specifically wanted to kill me or remove me
That's
from
so
my
stupid,
home.
Wick.
If I could set up
The
a system
implication
of
is
laws
crazy.
to stop that, would I? Yes.
Okay, Wick, you're doing it again. You're implying that it's reasonable to believe, that the prejudiced belief, that if we just let the Arabs in, they're going to kill all the Jews. That is not
okay,
reasonable.
I will
That
read
is
it
not
to you
reasonable.
again.
You're going to do the thing again where you read
I'm going to read it to you again.
specific people. Wick.
There are Jews
You're gonna put this
everywhere.
God.
We must
That's
attack
a single
every
guy,
Jew on
Wick.
planet Earth.
That's a single guy.
We must slaughter and
You're
kill
fucking- you're
them
being stupid.
with Allah's help. We will die while
Wick, would it be
exploding and cutting
reasonable
the
to say
necks
that
and legs of the
Jews can have
Jews.
power in
We
Israel
will
because
lacerate
Ben-Gvir?
them and tear them to pieces. And
Would
this
it
is
be
a
reasonable to say,
minority
God?
opinion. This is
Wick,
from the
you don't
government
know that.
of.
Okay, again, Wick, would it be reasonable to say
Gaza.
that Jews cannot have power, cannot be trusted with power in that region because of Ben-Gvir?
She says that in the article. Is
I'm
that
asking you,
anti-Semitic
Wick,
to say?
Wick, I'm asking you, would it be reasonable to say that Jews cannot have power in that region of the world because of Ben-Gvir?
Would it be? Well, that's what you're saying, aren't you?
No, you're
Oh,
saying
so you're okay with
saying,
Israel having power?
No,
And the reason,
yeah. Okay, I don't know what you think you're doing right now. You're not. You have this isn't a gotcha. You're failing right now.
Am
so
I?
you said
Okay.
you're supporting an ethno state, but also potentially ethnic-based race immigration laws and deportation laws
Because of the pattern of
based on,
behavior in that region,
based on the
yes.
statements of specific individuals. Wick. So if
Well,
I were to
of
look at
governments.
Ben-Gvir,
Of governments.
yeah, hold on, yeah, governments. If I were to look at the actions of the Israeli government for fucking decades now, if I were to look at the actions and the words,
It would be okay to
listen,
oppose
Wick,
that,
no,
yes.
listen, Wick,
You wouldn't
listen,
be
the actions-
anti-Semitic
the
for
actions-
opposing that,
listen,
would
Wick,
you?
The actions and the words of Israeli politicians for decades now. If I were to look at that and say, hey, well, absolutely, Jews cannot have power in this kind of stuff. We can't trust Jews to be a majority here. So we need to get the Jews out of power. You'd call me a fucking bigot, right? Because that would actually be saying that all Jews are responsible for the.
That's literally what the statements are. I don't understand. Like, the South Africa literally threw in Ben-Gvir and Smotrich's statements into their declaration or their accusations of genocide, and other people literally say that these, like, the most far-right people in the current Netanyahu coalition represent the average Zionist viewpoint, and that's why Jews shouldn't be allowed to run the fucking state of Israel or whatever, why they should have to let in, 10 million Palestinians or whatever else. This is literally the arguments that people make.
The actions of Ben-Gvir. I don't think that. I don't think that you think that. But you're applying that to Palestinians. You're saying because like this guy in Hamas said this. Well, if we let Palestinians in, of course we're all going to kill the Jews.
The last time they let Palestinians in, they killed the Jews.
Wick,
the last time they let Palestinians in, October 7th, they killed the Jews.
You're fucking ridiculous, Wick.
Hold on, that's just true.
Hamas, Wick,
the last
Hamas,
time that they let the Palestinians into Israel, they went on a spree and killed as many as they could.
Okay, so again, this would justify, from your position, from your perspective, kicking the Jews out of Israel, kicking them out of all the West Bank territories, not allowing them in the region, because the last time they went there, they ethnically cleansed people, they committed a genocide, et cetera, et cetera.
That's what you think happened?
That's what you think, Whick. That's what you think. Because otherwise you're applying a double standard, Whick.
I'm not
so
applying
if you're
a
going to
double
say
standard.
that it's reasonable to
We
say
can
that we
have
can't
a
allow the
discussion.
Palestinians in.
If
because-
Israel did
because
not
the
exist in that
monster said
region,
this.
we can have a
Oh my
discussion
God.
of whether or not they should, but they do, and there are millions of Jews and Israel Arabs who live in that region, right, who exist now. So the question becomes, what do we do with reality
But the Palestinians
now?
are also
We
there,
have
Whick.
to look at the actions in the past of these individuals, these governments, right? And we have to say, well, what's the most likely case scenario if they lose their majority, right? What is likely to happen? And I think it is just true, and you can
it's
call
so
it whatever you
stupid.
like, but
It's
it's
stupid.
just
It's
true
racist.
to say that that's what is likely to happen based
This
on the
is so
statements
ironic.
given by government officials
By this
and
dude, yeah.
organization officials within
By another
that
dude,
area.
yeah.
And not only that, but
Not
the
the
actions
dude.
of those in the area.
Of a tiny
I don't
minority.
support
Of a tiny
the
minority,
government of
Whick.
Israel. They have absolutely behaved in atrocious ways. And if I could snap my fingers and make everything good, I would remove them from power. Absolutely.
Whick,
and I would make
again,
sure
God.
that they would never hold power again, right? That's what I
Whick,
would do,
Whick.
but I can't do that. So we have to ask, what is better? In what context, right, should we, or how should we behave in this context that we find
You're
ourselves
just attempting
in?
to justify your ethnic prejudice, and it's not working. Right? So, again, from
You're
your
trying to
perspective-
justify
Oh my God.
anti-Semitism, and it's not
No,
working.
I'm not.
You're getting
No, I'm not.
destroyed. I'll
No,
just
Whick.
read you the stats. Like, you can bluff
No,
all you
don't
want,
distract
but
again. This is the point
74%
you're
of
filming,
people
Whick.
thought you were
Whick, don't
fucking
distract
stupid.
again. I don't give a fuck. Most
Okay,
parents are stupid.
exactly,
Whick.
right?
Again,
You don't give a fuck,
again,
but that's
yeah, most people are
okay.
stupid, Whick.
That's just
Most
what the
people are
stats
stupid.
say, though.
I'm
That's
sorry
what
to
the
break it to
polls
you.
say.
Most people are
For whatever
dumb.
reason,
know
you
this.
give a fuck about stats when 90% of Jews think the existence
that's
of a
a
Jewish
specific
state,
political
that
ideology, Whick.
stat
What are you
matters,
talking
but
about?
this stat doesn't?
Whick.
Okay,
Obviously-
whatever.
obviously,
Anyway, let
you
me
can
read
look at
these,
stats.
Steve.
No,
Well, I'll
hold
keep
on,
reading
Whick.
these.
You're trying to
Okay,
dodge,
I'll keep
Whick. It's so
reading these.
embarrassing. Just hold on.
$10.
Can you tell me again?
Humiliating.
Why do you think it's reasonable? Because how many Palestinians do you think participated on October 7th? Like a few thousand?
I'm not sure.
And you're going to say that because a few thousand of them did this, and because like 30 to 40,000 were in Hamas, that millions of them
Hold on.
cannot
Do you
be
know
allowed
what the
to go to
second
Israel?
intifada was?
Okay,
Do
Whick,
you know what
I'm
the
not
first
gonna-
intifada
I
was?
need you to engage, Whick, I need you to engage with this. So you're telling me, again, your position is...
Do you understand
that because,
the
please just engage with what I'm saying.
Israel-Arab war in
Engage with what I'm saying,
1948?
please.
Do you understand
Engage, I know you
the-
don't like Arabs. Engage with what I'm saying.
I am
Okay, 'cause
engaging with what
telling
you're
me-
saying.
No, you're not.
I am
Answer my fucking
absolutely.
question,
You're
Whick, and
saying
answer my
you're
question.
trying to pick a specific
Whick,
moment in
answer my
time,
question, Whick.
and I'm saying that this has happened throughout the existence of the state of Israel. Arabs have continuously
Whick,
tried
answer
to
my
kill
question.
them.
Yeah, Arabs. Would it
Yes,
be
these
okay
Arabs
to
in
say
this
Jews did
region,
something
not
like-
all Arabs globally,
would I
and I would
say
never
Jews did
hold
this?
those who didn't try to do that responsible for those who did.
If I were talking about Israel, and I'm talking about like IDF soldiers, for example, that have raped people, would it be okay for me to say that Jews would rape Palestinians? Jews rape people?
Of course not.
People say this all the time, but
Okay, well then why are you okay with doing that to Palestinians?
I'm not. I
Or Arabs,
specifically said
actually.
that's not the case.
No, you did. You said Arabs in this region. So Jews in this region have ethnically cleansed people, genocide people, rape people,
Hold
tortured
on.
people.
Yes, that would be okay to say because
Okay.
it's true. But the
Okay, so
difference
I can say the Jews
is
did
you and this article, well, I'll say this article is saying that all Jews, right, everywhere, globally. That's the difference.
So,
You-
okay. What's going on at the Bulwark?
I'm going on vacation this weekend for a couple days. This is so fun.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the exciting season finale of Iran War. I'm JVL, your host, here with my best friends, Sarah Longwell and Tim Miller of the
Oh,
Bulwark.
this guy's JVL. Okay, I know this.
We thought it would end up this way, which is why we're doing this show live. Instead of normally we would tape it at 2:00 in the afternoon, but we said no. We're gonna have either a genocide or a total surrender sometime in the minutes leading up to 8:00, and here we are. We all got what we want. In case you have been away from keyboard for the last 45 minutes or so, we have a deal. It's a very strong deal, a beautiful deal. Many are calling it the kind of deal that only our great leader could have gotten. 47 other presidents over 47 years have failed to get these deals, and he got it done.
How many years?
We have a 10-point plan, which is the basis of negotiations, which is leading to a 2-week ceasefire.
Amazing.
And guys, how great does it feel to you to have won the war?
I mean, it feels great not to end a civilization. I know we're all going to have fun talking about Taco Tuesday, and obviously it's good that Trump, although do we measure our lives now in just 2-week intervals as Trump kicks cans down the road? But obviously I'm glad we're not bombing Iran into the Stone Age and eliminating 90 million people. You know,
Would have been a dark next level if we were doing
real
that
dark, real dark. And so I think this is a good outcome in terms of not bombing Iran. It is, at best I can tell, a catastrophic outcome for America's leverage in whatever negotiation we're having. I don't see a world in which, this was always the thing for Trump. He boxed himself into two choices: obliterating a country of 90 million people, or demonstrating that he is not serious when he issues these types of threats. And so we're in a tough spot now.
Would you like me to tick through, just for the purposes of helping us discuss this?
Can I do one thing before we go through the 10 points?
Please.
Because I want to make a meta point, which is I hate being here. And I'm very happy I'm going on vacation this weekend for a couple days. This is so unserious. It's so fucking stupid.
True.
It's so frustrating.
True.
You know, that
It's
you have
stupid.
like,
True.
we're living and dying on the whims of this like madman / cowardly bully
Very unserious.
/ megalomaniac. Like in
Very
the Middle East.
boring.
I mean, American troops died as part of this. Iranian school children died. Like we don't exactly know what all the consequences are. We don't really know if it's over. Maybe you called it the season finale. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I mean, who knows? Like, we don't really know. And Israel seems unhappy with the deal. Iran hasn't actually opened the strait yet. Iran, I guess, is shooting a missile at UAE right now. Trump, you're about to go into the details of the 10-point plan. That doesn't actually seem like a workable plan. And so, like, the fact that we have to live this like reality TV show nonsense where he wants us all to talk about him, and we have to give him what he wants because the fucking morons that are our fellow citizens made him president. It's frustrating. It's frustrating, and I kind of don't want to. Like, part of you just wants to say, you fucking figure it out. Like, we'll see in November. Like, I don't know. There's an element of that I have tonight. Like the unseriousness is out of step with the stakes in a way that I find very frustrating.
I understand that. That's a fair thing. All right, I'm going to set the table here for us. I should say that I have read now like 3 different versions of the 10-point plan, all of which are substantially similar. And so it appears to be roughly these are the contours. There is a guarantee from America and Israel that they will not attack Iran again. Now, I would say guarantees are absolutely meaningless and useless, and so no reason to really believe that is a real thing. This will become a permanent end to the war, not just a ceasefire. Israel will get out of Lebanon. All U.S. sanctions against Iran are lifted. Iran reopens the Strait of Hormuz. However, it imposes a $2 million toll per ship for all ships transiting the strait. It will split these fees with Oman, and Iran will now establish the rules for passage through Hormuz. Previously, this was an internationally governed body of water. And Iran will use the Hormuz fees for reconstruction in lieu of them being paid reparations. Important things to note that are not in this. Nukes, ballistic missiles. I just
funding of terrorist proxies, is that in there?
Funding of terrorist proxies does not seem to be in there.
Money that they get to fund terrorist proxies still. Maybe?
So I just want to, and again,
and the regime stays in place. The same regime.
Regime stays in place. Yes, obviously. So I just want to.
They do have fewer ships, though. They got fewer boats. That's nice.
There's nothing about nuclear weapons in this. There's nothing about ballistic missiles. Israel and America are pledging not to attack Iran again. The Iranian sanctions, which were in place as of like 42 days ago, are gone. Iran now has administrative control over a formerly internationally governed waterway that they didn't used to own, and they are now able to monetize passage through that previously free waterway. And America gets, literally, so far as I can tell, nothing.
We get to keep Trump.
Based.
Well, we get. I'll do this. I'll just do this deal, man, because I've been watching these guys do it for the last 20 minutes, and so. You can take it for what it's worth. Actually, why don't I just, Sarah, why don't you give your thoughts on that? Why don't I pull it up? So instead of being a sarcastic asshole, I'll give you what the pro-Trump side of this is actually saying.
I guess, yeah, while you're doing that, the only thing I would say is like, it sort of doesn't matter what they argue right now. If we have a 2-week time frame, and it reminds me of tariffs, where yes, he would taco, it would create momentary relief, and then we find ourselves back in the same place. Like, what I don't want people to think is, and I certainly don't want Republicans to be able to convince anybody of, is that like, oh, okay, well, this is done
Part
now.
of the deal.
Yeah, that there's been
Part of the deal,
kind of
baby.
Like, we are just still in the middle of this. Sorry, Tim, did you find it?
No, I found it. So here it is. The Iranian regime, if this deal holds, will have lost much of their senior leadership, most of their navy, about half their missile launchers, a bunch of their security personnel will be dead. They've lost various bridges and rail lines. They've lost some of their deterrence, their nuclear infrastructure, and their ability to use Dubai as a sanctions evasion hub.
Well, there won't be any sanctions, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just reading this live. They don't need to evade sanctions because they're not reading them. This is from somebody over a tablet. I saw several of those type posts where basically it was like, the win here is that Iran's military is weakened. And this is pretty close to what I interviewed Josh Gotham, where people can watch that. That's on this channel as well earlier. And that was his case. It was I think, probably the most pro-war Democrat, was that Iran's capabilities militarily have been weakened. You maybe push that. Maybe push that back a year or two. Anyway, I'm just saying
they can't rebuild those. That's not possible. We established this force field bubble, which does not allow construction of drones within the.
This was the case I was making. I was just like, I don't. Okay, so yeah, it's great that they've lost some ships and some missiles, but like at the cost of what? Like American lives? At the cost of at least some sort of economic disruption, right, and in a trade for them now they have basically the same regime, just with some members of it dead, but a continuity of the same regime, just with different people, now freed of sanctions and with a.
And America recognizes their authority to control the straits.
Right. Yeah, that's the biggest part. Is that they're in charge now.
That's why I'm saying I don't even know what. Did we actually agree to this, or are we just saying it, or what? I don't know what any of this. This sounds fucking retarded. I don't know.
This is full.
Yeah, everybody.
Who's in charge now?
Like
that is exactly what this is. Who's the captain?
Because we all price in Trump's ability to taco. It's sort of, and because we're all sitting around being like, I don't know, are we going to bomb Iran tonight? And like, obviously, in our heart of hearts, we felt like this is where we were going to end up, very likely. But like, we are underreacting to what just happened. The president of the United States uses his personal social media profile. We don't have a diplomatic setup. He's just, Witkoff and Jared.
Yeah.
That's
who is in the situation room deciding what to do, and he's also
Hold on to that. We're coming to that in segment 2.
I think I saw some of the discourse on the discourse today was there's frustration with Democrats. I often am like, this is a perfect moment for Democrats to be on offense, go hammer and tong at Trump. But I do think this is a little unfair to the Democrats right now. Trump is being so wildly unhinged. Is so like we run out of words to talk about how extreme what is happening is. But we had an American president say he was going to wipe an entire country off
civilization.
Of the planet, and Republicans did what about it? A couple of them. I saw Murkowski tweet. I've seen some
was she
tweets.
Concerned?
This is the kind of thing. And look, you're never going to get a 25th Amendment. You're never going to get him impeached. But like, it is the kind of thing that in any other time,
you would.
Before
well, you wouldn't even get this far, to be fair, that we're on a random war that nobody really knows what the fuck we're there for, doing random shit that nobody really understands, and we're just kind of all expected to accept all of it. As like, this would like never happen in any other scenario. We just wouldn't be here at all.
Now, Republicans would be losing their minds over. Because they should. The fact that they're not is the most alarming thing. The fact that our president can behave this way and Republicans don't do anything about it, don't say boo about it. That is like, we shouldn't get caught up in the fact that this didn't happen tonight. We should get caught up in the fact that this is who Trump is now and this is who we're dealing with for the next 2.5 years.
And have been dealing with too, right? Like none of this is a surprise, Like it wouldn't be like, oh my God, Trump's really doing this?
And all the damage, all the wreckage that is wrought from it, right? Like, again, for what? For what? For weakening Iran as a military? It's like, what? That wasn't, before we started this, nobody...
Do you believe the structure of the government doesn't really matter? I feel like in a parliamentary system, Trump would get no confidence in 2 seconds. Well, they can already impeach him, or they can already 25th Amendment him. What do you mean? They already have the ability to remove Trump. They just are choosing not to, no?
Even told us that was the goal. Like, Donald Trump didn't run for president running on like, hey, it's really, it'd be one thing if it was like, hey, guys, it's really important because the threat of Iran is so great, it's really important that we limit their missile capability and their Navy. Like, that is an important mission to do. Like, I probably would have been opposed to that, but that's one thing. Like, if that pitch was made and it's like, okay, well, we have to deal with an economic disruption. We're going to lose some troops. It's going to cost a lot of money. We're going to have to spend taxpayer money to rebuild our military as well. But, like, it was worth it because what we got on the other side was a weakened Iran. There's not any evidence.
Yeah, what happened to the nuclear stuff? Like, wasn't there supposed to be enriched uranium in that country that we were worried about, or like, or do we not just think about that, or
that we're anywhere in that ballpark right now? I mean, yeah, their short-term military capabilities are weakened, but now they have financial upside and more control in the region. One more thing about the 10-point plan, or how we got here in the 10-point plan I wanted to mention is the Pakistan side. Can we talk about Pakistan for a second?
Sure.
Did you see that the original message today, like when this all started to come together, it first surfaced as a tweet from the Pakistani prime minister who tweeted that diplomatic efforts are going forward. We're making some progress. We're making some progress on both sides. Yeah. Well, the Pakistani PM's tweet, there was a first draft of it that he edited. Now you can edit on X, which is nice, but you can also go back to the edit history. And in the first draft, it said at the top, draft Pakistan's PM message on X. Now, that's an interesting thing to say at the top. Draft Pakistan's PM message on X. Because if it was somebody if it was like on his staff, like if it was his press person or whatever, there's like, hey, here's the draft to send to, I don't know, does the Pakistan prime minister have a golf caddy that does his tweets for him too? Whatever. Like if you were sending that through, it would just say, hey, the draft for the prime minister. It wouldn't say draft for the Pakistan prime minister because they live in Pakistan. And so clearly Donald Trump begged him like a dog. I do think it's pretty important to point this out. Like Donald Trump begged Pakistan's prime minister like a dog to send a tweet to help him save face here and say, hey, we're making progress to get the ball rolling so he could do a ceasefire. So now that's better than doing genocidal war crimes, and we're happy about that. But it also is just true that the powerful American president had to beg the Pakistan prime minister like a dog to help him save face.
So Iran says it has achieved a great victory and forced the United States to accept its 10-point plan, according to a statement from Iran's Supreme National Security Council. So they are declaring victory.
Any of these things always would end with both sides declaring victory, but usually you don't.
Sure.
You know, usually both sides have something to talk about on why it was a victory for them.
So this is all unfolded basically as I foretold, which is, I said, like, eventually Trump was going to have to make a deal, and he was going to have to bribe them to get out of it.
Yeah.
And that's what just happened. And on the
Do you think he's out of it, though?
Yeah, I
mean, I think he probably is out of it, and he's
So,
on to the next thing.
So
But
you think our incursion / war / adventure in Iran is over as of tonight?
I think it is likely to be over, and he will drag it out to the extent possible, just to milk the. I mean,
what? Like, did we really just like go to war with Iran and lose in like a month? Is that really what happened? Like, is that really? I just don't understand. I don't understand anything. We like went to war with Iran. Iran basically responded in the most predictable manner possible. And then we threw our hands up and are like, "Oh fuck, let's just give them a whole bunch of concessions and leave." Like it feels like you're playing a Stellaris game and you misclicked like a war action or something, and now you have to like sue for peace in the worst terms possible. What like?
I'm looking forward to the press conference where he demands a Nobel Peace Prize for the bringing the peace to the war he started. But yeah, I think from both sides again.
Some of these demands are pretty untenable.
Yeah, I don't think this can be over at all.
Who are they?
Yeah, no, like hold on. I'm sorry. Link me this again. I'm sorry. I can't believe this. Where is this really what people are seriously pushing? I mean, I understand that these are serious tweets and everything that have come out, but hold on. Link me this. What is this 10-point peace plan? The United States is fundamentally committed to non-aggression, the continued control of Iran over the Strait of Hormuz, as in they get like sole ownership of it and decide who goes through and who doesn't? Is this like Egypt and the Suez, or what does that mean? Acceptance of enrichment, like to weapons grade, or to what does this mean? Lifting all primary and secondary sanctions? Okay, that's a pretty big deal. What? Ending all Security Council and Board of Governors resolutions. I would have to look and see what all the UN Security Council and everything is, but okay, so the UN and the UNSC have no say over anything related to Trump anymore? Or I'm sorry, have no say to anything related to Iran anymore? Paying compensation to Iran, we're paying them back for everything? What? Withdrawing U.S. combat forces from the region, what does that mean? The region? Like all countries? Like in the Gulf and everything as well? Or in stopping the war on all fronts, including against the heroic Islamic resistance in Lebanon? I don't know, man. I can't. There's no way. I just don't understand.
Incinerator LED Defense kills 99% of odor-causing bacteria inside your disposal for a clean, fresh kitchen.
That's fresh.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure. I don't understand. Maybe Trump. Maybe nobody read Trump what they were agreeing to.
Untenable for
us.
Why can't we stomach it?
Israel.
By which I mean, like, if you are Donald Trump and you're the president of the United States, why can't you stomach that? The only thing I can think of is like he also wants a piece.
Well,
of the
I mean, so just
because Trump's main bragging point about Iran was like the sanctions and how much he was crushing them. We're not doing anything about their nuclear weapons. There's no agreement on it. Like that 10-point plan, those were just 10 requests from Iran. That was the base. That was everything they were asking for. What concessions are they making? Official statement of Iran. Well, you have the Islamic Republic of Iran. I express gratitude. We already read this. Iran's Supreme National Security Council. If attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces prepared a 2-week safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination. Okay, this is insane. I don't understand. I'm not sure.
To be serious,
But
for a
they'll
second,
talk
we don't know exactly what like you said, there've been a couple different 10 points. But here's one of the 10 points that has been in the plans, which is that Israel can no longer continue its incursion into Lebanon. Well, that, unlike our war of choice here in Iran, like Israel has a legitimate security concern about Lebanon.
Careful.
We can disagree on the way that they've gone about it, but like Hezbollah is on their border attacking them. And so it's hard for me to believe that Israel is going to just stop what they're doing in Lebanon. I mean, they stopped for a while and started back up
for a
again.
while, right? Enough.
And they
enough
hope
for
that
the American
Iran is
forces to
happy
be
enough
pulled
with their,
out
maybe Iran is, maybe
yeah.
the new mullahs in Iran are happy enough with the money that they're banking off the Strait of Hormuz that they just look the other way when Israel breaks the deal. That could happen, I guess.
But who's negotiating? Are we negotiating on behalf of Israel? Like we can't make that claim.
Supposedly, yes. Donald Trump said literally they'll do what I tell them to do. This is.
Well, I think it might be the other way around right now.
Hold on, that's segment 2.
Okay.
So I would say though this is a tremendous defeat for American foreign policy interests and for America's national interests. It is not by any stretch the worst defeat that's possible. And so today I wrote like 3,500 words on the petrodollar system and treasury bonds and how if we did get the worst case scenario, which would be like a forked petrodollar system where you had the yuan all oil through the strait being traded in yuan, that would be the worst of all worlds. And that would be the kind of thing which could actually destabilize the American-led world order. This is a shit sandwich, but it's one that America can afford to eat.
I just don't. I'm missing something, or they're. I just don't. I don't know. I truly don't. I'm missing something, or they're missing something dramatic. I can't imagine Trump could accept. This is like Iran will be. They lost a lot of leaders, sure, but Iran will be in a significantly improved position than they were prior to the war. They get to toll and control the Strait of Hormuz and all of the sanctions. All the sanctions are lifted off their country. Say what you want about Iran, but the sanctions have been harsh. They've been crushing this country for decades. And there's nothing to be said about enrichment of uranium or nuclear weapons or anything about their military or anything about their proxies operating in any regions ever. And they just guaranteed the security for Hezbollah in southern Lebanon to rebuild. Like, I can't believe it. There's just no way. This is like a crazy. This is the kind of deal that if Obama would have given Iran, Republicans would rise up in violent revolution against the U.S. government. Like, there's no way that this. Like, if this deal was even leaked from a Democratic president, that he was even being considered, Republicans would lose their fucking mind. I don't understand. This can't be it. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. This cannot be the agreement. It's impossible. There's just no way. The alleged statement put out by CNN World News is a fraud. As CNN well knows, the false statement was linked to a fake news site from Nigeria, and of course, immediately picked up by CNN and blared out as a legitimate headline. The official statement by Iran was just released and posted on Truth below. Authorities are looking to determine whether or not a crime was committed on the issuance of the fake CNN World statement. Or was it a sick rogue player? CNN is being ordered to immediately withdraw this statement with full apologies for their, as usual, terrible reporting. Why are you tweeting out while you're watching CNN molding like a motherfucker? This guy is fucking crazy. This guy is insane. You understand that, right? This is our president. This is the president of the United States. What I should be able to say is, well, thank God for checks and balances, but every single thing in the U.S. right now is just being ran from the White House. It's crazy. I like how he's making these announcements also on his weirdo, scammy, privately owned fucking shit truth social website too. Jesus.
Want to know why they don't sell this little green laser?
No, I'm good. Thanks, Chief.
Yeah.
And so that's,
well, and
I look at this and I say, none of this had to happen. This entire thing was avoidable and predictable. Donald Trump made America walk into the diner to eat the shit sandwich. But compared to the alternatives, compared to actually invading Iran or putting 5,000 troops on Karg Island and then having them get killed, or having the Chinese and the Iranians fork the petrodollar system, this is honestly, if this gets us out of the war, it's, I wouldn't say it's a bargain. It's not at a steep price. But
I don't even want to don't turn me into a fucking hawk in this region, but doesn't this set Iran up in there's no way. It can't be. I'm sorry. I don't even know why I'm talking about this. This is why I hate breaking news. I don't even know why I'm talking about this. This is not happening. There's no way that any part of this, of that, there are 7 different things on the 10-point plan that will just never happen. This is retarded. Everyone.
Is probably the best case scenario for America's actual interests going forward.
Sure.
Okay. Maybe in the immediate term, in the sense that we are no longer escalating to the point where we are both boots on the ground and doing enormous humanitarian damage. But what about in the long term, right? To the
it's
point
bad
that,
for us. I'm just saying, what other?
It's bad for everybody in the region. What, What has Saudi Arabia said about this? Where's their statement? Can you imagine this comes out and MBS and fucking Netanyahu and fucking like the Emiratis? If everybody's like, they're like, hold on. Execute this guy because he's clearly our translator is trolling us. Can we get a different translator in here to tell us what the fuck is coming out of the White House right now on Truth Social? What the fuck is being said? Did somebody hack this motherfucker's account? I'm sorry, Iran just got 10x multiply powered and we can't even ship shit here without paying them petroleum? What the fuck is happening? There is no world. This is I hate breaking news. Can I leave? This is retarded. I don't even know why I'm wasting my time with this. Okay, we're done.
But this is because this would be my pushback to your thought that this is over, which is, to the extent that we've had any stated objective, something that was existential for the United States, the case has been made.
Trump has heard so many times, oh, they're saying Israel controls me? Let me show these motherfuckers who's in charge. They're saying Netanyahu runs shit? Let me show you who runs shit. Oh, bro, I don't even know, man.
That a nuclear Iran, their ability to get these weapons, any of that, is a no-go. And currently, again, without knowing all of the 10 points, we've got nothing like that. There's no assurances, nothing about that in there. And so I cannot imagine. You think America just accepts that after all of its stated objectives? I mean, and it's true. Maybe Trump can't be humiliated, but Rubio can.
Sure. I agree with both points.
We have 2 weeks to negotiate. I feel like I would have to go back and really get the timelines correct. But like, hasn't every single negotiation we've been involved in with Iran just been like a diversion for right before we attack them? Like, weren't they given like 60 days or something to negotiate with Israel and we attacked them on like the morning of the 61st day the first time? And then didn't that happen? Like, how does this always happen? Like, we're really going to say like, okay, 2 more weeks? And it's like at 13 days, Iran is like, so I checked Flight Tracker. I'm seeing a lot of weird activity going on. A lot of planes you guys seem to be moving around right now. Like, I don't know, bro. This isn't real. To be fair, even accepting 10-point plans from Iran as a basis for negotiation is really fucking stupid. Yeah, nothing. That was not a basis. That was not a basis for negotiation. Okay, those 10 points were what amateur businessmen who have only made money by selling self-help courses on YouTube is the kind of negotiations that they tell people on YouTube to engage in with their bosses. Like, you always start high. So your last job paid you $75K salary. You need to go into your next job asking for $5 million and then see if they meet you halfway. Because now you're guaranteed at least a $2 million salary. When in reality, most people would look at you, laugh, and they wouldn't even start. They would kick you out. They'd be like, what kind of starting ask is this, motherfucker? I'm sorry, is your last name Zuckerberg? Get the fuck out of here.
JVL's point.
Or insert whatever dick suck fucking engineer there is today.
And who knows how that ends up eventually fully ending, but like, we weren't far away from total calamity. And like economic calamity, and there are a couple of cliffs coming up in April, where we've been talking about this, where you're talking about potential fuel shortages, like not just high gas prices, but shortages, supply chain disruptions. We're already going to have a little bit of that, and that's going to continue through the summer, but like it could have been a lot worse the longer this would have gone on. And then your point about the better, so there were a lot of like really catastrophic ends to this. Like that's just one example that this would be avoiding of that. But like that said, this is worse than Trump's initial plan was unconditional surrender. Remember that? Remember unconditional surrender? I mean, that's where we started. It was unconditional surrender. So it's not that. And two, I think that.
Wait, for who? For Iran or for us? Because Iran is coming out. Iran won this war. They're coming out Iran. They're coming out on top. They. I don't know, bro. Pakistan PM, U.S.-Iran truce effective immediately. Also covers Lebanon and elsewhere. And then 2 minutes later, Iran launches ballistic missiles. Okay, listen, all right? I'm not a genius, okay? But based on everything I've studied and read on Ukraine, Russia, and Israel-Palestine and the history of all this, for ceasefires, there's always like a 6-hour wiggle room at the ceasefire where everybody's trying to get in, like their last hits. It's like a punch like on the bell, like in boxing or whatever. Like everybody's always trying to get in their last fucking minute shit right after the ceasefire goes live. So you expect to see a little bit of back and forth, right? As it's ending. That just seems to be the case. I don't know why, but I know why. It's because they've got stuff positioned already and they've been committed to something. It's like, yeah, fuck it, let it go.
Sarah's pointing out, like, the stuff is still ongoing. Like, right now, I'm just looking at my social media feed. This is Trey Yingst of Fox posting the cluster munitions are raining down on Tel Aviv. So I don't know if that's Iran or Hezbollah, but they don't think the war is over. Now, we saw this story would play out during the Gaza ceasefires. You remember that there would be like a deal, and then there'd be like a last, and then people, there'd be like
the end of the 12-day war, too.
Yeah, so there were like some fuck you missiles that went from both sides.
Basically,
like, they
yes.
said they have a deal, but,
not always.
We still, want to fire off a few more, for dessert. So maybe this is that we're dealing with. But also, it's decently possible that they're pretty far off on the on the terms of the negotiation.
Also possible. I guess I'm just trying to take the half full view of this. As much
so
as I'm
unusual.
happy to dunk. I know, because again, everything in this is terrible. Everything is worse.
It can't possibly be the case. This is not real, bro. It's not real. None of this is real. I don't know why we're treating this seriously. Any of this seriously. This is just not a real thing that's happening. It's just not. This is not happening. It's just not.
Status quo. This is bad for America. But if this is really the full cost of ending this absolute disaster, then I can't see a better outcome or a cheaper off-ramp. That's all I'm trying to say. Sarah, you want to say something, but you got to put a pin in it, because first we got to go to our first message from our sponsors. Tim, before you start, I would like to speak to my Bulwark Plus friends out there who are listening to this, who like getting ad-free podcasts. I love you guys so much. We're so grateful for your support. However, it is not possible to do the ad-free versions when we are doing live shows, because we have to read the ads live while we're talking. Now, if you come back and watch this show on YouTube through your premium account or on Substack through your Bulwark Plus account, after it has been done, all of those ads will be gone. We just, magic eraser them out.
Yeah.
But when you're doing it live, there's no way to do that, and I'm very sorry.
So sign up for Bulwark Plus, because that's great, but also enjoy the ads, because I'm pretty good at an ad read.
We have
If you've been
professional
listening-
reads here.
Yeah.
Enjoy these professional reads.
If you've been listening to the show for a while, you already know how much I like Sol's out-of-office sparkling beverages, or THC beverages. They've also got gummies as well. That's more in Sarah and Bill Crystal's camp. And now they got some new ones.
Wait, THC beverages? Or I thought they usually do the other one where they don't have the psychoactive part. Are these just drinks that get you high? What? This sounds based. Wait, what?
THC beverages.
Oh, yeah. I thought normally it's CBD stuff. Oh.
Also got gummies as well. That's more in...
THC is legal? Wait, I thought THC was the psychoactive part that everybody doesn't want to mind fuck you.
Sarah and Bill Crystal's camp. And now they got some new ones. It's the Mood Gummies. Sol's a wellness brand that makes delicious hemp-derived CBD and THC products designed to make feeling good simple. Sol's new Mood Gummies have precise dosing, clean ingredients, and formulations designed for predictable effects, so you can choose how you want to feel while staying in control. Whatever the moment, there's a Sol Mood Gummy to match. If you're looking for a bright, social, energizing buzz, go with the Uplift. We could all use some Uplift. 3 milligrams of sativa THC. That's perfect for a daytime plan. Maybe sitting by the pool. Or when it's time to wind down at night, the Mellow Gummies deliver 3 milligrams of indica THC and CBN, ideal for cozy nights and unplugging. They also got the balance if you're just looking for something in between. Make today a good day and get yourself some Sol gummies. I might have to do that after having to spend this time with you guys. I'm going to go see a concert. Right now, Sol is offering my audience 30% off your entire order. Go to getsol.com and use the code TheNextLevel. That's getsol.com, promo code TheNextLevel for 30% off.
Okay.
You're muted, my guy.
That's the end of the ad.
Got him.
Professional ad reads,
Sorry,
just like you said.
Sorry. I didn't want everybody hearing me typing while you were reading. Sarah, did you put a pin? Do you remember
The
what you were
only
saying?
thing I wanted to add to this is, if we want to look at a bright side, besides the sort of immediate...
I don't.
Okay, not even a little?
Not really, but go ahead.
Let me
Other
try.
people might.
Let me try. I think that Trump, and I'll be interested to see the reaction.
Yeah, true. Imagine if you're Taiwan right now. You're like, oh shit, bruh, we're fucking cooked. We need to arm the bombs on every fucking factory we have, because it's basically, if China comes in, we gotta blow ourselves up. There's no way, bro. Holy shit.
I think that Trump has done himself an enormous amount of damage over the last week.
Yeah, just the last week. No, yeah, but seriously, like, what the fuck?
His
Ding, ding, ding.
base with the right-wing influencers. Like, we don't have to go through Tucker's whole thing about Trump, but the number.
Tell me a little bit about it. What did he say?
Well, he gave him a little lesson on Christianity.
I don't know if it's the prime minister. I don't know who the fuck you would say is the leader of Greenland. They need to tweet out like, okay, can the U.S. invade us next, please? Like, Jesus Christ.
What that means, but he mainly said, like, you're trying to do a genocide. You're trying to kill all these people, and what is wrong with you? You're a madman. And unlike Megyn Kelly, Megyn Kelly said if we drop a nuke, she'd still vote Republican. So
True. She
Megyn
did say
Kelly,
that.
Great, like it's crazy talk. Like there's nothing serious about it. Whatever. But he has done himself an enormous. Marjorie Taylor Greene, that Tim Dillon guy. A bunch of people are saying 25th Amendment. Never going to get a 25th Amendment. I would just like to say for anyone who hopes for a 25th Amendment, and we've all.
Absolutely, and Matt, I want to move on to this. Absolutely, and Matt, I want to move on to this Iran deal, the ceasefire deal that was announced tonight. It looks like Trump ultimately hits the home run here, takes it to the brink. Iran blinks, and now it's just a matter of time. They're going to wrap up these details, notwithstanding the Iranian PR they're trying to put out tonight, which is obviously ridiculous.
Well, when will the Democrats and some Republicans ever learn that the rhetoric he uses is done for a reason, and it works, and they fall for it every single time, as you noted earlier in this show. I was shocked when everyone said, "Oh, he wrote such terrible things on Easter." He knows what he's doing, and that's where we are, and why we're where we are tonight.
Absolutely. And
There's a lot of reaction to the president's early Truth Social about annihilation, the wiping out of a civilization. There was all kinds of reaction and talk about that. But that forceful positioning may have gotten us to where we are here?
Look, it may have worked. Number one, we don't know who is running Iran. We don't know what they read. We don't know what the Farsi translation is. But anyone in the United States who read the civilization to be destroyed as the whole people of Iran is acting in bad faith, because he said explicitly, we're bringing to an end the 47-year regime, that's the IRGC, and God bless the people of Iran.
So that's not what civilization means. I'm not sure if you're aware of that or not, but we have words for regimes or administrations or governments, like regime or administration or government.
People can act in bad faith. The president didn't. He was threatening the regime. They got the message. They begged for the ceasefire.
You know, there was a lot of reaction to the president's early Truth Social about annihilation, the wiping out of a civilization. There was all kinds of reaction and talk about that. But
Jack Posobiec and Tim Pool are all tweeting out, Trump won, Trump did it. Are we serious, guys?
No.
Really? This is where we're at right now?
But this isn't over. We still have Cuba, Greenland, and Canada. Just kidding.
Fucking epic. Fucking epic. Oh my God. Fucking epic. Oh my God. He's fucking epic. That was a fucking epic meme. Epic.
All done it before. The cabinet votes on that. So if you think that Pete
And then Congress still has to vote.
And then Congress still has to. Like it was
who?
in the first term where you had a sane cabinet.
Congress,
it was something
who?
that maybe could be discussed, but not anymore. That's never going to happen. But I do think he's
Who's
done himself
that?
an enormous amount of damage with his base. And I also think that if Democrats are looking for a message in this right now, they should all talk about how humiliating this is for Donald Trump. Like if this.
Here's an interesting kind of like moral dilemma. And it truly is one. Should Democrats talk about that? Like, it's a horrible deal. But is there a world where Democrats could signal so well on that Trump does feel humiliated and just fucking nukes Iran? Like, I don't actually know. I don't even know, bro. I don't know.
This deal is agreed to. He should be told. Now, the scary part about that, though, is that if Trump feels too humiliated.
Oh, fuck these guys. Fuck these guys. They're mind melding. They're mind melding my ideas away from me.
He might go back to trying to bomb people, but we shouldn't let foreign policy happen this way, and so he should be ridiculed for it.
Yeah, I'd propose the Democratic message be like your life is worse because of this, and you can't trust him. Like he totally betrayed you. Everything's
Sure.
more expensive. He said he'd fix your prices. He didn't. What did he do? Like Iran has fewer ships now, maybe. Like, and we'll see what happens. I don't think that's a good deal for most of the American people. He's posting right now. The president is live.
He's posting
tweeting.
through it.
Yeah, on
He's
his
posting through
account.
it, Tim.
And so he has one post. I'm not going to read all of it, but I guess
if you're Iran, how much more money are you going to have? Like, in a way, blowing up all those ships is kind of like a benefit, you know? Now, my guess is, I don't know this for sure, but my guess is going to be those ships are probably old and dog shit. They probably had they were probably on some fucking Soviet era, barely floating along the ocean type shit, would be my guess. I could be wrong on that. But now, they have all this money to build some brand new, awesome shit, and they're allowed to do insurance rates for Strait of Hormuz tolling to pay for all the shit that got sank. Hoo-wee! Hoo-hoo-hoo! And their income source just 10x. This is like the equivalent of like the judge dismissing my court case, my YouTube monetization coming back, and Twitch unbanning me, like all in the same day. I'm like, whoo! Whoo!
CNN World News, he might literally be stuck in 1984. Like his brain just kind of just bleats out 1984 references from time to time. Cause that, it's like a Ted Turner era thing. But he's saying that CNN put out a false statement about from the Iran declaring victory, and he's looking into investigating CNN. So that's what's happening in the free country.
Thank
and then
God.
He posted the official statement of Iran, which I think is pretty funny that he's bragging about this official statement. So I'm going to read it to you. In response to the brotherly request of the Pakistan Prime Minister, and considering the request by the U.S. for negotiations based on its 15-point proposal, as well as the announcement by POTUS about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal, I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's Supreme National Security Council if attacks against Iran
like Trump was complaining about planes full of cash flying, to Iran. We have to open the Strait of Hormuz now because now we have to send ships full of cash in order to facilitate how much fucking money this country is about to be making. I wonder if Iran saw like the deal come through. Like you're doing like a contract negotiation and you agreed to like a 5% revenue on some part of like on part of your terms, and the contract comes back and it says 50%, and you're like, is this a typo? I should just not say anything. We can both sign it and we'll see where we're at, in 6 months when I send them invoices for this shit. I wonder if they thought that it was just like, maybe they fucked up. Let's see where we go with this one.
Halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. That Trump is posting that as if it's a win, which is strange
that's the victory scenario.
Because the Iranian statement, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, there is saying that like we considered the U.S.'s request, we declined it, but now that they've accepted our request of the 10-point plan, we'll potentially move forward. That's where Iran's at right now.
I want to talk about the political fallout from this, but I want to wait a minute. And first, I want to talk about a story by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan that is out, and it's going to get me in a lot of trouble. I'm going to get yelled at, but what the hell? We're here. We might as well do it live.
Before I get into that story, a commenter says you have asked if you've been shaving your eyebrows, and now I'm curious about that. Are you doing any male grooming?
Shave my cheek. No, I don't do any male grooming. Do I look like a guy who is the product of grooming?
Well, I don't know. You've been the co-host with a gay man now for a couple of years on a podcast. I thought maybe I was rubbing off on you,
so to speak.
I did some male grooming.
Come on, a little something for the effort there, Skip.
Thank you. All right, back to the Maggie Haberman story.
All right, I just need your indulging to read from this. Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. In the Situation Room on February 11, Mr. Netanyahu made a hard sell. I'm sorry, I should set the scene. Benjamin Netanyahu came to the White House on February 11th, and he brought with him the head of the Mossad and a number of Israeli military leaders, and they met with Donald Trump and Jared, and they met with Donald Trump in the Situation Room of the White House. Not a thing that's common. Just let it go. Mr. Netanyahu made a hard sell, suggesting that Iran was ripe for regime change and expressing the belief that a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. At one point, the Israelis played for Mr. Trump a brief video that included a montage of potential new leaders who could take over the country if the hardline government fell. Among those featured was Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's Shah, blah, 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 blah. Mr. Netanyahu and his team...
I'm sorry to break up. Is that what happened? I mean, we have the ceasefire now. We know what happened now. Since the story's come out, we know what happened. Is Reza Pahlavi the exiled opposition leader, son of the Shah? Is he going to be taking over, or where are we?
Does not appear that way. But we have 2 weeks figured out. Maybe that's one of the details they're going to negotiate. Mr. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to near certain victory. Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in a few weeks. The regime would be so weakened that it could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz, and the likelihood that Iran would land blows against U.S. interests in neighboring countries was assessed as minimal. Besides, Mossad's intelligence indicated that street protests inside Iran would begin again, and the impetus of the Israeli spy agency helping to foment riots and rebellion, an intense bombing campaign could foster the conditions for the Iranian opposition to overthrow the regime. The Israelis also raised the prospect of Iranian Kurdish fighters crossing the border from Iraq to open a ground front in the northwest, further stressing the regime's forces and accelerating collapse, yada, yada, yada. The next day,
easy peasy.
Mr. Trump met with his team to go over it. Mr. Ratcliffe briefed him being the president of the United States, on the assessment. The CIA director used one word to describe the Israeli prime minister's regime change scenarios, quote, farcical. So I would just like to ask, is it an accurate summary of this reporting to say that the Israeli prime minister and the head of the Mossad sat in the Situation Room and gave a presentation to the U.S. president to trick him into a war that served only Israeli interests and did not, as a factual matter, unfold the way they promised it would? Is that an accurate
The word trick
paraphrase?
is tough. The word trick is tough.
Okay, not trick. Okay.
I would not maybe use the word trick.
Persuade? How about that?
Cajoled.
Persuade.
Yeah, exaggerate. Use some hyperbole.
How do you tell if it's a trick or not? Like, if the things they say...
The problem is that, like, the issue is that you know what the issue is? The issue is that is it ever ethical for like a 40-year-old to have sex with a 10-year-old? We would say that the answer is like always no. That there's no way that the 10-year-old can give like meaningful, informed consent to this sexual action. And that's kind of like what Trump is. Like, Israel is like an adult and Trump is like a child. And so when we say things like, you know, did Netanyahu trick Trump? Like, well, ordinarily, like if a 40-year-old would approach a 10-year-old and say, I'll give you candy if you come to my van, wink, wink. Like if a 30-year-old fell for that, we would say, well, I mean, yeah, I don't even know we say you got tricked. Like you should know better. Like how stupid are you? Why would you follow a man to a 30-year-old? Why would you follow a man to a van? Like that's just unbelievable, you know? But for Trump is like genuinely fucking retarded. So it's just hard to analyze. I don't even know how you would describe the interaction. I fully believe that Donald Trump could be convinced to do some unhinged shit based on seeing a video, which in my mind would qualify for he was tricked. But also it's like, it's the U.S. president combined with U.S. intelligence and U.S. military capability. No, he shouldn't be able to be tricked by a compilation video. That should just not have. I don't know, man.
They are
no.
facially preposterous at the time, and then
Yeah, it reminds me of the South Africa meeting.
Also totally vitiated by events. Could we then say trick? Or
No. The reason you can't say trick is because that would require like a level of subterfuge that the great American country couldn't figure out. And like the idea.
Yeah. See, fuck, these guys are mind melded with me. Yeah, it's not a trick. He's just retarded. So can you trick a retard? I mean, you can, but you shouldn't be in the position to trick a retard because you would withdraw their agency. They wouldn't be allowed to act on their own cognition. You would have a guardian or somebody.
I mean, we knew. Ratcliffe knew. Anybody who is a serious American foreign policy person knows that you can't just quickly do this thing. I mean, first of all, can we just think about the logistics of one of those points? We are going to bomb them, and people are going to be in the streets. Because you know when people run out into the streets? When there's an active bombing campaign. So it sounds... But I think to your point, so that not the tricking, but does it sound like this was maybe not so much on our agenda before
Israel brought it
showed
up
and talked our president
almost certainly
into it because our president is an idiot?
Yes.
Who does? And it's on his own supply. Yeah. I mean, like,
it seems like the
my
outcome
main
is
objection to
very bad
trick,
for
every
America's
other word,
interests.
I love JV always goes to the maximalist view and makes you kind of process it. Like any word short of that, I would accept because here's the thing. Yeah, Sarah said there's no subterfuge. There was no subterfuge. Like, there's no secret cabal. There's no whisper campaign by the Jews. Like, there's nothing. None of that is happening. Like, and what is happening is very upfront. Like, the prime minister of Israel came to our country to persuade Trump to get into a war that he's been wanting to get into for a long time. He in private he made the case. In public he made the case. The president of the United States and his Secretary of State agreed with the case. They said publicly that that Israel Israel security concerns were part of the case. Trump has said that explicitly. Marco Rubio said that obviously that we're gonna have to respond because Israel's gonna do it anyway. And like that's just what they all said. Like it's what they all said and it's what happened. And so like. Some anti-Semitic conspiracy podcasters might try to make it seem like this is shadowy or whatever, and some pro-Israel people might try to nutpick the worst examples of that to try to say that any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. But like, if you just block out those arguments, like everyone else, up to and including Donald Trump and Bibi, are like pretty blunt about what happened. Like the only time that they're not blunt about what happened is if they're asked specifically, because it's embarrassing. Like it's embarrassing kind of to say that Bibi persuaded me. So if like you put it in that way, like were you pushed into this by them? It's like, no, I'm a man, I can make my own choice. And like, yeah, sure. Like of course it was Donald Trump's choice in the end. Like we elected a madman, and like that was the American people's fault and Donald Trump's fault. But like it was Donald Trump's choice after like Israel made the case, and Israel made the case because this is an acute security concern for them. And so like that's just reality.
Yeah, but that also brings you to another thing where as you look backward now to the things that they were saying before, there was no imminent threat to the United States. Like if you take this reporting and you say, well, this is how this unfolded, at no point was the case made that somehow there was an imminent threat to the United States.
No, well, of course not.
So probably we should have gone to Congress then.
There's plenty of time. Yeah, and the reason they did it quickly is because of the intelligence about where the Ayatollah is going to be. And again, this is important actually. This is important because the folks now, the pro-Trump folks are going to try to do, assuming this actually ends, we'll see. The pro-Trump folks are going to try to do this post-hoc spin, which is like, we achieved our objectives. We wanted to limit their ability to project their strength and their power. They have no Navy now. They have no Air Force now. It was critical that we got rid of their ships because their ships were very dangerous, and now they only have half the weapons that they used to have, half the missiles they used to have, and that's a big win for us, and a bunch of their leaders died, right? That's what they'll say. Like, that is a win for them. But the thing is, like the initial pitch, the reason why we had to do this without going to Congress, the reason why we had to do this in secret, the reason why we had to do it quickly, was because they wanted to jump on the opportunity to take out the Ayatollah. And they didn't jump on the opportunity to take out the Ayatollah because they wanted Ayatollah Jr. to be in charge. That was not what was in the PowerPoint.
The president expressly said that the Ayatollah Jr. was not acceptable to him.
Yeah. So like they failed at their mission, right? Like if their mission was, hey, let's limit the ability of Iran to project their strength with their missiles and their ships, well then there's no rush to do that. We could have done that anytime. They could have gone to Congress, they could have made the case, they could have come to the American people, but they didn't do that. They went and did the way that they did it because they believed, maybe they didn't believe it actually worked, but they thought it was at least possible that regime change could happen. It's like we got to jump now when we can take out all these guys who are all meeting because they had an all hands meeting of the IRGC for some reason. And it's like that's why we did it then, because regime change was the initial goal.
Yeah, it was post-COVID, return to office for the IRGC. Tapes had a big all hands, all staff meeting. We're talking about our new show up at the office policy, guys.
Yeah. So that's that. Are we going to do Jared too? Sorry, Sarah, if you have something on that, but I'd like to talk about Jared.
I was just going to give JVL one thing that I don't normally give JVL.
An admonishment.
Oh, no, JVL often does one of these to me, where he's like, Sarah, is Trump as bad as Putin? Or, or name your other terrible leader.
Pol Pot.
Whatever. And I'm normally the one who has to sit there and be like, JVL, this is... Because, to be fair, he's not poisoning people and pushing them out of windows. However, the way he is behaving right now, he is indistinguishable from dictators in other countries. Like this.
The worst part is that he's indistinguishable from dictators in like the worst ways, though, because like at the very least, hopefully, like a dictator is acting in the best interest of at least like the people around him selfishly or whatever. But it's just like I don't even know whose interest he's not. I don't know if this even benefits or serves him at the end of the day. Like, it's just like an impossibly stupid set of circumstances for, I don't even know. I don't know, man.
This idea too that he was just like, I'm going to go run Venezuela. Also, I don't know if you saw this, but JD Vance is actively campaigning for Viktor Orban right now because authoritarians got to hang together.
Yeah, cringe. It is very cringe how much the United States of America is sucking off dictators all over the fucking world. That is so fucking weird.
Who else is actively campaigning for Viktor Orban?
Putin?
Yeah. While he's sending anti-aircraft weaponry, allegedly, to Iran to shoot down our pilots, we're supporting his man in Hungary actively. I think we need to do Jared for a second, because it is so crazy. And it's like, and this is a brilliant reporting by Maggie and Jonathan Swans. This is not a criticism of them. It's just like, it's hard. When
I'm
you're
sorry.
talking
You know
about
what, Tim? I'm sorry. Hold it.
Uh-oh.
Wait on Jared, because first I got to give you a message from our other sponsor. The show is sponsored by Green Chef, where fad diets fail. Green Chef delivers real food and recipes that make healthy eating easy and lasting. With Green Chef, every week you get over 40 recipes made
Green
with
Chef
organic produce, responsibly sourced proteins, and nothing you can't pronounce. Meals come pre-portioned and ready in minutes. And if you want guidance behind the plate, they include free, unlimited one-on-one nutrition coaching that helps you stay on track. Green Chef is the only certified clean meal kit tested by the Clean Label Project and the most sustainable meal kit with 20% less food waste and 100% offset delivery emissions.
Oh, shit.
And over and above everything else, Green Chef is just delicious. Just cruise their website, check out some of these options: Moroccan spiced tilapia with couscous, turkey skillet with creamy chimichurri, pork chops with shallot sauce, shallot, Our Lady of Shallot. These are meals you'll look forward to every time. Head to greenchef.com/50nextlevel and use code 50nextlevel to get 50% off your first month and then 20% off for 2 months. That's code 50nextlevel at greenchef.com/50nextlevel.
Crazy.
Jared.
Oh, Jared Kushner. I thought we were still doing the Green Chef thing, and there was like a Subway, Subway takes thing I had to do. I was like, didn't he turn into being a pedo? Everyone's a pedo.
He did. He was a bad one.
Everybody
Unfortunately,
today.
how many pedos there are out there? it turns
I
out.
don't mean they're all bad, but he was
yeah.
like particularly, it was very...
Within the category.
Within the
he was
category of
bad.
that, yeah, he was...
Anyway, it is so, the degree of corruption and outrage and in-dealing with Jared Kushner is like beyond description. Like,
I think Witkoff's is worse, but Kushner's also everything is just Jesus.
You could have written a whole separate New York Times article that was just focused on the fact that Jared was present at this meeting and what that means for national security implications and for corruption. You could have gone to ethics advisor. Like, you could have just done a whole separate article just on him. But like the shocking element of a foreign leader being in our security, it obviously took up more interest. But Jared's presence, he doesn't have a security clearance. He doesn't work for the government. He was denied a security clearance actually in the first term. He's the president's son-in-law. He has financial dealings with multiple players in the war.
Tim, it was important that Saudi
the
Arabia...
president's son-in-law, whose dad, I believe, was federally pardoned as well, right? That's correct, right? The Kushner father pardoned Trump. Yes. Like, talk about weird. In 2005, Kushner was convicted of illegal campaign contributions, tax evasion, and witness tampering, and was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, which he served in the federal prison camp Montgomery as a convicted felon. He was also disbarred in 3 states. He later received a pardon issued by his son's father-in-law, President Trump, on December 23rd, 2020. In 2025, he was nominated by President Trump to serve as United States Ambassador to France during his second administration and confirmed by the U.S. Senate on May 19th, 2025. Huh. Weird. What a weird thing. Huh.
Arabia's interests be represented in that room.
The table. That's true.
I mean, they are the other major partner in the war, and so...
It's just unbelievable. Think about the scandals of the past of like Roger Clinton was like selling access to somebody, some African country, telling him that they was going to be able to get him a deal with the administration. It's like Jared Kushner is in the Situation Room planning a war when he's on the take from one of the partners in the war at least, and he's involved in some development project in Gaza that Israel is wrapped up in, and he's also negotiating with the counterparty that ideally I think we would have liked to come to a deal with without having to cause all this death and destruction. But so Jared's sitting on all sides of this. He's getting rich off it, and he's the president's son-in-law. It's fucking insane.
You don't have to go back to George Clinton. I'm sorry. Hunter Biden sold his painting. Like, Hunter Biden, that was all Republicans talked about.
Yep.
That the president's son, he was selling
For
his
how
I'm sorry, so
long?
we now
Oh
have a
my
president's
God.
son-in-law who is actively negotiating, who took $3 billion from the Saudis after he left office last time. Is that...
$2 billion, but
He's still taking money from them, I think.
The fact that we're not...
What's the
that
investment?
everybody just lets... The corruption... I guess it is... At what point... The No King's protests are nice, but at what point do Americans run into the streets over this level of corruption?
I mean, what do you do?
Hopefully soon. I would say, just as a point of correction, because this is not a fake news outlet, It's Roger Clinton, not George. George Clinton was the funk artist.
He was the funk artist,
So you
yeah,
missed that one. And Roger did not take money from. I apologize to all the nations of Africa. I thought he took money from a foreign government. I guess I was mixing him up with Trump's first national security advisor, who took money from Turkey. But he took money from associates of the Gambino crime family to try to get some pardons.
Oh, my people.
Took $50K from them. So
Yeah.
that was his crime. It was the ITALs.
Yeah, like I said. Okay, so we got that. It's all very interesting. I do wonder.
Was Vance?
Do you guys think Israel has been like a useful and helpful ally for America's interests over the last few months?
Last few months?
Just factually,
no.
just factually, just objectively.
No.
Obviously, and Israel is doing this to itself. It's the most frustrating thing about all this. Like Israel's choices are driving us away, and maybe it is because they feel so threatened by their neighbors. And after October 7th, like this is not an irrational thing to think that they need to take every opportunity to take out every terrorist group and every funder. And that is maybe a rational view of Israel, and everybody could, talk about the way that they prosecuted that and criticize them. But I just like thinking about like whether this is something that's in their interest. So that's fine. But simultaneously to that, they have involved us in a lot of stuff that we didn't need to be involved in. There's been massive backlash in America over the way that Israel's prosecuted their war. We have lost lives, American lives, as part of this. There's going to be economic damage, at least at some level.
We've lost control of the Strait of Hormuz.
Impacts everybody. We've lost control of the Strait of Hormuz, right? And so it's like, so whether you're talking about the America First perspective, where I think a future Republican side will look at this and say, what are we getting out of this deal? I think you're going to see America First politicians
Actually, I'm sorry, wait, I just had a brain blast. I don't know how closely, because I know Trump is obsessed with all the crypto shit, everything else. I don't know how closely Trump is tied to like our energy sector. In a technical sense, though, no, that can't possibly be helpful for the United States. Any additional restrictions around control related to the Strait of Hormuz does technically massively benefit U.S. energy, right? But I don't know how much that hurts the rest of our economy downstream if it comes to energy, like in terms of percentage contribution to GDP and everything else.
I'm not endorsing this, but I think in the same way that I say that it's illogical for Bibi to be concerned about the security of Israel, it would be illogical for a right-wing America First candidate in America to say that we're not getting anything out of this deal anymore, peace out. And it's totally logical, and more so for Democratic politicians to say, wait a minute, you guys are fucking around in our elections, you're helping Republicans, you're running negative ads against us, and simultaneously, and you're Joe Biden had to carry this fucking baggage where Joe Biden helped them after October 7th, and then he still got attacked and undermined by Bibi. This is not the people of Israel, but by the Israeli
government.
The Israeli government. And so it's totally rational then for the Democrats now when they come in to say, screw you.
Good luck.
You win it. Yeah, good luck. You win it. Not totally like obviously
not
the same way that we do.
antagonistic?
Yeah, not antagonistic, but like
Not America's interest.
you made this. You made your bed on all this, and maybe it was rational for your regional security interests, but you knew what the potential ramifications would be. And I think that they're going to end up now, Israel, unless there's a change, and there's elections, like our elections probably before theirs, but they're going to end up probably with two presidential nominees that want to distance themselves from the relationship next time, and it's going to be a rational choice on all sides.
Yeah, and just on this really quickly, because I was like trying to explain this to my kid about why this was happening, and I was sort of trying to explain Israel, and I was saying like ultimately this is Donald Trump's fault. Like Donald Trump promised America no more foreign wars. He had an America First agenda, which meant that nobody else was going to be dictating our foreign policy. So he is doing the exact opposite of everything that he proposed. That's one facet of it. The bigger facet that so I am unabashedly pro-America. Hold on.
I'm abashedly. I would say I'm abashedly.
But this is and Tim and I, you've talked a lot about how we've had to like reevaluate our thinking on Israel because the way that Israel is behaving right now and the way that we are behaving right now is wrong. It is wrong in this moment, and so it is different from saying,
with Iran and Oman are going to charge ships now. How would Oman get in on the deal? Oman is friendly towards Iran. I don't know, like in what meaningful way. I don't know if they ever do anything. I just know that Oman and Iran have favorable ties to each other. I don't know why. I don't know anything about Oman.
I'm not going to say America's bad or Israel necessarily is fundamentally bad. Our behavior right now is fundamentally bad, and so like. We people who can't change their thinking on things by looking at what's happening and saying, boy, Israel has caused us now an enormous amount of problems in this country. And like, we're supposed to have a special relationship, but this isn't how friends treat each other. Like, this isn't how relationships are. And so I think that a Democrat saying now we have to fundamentally rethink our relationship is in part can be put on the fact that their way that they have behaved over the last 8 years has been horrible.
Can I make a metaphor?
Uh-oh.
Canada's doing this with us.
Yes,
right now,
that's right.
So Mark Carney is saying, hey, look at how America has behaved. American leadership has behaved. American voters have behaved. It was like it was one thing for them to vote him in once. He lost the popular vote. It's his accident of history. They voted him back in twice. He's threatening to invade us. He's tariffing us. He's not a reliable partner. Like he's causing negative economic negative economic consequences for Canadians, we need to reevaluate our relationship with America going forward. There's none of the baggage, for good reason, because there's a lot of anti-Semites out there spreading anti-Semitism. Like there's their baggage around like saying this about Israel. That's saying like we need to reevaluate the relationship. But if you think about it from the concept of Mark Carney, nobody's saying to Mark Carney like you're an anti-Americanite, like you're racist against Americans, right? Obviously, there are complexities to all this, but like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm just saying that I think that going forward, a Democratic nominee for reasons of human rights, but also practicality, also reliability, and for a bunch of other reasons, should look at Israel the same way that Mark Carney's looking at us.
Full agree. All right. Can we talk about J.D. Vance?
We're not going to talk about Bondi at all. Are we going to get to Bondi?
We'll get there. I'll give you a little bit of Bondi. But first, if you go through the deeply reported Haberman-Swan piece, it looks to me like J.D.'s fingerprints are all over it because he comes out as the one guy who kept saying, nope, shouldn't do this. Don't do this. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
But he also said, I'll back you, sir. It's your decision,
But I'll back you, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a couple questions. The first of which is that enough for him? So can he come out of this as I told him not to do it, and he did it the wrong way, and I love Mr. Trump, but he's earned the benefit of the doubt, et cetera, et cetera. Is that enough for him?
No, he can't do that, especially if this ends right now. He's gonna have to
Yes,
say,
we
he's
won.
gonna have to say, I don't even know. The fake news, the failing New York Times said that. Like I always trusted Mr. Trump's instinct. I told you he wasn't a stupid president like the past presidents. We had stupid presidents that got us stuck in these things, and Donald Trump's. I think he's gonna have to go fully lockstep. Like to me, the leaking was either true or hedging.
Yeah. Sarah?
I mean, if Trump's dead, he can, like, if Trump were to pass away, J.D. Vance could throw him under the bus, but he won't be able to do it as long as Trump is alive.
As long as Trump is alive and has two thumbs.
And this was my main takeaway from the Tucker thing, is watching Tucker. Tucker is using the fact that he does not have to stand by Trump during this to outflank J.D. Vance. I think quite obviously. I watched that thing with Tucker did, and I thought this guy is running for president.
Yeah. The J.D. hungry thing, I don't know. We already covered it.
Tucker really find a way to worm his way back into the Republican Party in such a way that he could run for president? Man, that would be so bad for us. I wouldn't necessarily rule it out, but I'm just not sure how likely that could be. Ugh. Oh, God.
But it's so outrageous.
So outrageous.
It's so fucking outrageous that these people, they lectured us and they're with this patronizing nonsense in Davos and about how the pro-democracy neocons and neoliberals tried to spread freedom throughout the world. That was so naive, and we should not be involved in this. We should be letting other people do their business.
We should be trying to spread authoritarianism throughout the world, Tim.
That's what they're fucking doing. He's in there calling Trump on the phone and doing a cheer at the Orban rally in Hungary.
We have 5,000 Hungarian patriots here for you, Mr. President. Did you see that?
Yeah, I know. I watched it all. It's sick. It's sick. And there is a normal, frankly, kind of conservative, really, classically, the guy who's running against Orban is basically Orban from when he started. People don't know Orban. Like Orban was just like a basic center-right European politician with a little bit of nationalist flavor. Yeah, right. But when he ran originally, he was kind of like a Boris Johnson type figure, and then slowly he expanded into an authoritarian monster who aligns with Putin. But the guy who's replacing him is in that mold, and he's winning in the polls. And so it's not like it's some anti-American socialist or something that's running. Not that it would be better, but it's just important to understand that looking at that option, like a basically conservative free market European candidate running against an
Oh, fuck. I should drop that prediction. If Tucker Carlson runs for president, expect to hear people like Cenk and Anna supporting him or having very warm language about him 1,000,000,000%, with the possibility of the other losers like Kyle Kalinske and crystal ball hopping on. People like Ryan Grimm 100% would support him. People like Greenwald would 100% support him, guaranteed.
Authoritarian pro-Putin candidate. We sent the vice president there to campaign for the pro-Putin candidate.
Because that's whose side we're on.
Right.
That's whose side America's on. We're on Putin's side. So can I just put a quarter in the machine for each of you on what you believe the near and medium term political fallout from the war will be? Let's just pretend for a minute that where we are now at 8:42 on April 7th is roughly where the war ends. There'll be fits and starts and, go forward, a little backward, but basically the contours of what we see now are how it ends. If that's the case, what does the political fallout look like in short term, meaning 4 months, 3 months, and long term, meaning take me through the end of November election? So on the other side of November.
I mean, this is just my broadest point, which is with 2.5 years left and Netanyahu feeling like this is not the outcome that they want. They haven't gotten anything. And so I just don't think it's over. I don't. And I think that you're going to see, if right now Trump is going to be equal parts, I think, humiliated. And I don't know, how do the hawks how does Mark Levin feel about us just sort of walking away? How does anybody who has an actual understanding of the
I think they're going to pretend to like
it
because they think that they can just do what they did again in another year. right? Like that they gained some ground 12 months ago, they gained some ground this time. I think that's probably what they'll do.
But that's what's interesting, right? Is it's not like Trump leaves this to somebody else a year from now. Like we will be back here again.
Right.
Is my ultimate point, and that's why it feels like tariffs. It feels like we're going to go through now a cycle of Iran.
My political take on this is it's really incumbent on the economic stuff, and I don't think anybody really knows, right? Like, are things back to normal by Labor Day?
No.
Probably not, right? What are the other, ramifications of, because it isn't even just gas prices, right? Like, airline fuel, or fuel prices broadly. Yeah. Other chemical plants were hit across the Middle East.
Aluminum.
Right. Yeah, so we just don't know. So if it gets back to, by Labor Day, something even in the ballpark of where we were a month ago, and there's no real recession, it's a really annoying summer gas prices wise, I think we probably end up kind of back in the ballpark of where we were politically a month ago, which is still a big Democratic landslide election, but maybe not like.
You think Trump's able to recover some ground?
Yeah, the wheels don't totally fall off. If that's what happens, like if it's a Venezuela situation, because people don't give a fuck about foreign policy, right? They care about domestic policy.
How does this? They all copy. They're all secretly copying my takes, motherfuckers.
Some people that have now jumped off the ship, some MAGA people that are lost, right, for good. There are some working class Trump, people that went for Trump that are like, this is crazy. I'm still paying higher gas prices. I'm gone, right? So he's lost some ground, but he can also regain some of it because people are like, okay, well, if there's stability.
Gas is only $3.30 a gallon, and isn't that so much better than when it was $4.50?
Right, people can't remember. Yeah. So, but again, and I think it's still a big political loss at the midterms. I think that's baked in now. It's just the scale of the loss. I think was really just dependent by how much the economy continues to crumble, and I don't think we know exactly the answer to that yet. That's
How long do we wait before doing Cuba? A week? 2 weeks? A month?
I think that 4th of July sounds like a good time to take over Cuba.
Oh, maybe while the cage match is going.
I think they
I
moved
guess that's not
to
going
his
to
birthday. His birthday.
That's true.
Yeah, I'll give you 4th of July for Cuba. He's definitely going to try to do it.
And but they have to take a break here. I can't imagine. I mean, unless
we don't have to invade Cuba. I mean, Cuba's falling apart right
or
now.
they-
We
or
are
they do.
doing an oil embargo on Cuba, and the whole country is like in shambles.
Yeah, although, I mean, if he feels under siege after this tactical error and feels like he needs to do like a Venezuela, like a smash and grab job to feel big and tough again, and try to put this in the rearview mirror, I could see him doing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think is likely to happen, because I think he probably has some people in the Cuban regime around the Cuban regime who could be good little Delcy Rodriguez's for him, and it'll make Marco super happy. All right, Sarah, can you give us the last word from our final sponsor, and then I'm going to let you cook on Pam Bondi.
Yeah, if you don't let me do this Bondi stuff, man.
I'm going to let you.
All right, this ad is from Upwork. Scaling a business takes the right expertise at the right time. Upwork helps growing teams quickly bring in specialized freelancers so you can move faster and take the business to the next level. See what they did there? Upwork is a one-stop platform to find, hire, and pay expert freelancers across web and software development, data and analytics, marketing, business operations, and more. Upwork helps you grow your business by giving you fast access to specialized talent across 125 plus categories, so you can fill skill gaps, launch projects faster, and scale support up or down without committing to full-time headcount. Anybody who runs a small business knows how critical this type of help can be. You can browse profiles, review past work, and get help scoping the role so you can hire with confidence and get started quickly. With Business Plus, you can access the top 1% of talent on Upwork, and with AI-powered shortlisting, you can get matched to the right freelancer in under 6 hours, no endless searching required. Visit Upwork.com right now and post your job for free. That is Upwork.com to connect with top talent ready to help your business grow. That's UPWORK.com, Upwork.com. Thank you, Upwork.
Thank you.
Sarah, the floor is yours.
I only want to
I want
say
to split
one
it
thing
out
on
one
Pam Bondi,
time.
which is
I'm never going to get to use this
I have been
ability.
thinking for months, wondering, why do they keep trying to get all of this voter data, right? Why did Pam Bondi why was Tulsi Gabbard sent to Fulton County? Why does she keep going and trying to figure out these election was stolen things? And
Oh, there was a thing, or we'll see what she says. Was it an executive order that Trump passed that said that they're going to give the White House the ability to go through and purge? Oh, it might have been related to the mail-in ballot stuff, that they're going to purge every single person off the mail-in ballot list that they think doesn't belong there. Maybe that's why they wanted all that information so they could do it. Maybe. But I don't know. We'll see what she says.
And now it makes perfect sense. This is how she was trying to stay in it with Trump, that Trump had started to sour on her. And so she started leaning into the election interference stuff in order to try and stay in his good graces. And I got to tell you, that is just ever so slightly reassuring to me, because I keep thinking there's some plan, there's something they're going to do with all this. Now, of course, there still is, right? Trump is looking for reasons to sow doubt so we can nationalize elections. They are trying to hoover up their data. He does, he tried to do this executive order the other day where he was saying, I'm going to decide who gets to vote, as part of his getting rid of mail-in voting. But what the DOJ was doing now suddenly is clear to me. That was the only point I wanted to make.
I want to talk about Cassidy.
Okay.
I was going to ask you about that. Please.
I mean, the Civil Rights Division of the DOJ is investigating Cassidy Hutchinson over alleged perjury. Just think about the level of lies that these people have told when they go to Congress. Noam, Bondi herself, just blatant lies up into Kash Patel about the
Cassidy was the White House aide that gave a lot of crazy damning testimony in front of Congress. They fucking hate her. Yeah.
The people that they fired and the laws that they've broken as they try to dismantle the government. And they're trying to go after Cassidy Hutchinson using the power of the government based on this idea that when she said that somebody told her, I forget, was it
about Trump wanting to jump over the seat to steer the car towards the Capitol, that since that hearsay was incorrect, they could get her for perjury.
the ketchup thing? I forget which one it was. That somebody told her that Trump was so mad he threw the ketchup, or that Trump, I think maybe it was when
No,
Trump was in the car.
it was the car.
It was the car thing, not the ketchup thing. I don't think anybody contests the ketchup thing when he threw it against the wall. It was the car thing, yeah.
I forget which one it was. That somebody told her that Trump was so mad he threw the ketchup, or that Trump, I think maybe it was when
No,
Trump was in the car.
it was the car. It was the putting
car.
the arm around, like that he physically was like doing something to the driver from the backseat.
Yeah, someone told her that that happened, and they're saying it didn't happen. And so now the DOJ Civil Rights Division is going to go after her. The Civil Rights Division, you know, the people
She was
that
very
go
clear
after the KKK.
She was very clear that she didn't say that she saw this happen.
Right.
She said, this other guy told me this.
Yeah, right. And that's it. And this poor woman now, but like really young woman when it happened 6 years ago now, like was the assistant to Mark Meadows. That was her job. Like all these cowards, all these men that were around Trump that knew he was lying, that we learned through the January 6th committee, knew that he'd lost his mind, knew that it was wrong, knew that he had no chance to stay in power. They all bought the ticket, went along for the ride, and tried to call Ivanka or whatever to get them to talk their dad off the ledge as rioters are beating cops. And it fell to our colleague, relatively new, Sarah Matthews, and Elizabeth Farah and Cassidy Hutchinson, like three varying degrees, young women, the beginning of their careers. Cassidy's the youngest, I think. And, she testifies to the truth to the best of her ability. And now the U.S. government is using our tax dollars to go after her, to try to ruin her life. When it's just fucking sick. It's like really sick what they're doing. And I don't know. I think that I don't exactly know where everything falls on who we impeach first or investigate first when you take back power, but I think going after the investigating the investigators is a pretty good start, because this DOJ has been totally out of control in going after political foes who did nothing.
It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. I just want to, something just popped up on my screen. I'm just going to rewind before I get us out of here. Our conversation about the current government of Israel doing a disservice to Israel's long-term interests, I think, at least in regards to its relationship with America. Story out from Pew right now. Americans' views of Israel, some vary to somewhat unfavorable, is now up to 60%.
I saw this earlier, and it's a lot of Democrats and independents, but
Yep.
they are where it is with independents, and this is, I don't want to get into the whole thing about what's his name, but the idea that
I want to do an episode about other people I think that the Democrats should condemn. There's some members of the K-Hive.
Why the K-Hive?
I'm joking. I think there are other influencers out there. We could go through all of everybody's history.
Every
Yeah, well,
influencer. Hell
obviously,
yeah.
like we on here, for people who've never heard of me before, who now suddenly have, they have no idea what my views on any of this stuff are. Right? They took the one conversation with Tim, but the idea that our long-term relationship with Israel, and this is what it was about Democrats. They're going to have a conversation. They're not going to be able to. I don't think it needs to involve, but like they're going to have to come out and deal with this, because the extent to which Democrats have decided they are out on Israel in a way that has been increased dramatically by this war. Like this is, and I wonder if what Netanyahu was thinking was our public opinion prospects in America are on a downward spiral, and this might be the last chance that we have anybody who's going to be willing to do anything for us to this extent. And so they tried to get Donald Trump while they could, because the public opinion is turning so fast. I mean, the drop is really dramatic.
Yeah. And it should be. People should be mad about the way that Israel has engaged in our politics, and the way they've conducted their actions in Gaza and in the West Bank and elsewhere. So I'll say this: the one area where I'm somewhat sympathetic to pro-Israel folks who blanch at this and say that, well, it's after October 7th, blah blah blah, and we get singled out. The negative opinion of the UAE and Saudi should be just as high as Israel. Honestly, we should be reassessing our relationship with all these fucking countries. I said this to David Frum when I had him on the pod 2 weeks ago.
Opinion of America should be just as high.
Yeah, sure, and opinions of America should be going down as well. But I just mean, like, going forward, we're America, so we can't really reassess our relationship with ourselves. But there should be a reassessment of the relationship with a lot of the countries in the region, and and who knows, we might be renegotiating that from a weaker standpoint now that Iran is going to have control of the Strait of Hormuz when they have that. But that was the point of becoming energy independent originally, and the idea that we should be like losing American lives and hurting the economic well-being of Americans because
How many people died in our capitulation to Iran? Somebody said 12 Americans died, but nobody cares, I guess. Base.
Jared Kushner's sugar daddy, MBS, and Don Trump Jr.'s business partner in UAE,
13.
Trump's buddy, BB, want us doing their dirty work over there. Fuck all of them all. That's where I'm at.
I love that for you. Guys, good show, long show, exciting conclusion to this season of Iran War. Join us early next season for maybe a little more Iran war or Cuba. We'll see. Everybody else, we'll see you soon. Hit like, hit subscribe, follow the channel, and maybe even come read my newsletter. I think people would have been pretty well prepared for all this stuff had they been reading the Triad.
It's a great newsletter. Go read it. Sarah reads it.
It's my favorite one every day.
Yeah, did you read today's?
No, that was
0.0%.
I did.
I know.
I did.
You
You should read
did?
it. If you're a dork out there, you should read it. I did read it today. I did, and it was long, but I learned a lot. I learned about fiat currency. Did you know what year we changed to fiat currency? I do now, and you would know if you read the Triad, so go subscribe.
Deep cuts from Bretton Woods, y'all.
I looked at that one today and said,
Bye.
not today, Satan.
Wow. Now that's what I call a cool story.
Thursday. Goodbye.
Oh, leaving. Rip.
Think you are.
Ooh. Oh, more grandstanding from Tucker? Yes, please.
Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning?
What?
You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah.
Oh.
So
did he just take...
Praise be to Allah.
Oh, he's taking the glasses off. Ooh, he's real mad about that one.
So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself.
Wow.
And we should never mock that, because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith at the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God. And only if you think you are do you talk this way.
Wow.
But it's not just mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job.
Yeah.
This is not a theocracy. We don't go to war with other theocracies to find out which theocracy is more effective. We are not a theocracy. And God willing, we never will be, because theocracies corrupt the religion. No, this is a mockery not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity.
Oh.
To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, you are mocking me and every other Christian because we're Christians. We can't support that.
True.
That is evil. That is an
True.
intentional desecration
True.
of beauty and truth, which is the
True.
definition of evil.
True.
I saw Tucker. I will say the one thing. I saw Tucker Carlson's video about the post. And listen, like, I commend Tucker in a lot of ways, but in other ways, he's totally lost the plot.
Uh-oh.
So that post from True Social that I just read, Trump does this sarcastic. He says, praise be to Allah, which I think is crass. I don't think that's appropriate. But Tucker says, how dare you mock Islam? How dare you don't mock Islam? And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, whoa. Is that what's wrong with the post? Like, look, you shouldn't be saying the F word threatening to kill civilians on Easter. Enough said. Isn't that enough? I saw Tucker's reaction that went viral. He goes, hey, you don't disrespect Islam. And I'm like, okay, like that's the problem? That's what you have an issue with, that he disrespected Islam? And then Tucker does another one of these convoluted, he goes, if you make fun of someone's religion, it means you think you're God. And you're not God. It's like, what? Like, what the fuck? I don't even know. I can't even understand the connection. We can't mock another person's religion? I agree it's not polite. I agree we probably shouldn't be too flippant about it. But I also think that Christianity is the true religion. And we should point out the faults in other religions. And I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing all the time to be mocking. I don't think the president should. I don't think the president should on Easter or during a war. But it's like, that's the part that you took umbrage with? He goes, you don't mock Islam. We are not a theocracy at war with theocracies. I'm like, what is this guy doing? This is a freestyle. I don't know what direction you're taking this in, pal. So I commend him. It was directionally it was good. But I read the post and I said, you definitely shouldn't be threatening to kill civilians and dropping F-bombs and mocking God, like in general, on Easter. But this whole, like, don't you dare mock Islam, it's like, okay, so is he getting money from Qatar? Like, what the fuck is going on there? Is he getting money from these people? Because that's just, like, a little out there. Anyway.
Well, what are you going to do? Uh-oh. Stop saying taco, guys. Stop this fucking lib shit nonsense. You're implying that Trump is a coward for not committing a genocide. Fucking think about what you're doing for 2 seconds before repeating this Chuck Schumer shite. See, the reason some of you are saying taco is that now you got peace, the nukes aren't flying, and you're safe. You always fucking were. So now it's back to laugh and meme because the slaughter of innocents is nothing to some of you. All you care about is your own anxiety and treat access. I don't know who needs to tell you this, but Trump not nuking a place is good, actually. We'll see what actually comes of this, but stop this fucking reactionary bullshit. You're going to see taco in other places, lib places, fine, whatever. I expect no less from them, but I expect better from leftists. I agree so much. In this community, it is a joke. We need jokes. Can we please have jokes, or are they counter-revolutionary? How many layers of irony are we on? We have regular JREG watchers here, so I think it's safe to say that we have no way of counting. Well, Ukraine was illegally attacked. Iran was illegally attacked. Or do you support Trump's illegal war in Iran? Oh, shit! Doot, 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 doot. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Trump interview with Artemis crew.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's my honor to introduce the President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Jared, and you are doing a fantastic job. And hello, very special hello to Artemis II. Today you've made history and made all America really proud, incredibly proud. We have a lot of things to be proud of lately, but this is there's nothing like what you're doing, circling around the moon for the first time in more than a half a century and breaking the all-time record for the farthest distance from planet Earth.
He's reading a script right now, by the way. Funny.
Humans have really never seen anything quite like what
Now
you're
he's freestyling.
doing in a manned spacecraft. It's really special. I want to personally salute and congratulate
Now he's back to
Commander
reading.
Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. And I also want to thank the entire amazing team at NASA, headed by
Good job, guys.
Jared, who's a very special guy, by the way. And you all made this day possible, and you've really inspired the entire world. Really, everybody's watching. They find it incredible. I just watched you go to the back of the moon, and people haven't been there in a long time, we can say, but it's going to be more and more prevalent because we're going to be doing a lot of traveling.
Is it Am I wrong? I thought that. Wait, no, there must have been. What I thought one of the things with this is that nobody's been there before, or nobody's seen like the. But that can't be the case, is it? I don't remember where I read this. I don't know.
And then you're going to ultimately do the whole big trip to Mars, and that's going to be very exciting. So you look at...
Apollo. Oh, it's how far they've been from Earth. Gotcha.
We had no astronaut has been to the moon since the days of Apollo program. The Apollo program was also very special, but that was 50 years ago. And at long last, America is back, and America is back in many ways.
We're back,
stronger
baby.
than ever before. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. The Artemis crew flew in the most powerful rocket NASA has ever made, ever launched, traveled over 250,000 miles, broke the distance record set by the legendary Apollo 13. And America is a frontier nation, and the 4 brave astronauts of Artemis II are a modern day, you really are modern day pioneers, all of you. And one of them happens to be a neighbor. You know who that is, right? You have a special person over there, a neighbor. And we like our neighbor. Your mission paves the way for America's return to the lunar surface very soon. We're going all out. We're doing everything we can, and it's headed up by Jared. We'll plant our flag once again, and this time we won't just leave footprints. We'll establish a permanent presence on the moon, and we'll push on to Mars. That'll be very exciting. I'm waiting for that so much. I'd love to be here, but maybe we won't quite make it in terms of timing. But we will be up in the moon, and that's going to happen soon. So America will be second to none in space and everything else that we're doing, and we will continue to lead the whole thing into the stars, this incredible journey into the stars. So I just wanted an honor to speak to you, and I wanted to congratulate each and every one of you. And tell me, what is the most unforgettable part of this really historic day? The whole world is watching and listening. Please tell me.
President, this call is certainly special to all of us, and we really have a lot of faith.
Wait, what's the latency to the... I have no idea. They're pretty far away, right? That might have been... Maybe?
President, this call is certainly special to all of us, and we really have a lot of faith in our administrator, Jared Isaacman, who is with you. We appreciate his leadership in NASA and in the international community. We are doing great things, and we are proud to be a part of I have to tell you, as we came around the near side of the moon, seeing all the sights that we've seen from Earth for all of our lives, but we're seeing them from a different perspective, and then we started to get a glimpse of the and we saw sites, Oriental sites that no human has ever seen before, not even in Apollo, and that was amazing for us. And then the surprise of the day, we just came out of an eclipse where the sun, moon, and the entire dark moon about that big right out the window that we were watching. We could see the corona of the sun, and then we could see the planet train line up, and we at Mars, and all of us commented how excited we are to watch this nation and this planet become a two-planet species.
That is fantastic. You know, I had a decision to make in my first term, and the decision is, what are we going to do at NASA? Are we going to have it be revived, or are we going to...
What do you think of the mic quality? It's funny that you mentioned that. It's actually, they do have to do a lot of work calibrating the voice, because there's a crazy Doppler effect when they're flying away. Like, you know, if somebody's like driving in a car and they shout and they're going really fast, like the sound actually sounds deeper because it's extending the wavelength. When these guys are flying away, imagine how much that's impacting the pitch of the voice. So they have to correct for that when they're doing these long-term communications.
Close it down, and I had very little hesitation, and it's really great to have somebody like Jared involved, because he really makes...
How does the sound travel through space to Earth? Well, space is not a perfect vacuum, so technically there is atmosphere, which is very light. So
makes it much easier for me, but it was not even a question in my own mind. We've spent what we had to do, and then of course we have Space Force, and Space Force is very much related to what you're doing, and that was my baby. That was a very important one, and it'll turn out to be truly one of the most important, I believe, decisions I've ever made. So we're very proud of Space Force, and we're very proud of all of you. Does anybody
how is the microphone floating? That's called phantom power, because that's why it's called phantom power.
else have anything to say? A lot of people listening.
Mr. President, to be here with you speaking about our incredible day today. I think one of the biggest highlights was coming back from the far side of the moon and having the first glimpses of planet Earth again after being out of communication for about 45 minutes. It really just reminds you what a special place we have and how important it is for our nation to lead and not follow in exploring deep space.
I'd like to ask, what was your feeling when you had no communication, zero communication? All of
Did he write these questions himself? I'm sorry. All
of a sudden, it was cut off by, obviously, your very special location. What was your feeling when you had no communication? A little bit different, perhaps.
Yes, Mr. President, it was cool. I said a little prayer, but then I had to keep rolling. I was actually recording scientific observations of the far side of the moon. You know, that is actually the time when we were the farthest and the closest to the moon. And so we were really able to make some of our most detailed observations of the far side of the moon up close. And so...
Actually, wait, that is a good question. Why would there be no communication areas? They can't repoint or redirect some, like, of the higher orbit satellites or whatever to do communication relays? Is that... Is it just not worth it because they're not really like out of communication range that long, or they need to be really far away? I wonder how far up. I don't know what the angle would have to be, or if it's even remotely possible. I'm not sure. How wide is the Earth? How wide is the Earth from one point to the other? Oh, it's only 8,000 miles. The moon is really far away. Yeah, I don't know how far out a satellite would have to be for them to, on both sides of the Earth, to be able to hit back there. I don't know how far everything would have to be.
we were busy up here working really hard, and I must say it was actually quite nice.
Did you see a difference, a big difference between the far side of the moon and the near side of the moon? Was there a difference in feel or difference in look? What did you see?
Well, Mr. President, we certainly did, and our science team really set us up well to understand what they thought we might see. And the gravitational pull of the Earth has had a profound effect on the near side of the moon, changing all those dark mares, those dark patches of the moon you see from Earth. It's very different on the far side. While you see some small patches of those mare in deep craters, it's very much absent on that side, so that's really neat. And while I have the microphone, sir, I just want to thank you on behalf of Canada. The space leadership you spoke of from America truly is extraordinary. I've said this many times before. A nation that leads like that and creates and sets big goals for humanity that brings other countries along with it is truly incredible. And I know that's a very intentional, not a necessary decision, intentional decision to lead by example and to allow other countries like Canada to share our gifts and help you achieve these mutually beneficial goals, like establishing a presence on the moon and eventually going to Mars. And Canadians are so proud to be a part of this program.
Well, I have to say I spoke to a very special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your Prime Minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
Thanks, delay. They would need a position to satellite the Earth, Moon, L2 Lagrange point. China already has one there. I don't even know what that means. Hello? What happened? Uh-oh. Another Outlook problem, surely. Are we done?
Administrator, I'm going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
Genius. Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your Prime Minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
Are they just trolling? Or were they... Or wait, is the mic dead? Because it sounded like one of them, it looked like they were saying thank you or something. But now they're... The Lagrange points are where the gravity between the moon and Earth are equal. There are a few. The James Webb Telescope is at one of them. Oh, Jesus. How close? I feel like you have to be very close to the moon for that, no? What percentage of the way to the moon do you need to be for it to be at that? The mic is pushed to talk?
Administrator, I'm going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am.
And integrity, and back over to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think we might have gotten cut off. It is a long distance. It's a long ways. The reception's been great. There's a little bit of about a 9-second delay, but no, I just had a statement for, I don't know what you heard, but I was just saying they're very proud of your brilliant person from Canada on the ship. And Wayne Gretzky is a great friend of mine, and he's very proud of him. And the Prime Minister I spoke to, they're very, very honored that you have a courageous person from Canada. You have a lot of courageous people from Canada. So it was very nice. I'm not sure if you heard me say that, but it was very nice.
Wow.
Yes, Mr. President, we heard that, and we do love our Jeremy Hansen. We love all our Canadian astronauts. Jenny Gibbons, Josh Kutrick, they're just great people, and they're such a welcome addition to our Corps.
Great. Well, I really look forward to, when we can, I look forward to seeing you in the Oval Office. I'll ask Jared to bring you over, and I'll ask for your autograph. because I don't really ask for autographs much, but you deserve that. You really are something. Everybody's talking about this. And I look forward to having you in the Oval Office at the White House, and we will celebrate your incredible...
With the delay, they are taught to be the ones who wait so that they can receive information and not people talking over each other. Gotcha.
Achievements and triumphs. This is big. This is really big stuff. The whole world is talking about it. And if you have the time, I will certainly find the time. I've been pretty busy also, as you know, but I will absolutely find the time, and we'll get together. And I'm going to be giving you a big salute on behalf of the American people and beyond that.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And when you want us, we will be there. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you to Jared for his leadership. Really, thank you for taking the time out today to visit NASA. It's really special for us, but it's really special for the team on the ground. A whole team of people all around the world pulled this off. And we just want to say thank you to all of you for this. It is the thrill and honor of a lifetime to have been on this journey. Today was amazing, but this 3-year journey has been amazing, and it was made possible by the American people and the Canadian people. And we're so grateful to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And Jared, congratulations. We'll see you soon. And I know that you have Mars very much on your mind, so we'll start thinking about that pretty soon, I think. And thank you. Congratulations to everybody. I'll see you at the Oval Office.
Thank you for your time, Mr. President. It's been an honor.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Fuck. Does that mean he still plans on being there?
Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck, yes. We're going back to...
Exclusive. Democratic Representative Summer Lee, Muslim Michigan U.S. Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed, and Hassan Piker caught on camera talking about how they are proud to be one of the few people who refused to condemn the October 7th Hamas terrorist attacks.
We go into these places, and this is no excuse. We go into these places. I remember the days after October 7th.
Were they streaming this, or did somebody take a video that they weren't aware they were being videoed?
We go into these places, and this is no excuse. We go into these places. I remember the days after October 7th. It was very few of us who were taking that stance. Like early days, like on October 7th, when we were like, yo, we can think about what will come next, because we've seen what's happened before, and we know what happens when like the president uses dehumanizing language, and even just to try to like steer people away from dehumanizing language. It's 6 of us. You know, 7 out of 535, right? That's not easy. Like, it is choosing to be uncomfortable every single day. And that is our responsibility. It is, right? Don't get me wrong.
I was
Wait, is that me? A little bit? This guy right here? Kind of, sort of, a little? Am I crazy?
October 7th, when we were like, yo, we can think about what will come next, because
Sorry, I was so late, guys. Sorry.
Breaking news, Iran's foreign minister just responding to Trump's ceasefire announcement. I want to read part of it to you.
It's an hour ago.
He says, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Obviously, those words are crucial there. And the Supreme National Security Council of Iran has also issued a statement that I have here, and I'll just share you a couple of the important lines here. One of them is that the regulated passage through the Strait of Hormuz under the coordination of the armed forces of Iran, thereby conferring upon Iran a unique economic and geopolitical standing, which sounds like, in a translation, Iran saying that they see this as acknowledgement that they control the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go to Zachary Cohen, our national security reporter here. Zachary, what are you learning about this? We're just getting these dual statements, one from Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and also from the Supreme National Security Council that I just shared part of. What else stands out to you here?
Yeah, Aaron, the piece of this about the Strait of Hormuz really is the most remarkable thing, I think, that jumps out immediately and says Pakistan has submitted the same to the American side. Said plan emphasizes fundamental matters, inter alia, the regulated passage to the Strait of Hormuz under the coordination of the armed forces of Iran, thereby conferring upon Iran a unique economic and geopolitical standing. So effectively, that's reiterated in the tweet as well, saying that at least for the period of 2 weeks, the Strait of Hormuz will be open effectively, though with coordination via the Iranian military. And it's important for people to remember that the Strait of Hormuz was not controlled in a literal sense by Iran prior to those U.S. Israeli joint military strikes that kicked off this entire conflict several weeks ago. Iran responded to those strikes by closing the Strait of Hormuz, and it appears that this ceasefire is predicated, at least in part, on the legitimization of Iran's control of that key waterway, and that goes with an implication of if the waterway can be open temporarily, Iran likely could reclose the strait should negotiations not progress in a way that they see fit effectively. So it also says that talks between the U.S. and Iran should occur as soon as this week. In Islamabad, Pakistan has been acting as the key primary intermediary country between the U.S. and Iranian regimes. A lot to hammer out here, but the Iranian statement does seem to suggest that, in principle at least, the Trump administration has agreed to the broad contours of their 10-point proposal, at least as a starting point for these negotiations. And again, it's hard to overemphasize how important the Iranian control and demand that that control be legitimized of the Strait of Hormuz is as far as a starting point for these talks.
Very important. What is this?
A battle brewing.
I'm sorry. I love everything about him.
A battle brewing against not only the corrupt fascist forces of the Republican Party, but also against do-nothing Democrats that would rather sit there and collect paycheck after paycheck and fundraise from corporate donors that put your interests second to the interests of those very same corporations that poison your water as they sit idly by, that make sure that every single piece of productive output in the wealthiest nation on earth goes back to our massive military-industrial complex that only brings about death and destruction overseas. Because remember, every single dollar that is spent on a bomb is stolen from each and every one of you, because that's a dollar that they spend blowing up a school overseas instead of building schools in your neighborhoods.
Clapper. What is this? More HASLOP.
Hasan, what do you think of Abdul's opponent, Mallory McMorrow, saying that you're like Nick Fuentes?
I think it's a heinous smear.
Heinous.
I don't really think McMorrow knows anything about me. Some of the senators, like at least Slotkin and Cory Booker, have been even more forthcoming about openly not knowing who I am, claiming that they don't know who I am, and admitting that they're just basically delivering talking points that someone else has given them. I don't fault them for it. They're trying to win a race. It is a heinous smear at the end of the day. And it's one that many of these groups actually apply because they can't have a conversation about Israel's influence over American foreign policy on moral terms. So instead of attacking the message, they attack the messenger.
Yeah, what do you think of Alyssa Slotkin joining Bill Maher and saying that that's okay, but not being willing to stream with you?
It's crazy.
I mean, this double standard is existent in American politics. Islamophobia is oftentimes not considered at all. Bill Maher
Oh, he's so Islamophobic. Or, well, actually, that's not what he's about to bring up. Never mind.
is not only an Islamophobe, but he's also demonstrated anti-blackness at every turn. But at the end of the day, he is representative of the same forces of politics in this country that are aligned with the establishment goals, and therefore there's never a question about participating on his show. I think the reason why a lot of people are very critical about what I've said and the manufactured outrage is because it's a way to possibly tie up Abdul El-Sayed with radical politics. I don't think any of the politics that we demonstrate are radical at all. I think we're speaking to a lot of people. That's why there's a lot of people out here, a lot of young people, a lot of old people as well, because they're sick and tired of business as usual politics.
He takes so long to make a simple point. Hasan, it's because he's not like critically or dynamically engaging with anything. It's like you ask a question and there's like kind of like these pre-memorized kind of prompts or responses that he gives based on what the prompt is. There's not really like an actual back and forth. So it's always going to sound like this. Yeah.
If they want something more, they want more responsive politicians that will say no to endless wars and instead will demand that the wealthiest nation on earth take care of its citizens.
Abdul, are there any views that Hasan holds that you would disavow while you're with him right now?
I'm not here to disavow people's views. I'm here to have a conversation about how to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all. That's the conversation that folks are here to listen to. This whole gotcha game, platform policing, cancel culture, I thought we were over it.
Who does platform policing and cancel culture stuff?
I thought we lived through the whole discourse of should have gone on Rogan. And there's a lot that I would look at what Rogan said that I would disavow. And I'd still go on his show. And so I just think that we need to get over this if we're serious about winning elections. At the end of the day, not everybody reads Politico, as much as I know you wish and I wish that they did. Not everybody watches CNN, not everybody watches MS Now or Fox and Friends, which I did this morning, despite the fact that I disagree with them on, I don't know, almost everything when it comes to this war and the Trump administration. At the end of the day, though, I'm not policing platforms. I'm going on platforms to have conversations about the kind of politics that we want to build. I think Hasan has built painstakingly a platform for folks who feel like they've been locked out of our politics. It's critical that we share conversations with them. You see the kind of excitement that creates, and that's what we're focused on right now.
But do you concede there's a difference between campaigning with him and going on his Twitch stream?
I think that's a very old-fashioned question.
It's not an old-fashioned. Oh, see, they need the language. My 4 conversation buckets. They need the...
Frankly, I mean, I think at the end of the day, like, we streamed on the way here, so I was on the stream. We're going to be streaming the entire conversation, and I think the question of, again, you cannot engage with somebody's platform because you might disagree with some of the things that they said. I think that is exactly that kind of platform policing. It's exactly why Democrats too often fail to get our message out to everybody. If we believe in our message, then you've got to be willing to take it everywhere. And we talked earlier today, Adam, about the role of persuasion in our politics. I think too often Democrats have forgotten how to persuade. And part of that is because too often we don't think our positions are persuasive enough. I think my positions are plenty persuasive. So I'm gonna take them everywhere, and I'm gonna go have conversations with folks I agree with, folks I disagree with, folks that we share nothing with. I've done content with food creators and workout creators, but I wanna take my message everywhere. And I think
friendly fire?
Around that, and so I'm grateful that he's here with us today to have a conversation to build a room about how we get money out of politics, put money back in pockets.
I didn't know they did that.
Last question, Hasan. What does the 2028 Democrats' pushback against you say about their effort to rebuild a big Democratic tent?
I feel like there are a lot of people that are worried that this primary cycle is going to reshape the future of the Democratic Party with a vision that puts people first as opposed to corporate entities and foreign countries' interests first. And there are some people who I think are worried about what that says about their position. We saw with Zoran Mondani's victory and the response that some in the establishment of the Democratic Party and the forces that they align with within the Republican Party, how many hurdles they set up in front of him. And I don't think it was because they were worried that Zoran was going to be unsuccessful. I think they were worried that he would become successful. And we've seen that already. His popularity has grown throughout time because he's demonstrating competent governance and showing the entire country as a national figure that you can really dial in and work for your constituents, the people that elected you, without compromising on your values. And that causes a little bit of tension with politicians that unfortunately don't want to do that. They want to sit around, collect paychecks, get unlimited corporate lobbying money. They want lobbyists to write their legislation for them. And they're calcified in their ways, and they're worried that this would actually cause them to maybe do their job for once.
True.
But that's precisely
Fucking Dems.
the enmity and anger and resentment that I've seen when I go out to places like Minneapolis, when I go out to No Kings protests. Not only are my fans there, not only are people in my demographic are there, you know, people under the age of 35 that say we want more from the Democrats, we want them to actively fight back against the Trump administration. We want to re-examine our relationship with Israel. There are a lot of older people there as well, you know, wealthy, educated, white women that are over the age of
White women?
65 that share that exact same resentment.
White women?
These people are not there because they've watched.
Why did he call it that demographic? What? Okay.
White women that are
Okay.
over the age of
Whatever.
65 that share that exact same resentment. And these people are not there because they've watched my content. They didn't arrive at these conclusions because, you know, they're watching me on Twitch for 8 hours a day. They arrived at those conclusions because the contradictions are worsening, and it's becoming undeniable that a change, a real significant seismic change, is a necessity, so that we can combat the forces of fascism in this country and move America in a positive trajectory for once, because our downfall is imminent, really. I think a lot of people are worried. They want to continue doing business as usual politics, and that's the reason why they're reacting the way that they are.
True. I have a friend who's been talking with software engineers at their new job, and every time I've talked to them since, it sounds like this.
Yeah, blow me down, kill me, kill me, kill me. Type of shit I love. I live for this type of shit, blow me the fuck down. Come on, I know somebody got a gun, kill me, kill me, kill me, shit.
Okay. Okay, time to hit him up with the big one. Brian Shapiro debating on modern day debate. Oh, the Deaf Noodles guy.
By the way, you mentioned Epstein. Let's talk
Are you going to try a relative pitch interval quiz? If there's a daily on it, I'll do it.
about that. So I don't know if you're aware of this.
No. Answer your own question. Why did she flub it? Because you asked a question, you didn't answer it. You pivoted to something else.
Sure. The reason why she
go ahead and
Hey, that's me.
It's not step down sooner, but that's not what this debate is about. And I can get
terms with having grown up.
Dennis just said, and I'll start by saying this.
All her daddy podcast, which ultimately just floundered. She couldn't even come to terms with having an unscripted interview with Joe Rogan. That's how terrified she is of going off of the regular talking points. You mentioned tariffs. It's interesting because Kamala Harris isn't necessarily against tariffs. She's against the tariffs in the sense of imposing our commercial negotiations on top.
Who's breathing? Hello? Is somebody dying?
Top of for better commercial negotiations. She's actually for tariffs when it comes to electric EV mandates, when it comes to these sorts of woke environmental policies that have crippled my state of California, that you can't even change your garage door without having to get 9 inspections on it. That's what Kamala Harris, that's what her vision for the whole country is. So yeah, it's funny you bring up all these points. You just had a whole bunch of word vomit for about 5 minutes where you just...
Are we not at war? Are we not at war with Iran?
War,
are we not?
I very much,
was that word
very
vomit?
much disavow the war. I don't think it's a good idea. I have called Trump out
I don't think it
from
is
the
either.
beginning. I'm part of that coalition within the
Can I
Republican
ask you,
Party.
Dennis? Dennis, can I ask you?
Dennis.
Can I ask you, Dennis? Who was the guy who said he was going to be a war-free peace president and there was going to be no types of regime change? I'm sorry. Who was the guy who said that?
Who was that?
Trust me, I'm equally critical of Trump, and this is the difference.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are.
This is the difference between the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. We can actually be critical of our leaders. You guys demonstrated during this last election that whoever you put up, whoever you anoint as leader of your party, whether through a Democratic primary or not, whether it's somebody appointed by an elite, you guys all get behind that person and you create this echo chamber where no criticism is allowed. I am critical.
So you don't...
Really, bro? Really?
Wrong.
So is Massey, so is Marjorie Taylor Greene, so are many other people in our coalition.
Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who are part of your coalition. Massey is the most hated person by Donald Trump, and Marjorie Taylor Greene literally resigned. What are you talking about? What?
Well, first of all, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been critical because Donald Trump didn't endorse her. We're talking about 1 or 2% of elected officials that are Republicans, who, by the way, have an opportunity to stop this war, but they don't have the backbone to do it. I've been very critical of the Democrat Party. I was very critical of Joe Biden. He should have stepped down sooner. If you want to talk about word vomit, you just talked about some podcast that Kamala was in that she spent a lot of money for. But you don't talk about
you don't think that level of spending and mismanagement
Hold
of
on,
donor
let's
money
talk
is
about that.
representative of bad governance?
Let's talk
how
about
awful
that.
she would be with money and
Sure,
governance?
sure. But I'm not going to talk about some podcast.
You agree to that?
What I'm going to, hold on. I'm not going to talk about some podcast. I'm going to talk about the fact that when Donald Trump was president, he got us $8.2 trillion in debt. But, you know, you'll equally go after both sides, but you want to talk about some stupid podcast.
Well, let's talk about how inflation went out of control when Kamala Harris was vice
president. Dennis, before we talk about that.
The borders are, but she was actually appointed. She had a special appointment from the president.
I'm happy.
President Biden to take care of the border.
Dennis,
and
could you turn your mic up just a little bit,
people entered
sir?
the country during that period.
Dennis.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
Could you turn your mic up just a little bit?
A tad? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk about what Dennis just said, and I'll start by saying this. Joe Biden didn't ask, or it wasn't his choice to get us into a global pandemic. He took that over. He also didn't ask Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine. But you see, when Joe Biden is president of the United States, you guys forget about cause. Hold on. You guys forget about cause and effect. Just give me another 30 seconds here. Donald Trump decided to go to war in Iran, a very unpopular...
He didn't decide. That's number one. That's not even... Not,
oh, true.
Look,
Netanyahu did. True.
The most charitable take on this, the most charitable person who's seen everything play out wouldn't agree with you that he decided. Even
So whose
Marco
choice was it?
Rubio, Tom Cotton, Speaker Johnson all said it was a
very
preemptive
credible
strike
people.
because Israel
And where's the
was
evidence?
going to
Okay.
attack Iran, and we
Right, and-
preemptively struck so that we protected American interests.
What? Israel was going to attack Iran, so we had to do it first? What? How? What is this line of logic? What?
In the area.
Dennis, where's the evidence?
Guess who didn't do that when Russia invaded Ukraine? Guess who
So we should have attacked Russia or Ukraine? It doesn't even make sense. Oh my God.
didn't do that?
Rubio said this on day 2? Okay.
First of all, hold on. Let's stick with Iran for a moment.
Okay.
Again,
Kamala, she wouldn't have done it. You know what her foreign policy is? You know what? You remember that interview where she's asked, "Oh, what would you do in this?" She's like, "Just don't. That's her foreign policy."
Again,
she's some middle school teacher.
Again, that's not true. So basically, what you're saying, based with no evidence, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, nobody in the Trump administration has presented any evidence that Iran was an imminent threat to the United States of America. None, zero. But yet,
I agree on that. I agree.
Okay.
Not only do I agree on that, but I also don't like the hypocritical stance of claiming that the bunker buster bombs had taken care of the job, and all of a sudden we have to go back in to finish out the job.
So then why are you
saying hypocrisy there?
You're making my argument.
To,
you're making my argument for me. Then it
no,
was
I'm not
Donald
your
Trump's
argument
choice.
for you. I'm
yes, you
not
are.
being partisan, and I'm recognizing the truth of the situation. This is the problem with Democrats and people. This is why you are sitting here. And
this is really the Merck's Law thing. I think I've heard that before, and I have talked about this before, but I need to focus on this more. One of the biggest Merck's Law is like the biggest failing in American politics is seeing the Democrats as having the ultimate agency and Republicans as having no agency. Listen to how far out of the way we're going here to explain why Trump had to attack Iran. Like it's all responsive to everything. Like Israel was going to attack first. I'm sorry, Trump can't tell them to fuck off? What is all this rhetoric I've heard about Trump being unpredictable and terrifying to deal with because he's just such a crazy madman that he can bully around the entire rest of the world? Okay, then he has no control whatsoever on the countries that are supposed to be closest to us? What?
Disingenuously arguing in favor of one of the worst leaders in the history of this country, Kamala Harris, because you guys are so partisan. You'll say, no, I take criticism.
Okay, so hold on.
We got to back up. In line,
okay.
And you're defending the person that the
Talk about the projection there, falling in line. My God.
The plurality of
let
the
me be clear.
She lost every swing state. Do you
so
understand
let me be clear.
how you're arguing a losing battle? Nobody thought she was good.
Yeah. So Dennis, let me just give me a minute here. First of all, Dennis doesn't know much about me, and that's okay. I'll fill him in on something. Dennis, I'm not even a Democrat. I lean to the left on social issues. I did not vote for Barack Obama. I did not vote for Hillary Clinton. So it's not you guys. You got to stop saying that. I do lean to the left on social issues. Let me be very clear. I would have voted for. I'm a registered independent. I would have voted for a ham sandwich under Donald Trump rather than Donald Trump. Do you want to know why?
Here's a fun fact.
I'll tell you why. Well,
here's the fun fact.
I was an independent too.
It'll add to your thing. I'm running for office in California as a Republican.
I know you are.
But I rejected the endorsement of my party, but I have received an endorsement from the American Independent Party.
Wow.
So
okay, good. So first of all, the reason why I'm saying Kamala would have been a better president, I never said Kamala was perfect or she would have been great. But here's something I will tell you. Kamala Harris is not a liable sexual abuser. She's not a 34-count felon. She's not involved in a billions and billions of dollar crypto scheme scandal.
She's even worse.
Okay?
She's the kind of person that will arrest a mother
Hold on. Okay. No,
taking care of a child
you gotta let me
for
finish.
having cancer.
Dennis,
okay.
That's the kind
Dennis, Kamala did that? She arrested a mother just because that mother was taking care of a child that had cancer? That's pretty horrible. Jesus.
For truancy.
Dennis, if you really want to.
Even worse.
Yeah. Dennis, if you really want to compare the moral equivalency of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, who, by the way, is in the Epstein files more times than Jesus' name is in the Bible, I'm happy to have that conversation with you.
That's a complete straw man.
Okay, you voted for a guy who is a liable sexual abuser. You voted for a guy whose own ex-wife said that he raped her. You voted for a guy who is a scam artist, whether it's Trump University. I can go down the list of the discrimination lawsuits that he had to pay out over time. You voted for the guy who
how bad Kamala Harris is.
You voted for
me.
No,
By
I'll
the way,
tell you what
not
it says.
me.
No, I'll tell you what it says.
71 million Americans voted.
I'll tell you what it says. It shows
72 million Americans voted for him.
I'll tell you what it says.
The
shows
majority of Americans, every swing state.
No, not true.
That's how bad Kamala Harris was. That's how awful she was. I can't.
Sorry about that. It also exposes how ignorant and ill-informed so many people in this country are. And by the way,
49 countries ignorant.
49.
Really?
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. First of all,
that's actually disgusting.
everything, Dennis, everything you say,
would call half the country ignorant.
Dennis, you got to let Dennis.
Dennis,
you got to let me finish, Dennis. You got to let me finish.
Dennis.
First of all,
Dennis.
half the country didn't vote for Donald Trump. For the people that voted,
more than half the country, yes.
Dude, you got to let me talk for more than 10 seconds, man. It's like every 5 or 10 seconds.
All right. I got you.
I don't think we have to do this. I've done plenty of debates like this. I don't think we need to do that. You got to let me finish.
49. Go ahead.
Thank you. 49% of the people who voted for Donald Trump. Okay. And if we're going to go to half the country right now, he's in the low 30s and a lot of people regret their vote. Okay. So don't give me the nonsense that, if there's one thing that Donald Trump exposed, it's how many stupid people there are in this country. And we wouldn't be in this war right now if so many people didn't vote. Now, a lot of people didn't vote for Kamala because she was a woman. I think a lot of people were not ready for that, unfortunately, and it's very, very sad. But the fact of the matter is, if it's between Trump and Kamala's not on the Epstein files thousands of times. Kamala doesn't have 25 people that have accused her of rape or sexual assault. She's not a liable sexual abuser. Last I checked, she hasn't made billions and billions of dollars in a swindling crypto scandal. So if you want to compare the moral equivalency between Kamala Harris, who, by the way, is a pretty good mother and a pretty good wife and a decent human being. If you want to talk about policy, I'm happy to go into that with you. But please don't try to conflate the morals, who Donald Trump, who said, I don't respect John McCain because he was captured, who dodged the military multiple times. You're going to lose that argument, dude. You're going to lose that argument.
Well, I think it's ironic that you bring up the Epstein files, considering that
they didn't
Democrats
release
had
them.
The ability to release it and refuse to
Same
do
talking
it.
points.
Had to come up to the guy
Same
who's apparently
talking
on
points.
as many times as you say he is to do it. By the way, it's a complete straw man to actually even mention it like that. I
Straw
thought
man.
you would have learned from trying to say this to Kai. Kai Schwemmer completely owned you on that one. He demonstrated the length of first off, the length of the Bible versus the 3 million pages of Epstein files. Next, the majority of the mentions of Trump, it's mostly Epstein trying to figure out how to take Trump down. Epstein hated Trump, and it's been well documented. Now, obviously, I'm not sitting here
everybody knows that,
trying to litigate every single thing Trump has done. He's a morally flawed person.
Morally flawed.
But that's not
He
why
has flaws.
myself and the vast majority of
You can't help
Americans
it, guys.
in every swing state
Are you
voted for
perfect?
Trump. It's because the entire country recognized that we needed leadership, and Kamala Harris just wasn't the person to do it. And obviously, there's an argument to be made about when he came into office versus where he is at now. I obviously there are a lot of decisions of his, especially as of late, especially getting involved in the Iran war, that I personally do not agree with. Even the rollout of the Epstein files, I thought that was a disaster. Pam Bondi completely flubbed that one.
Why did she do that? Why do you think she flubbed it? Who was she protecting, Dennis?
We can sit here and speculate all day. It's flubbed. I'm grateful she's been fired. I don't know, dude. I don't know why she.
You don't know? Let me ask you a question. By the way, you mentioned Epstein. Let's talk about that. So I don't know if you're aware of this.
No. Answer your own question. Why did she flub it? Because you asked a question, you didn't answer it. You pivoted to something else.
Sure. The reason why she
go ahead and speculate.
Sure. It's not speculation. When Kash Patel was asked under oath 8 times, did you tell Pam Bondi that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? 8 times he refused to answer the question. Do you want to know why? Because they all knew he was all over the Epstein files. It's why millions of files have still not been released. It's why so many files have been redacted that we know have Donald Trump's name in it. And going back to Ghislaine Maxwell.
And that's absolutely disgraceful. It really is.
Thank you. I'm glad we agree on that. Let's talk about Ghislaine.
The volume. Guys.
You need to go up more?
How is it that modern day debate has been doing this for like fucking 5 years? They still haven't figured out like the basics of like Zoom. Guys, come on. James. I know Mike is talking to somebody.
I'm all maxed out here, so you guys let me know if you need me to go up more.
You're being, it's George Soros. They're silencing you. It's George Soros.
They're silencing me. Oh, no.
So Ghislaine Maxwell, let's talk about her for a moment because you mentioned the Joe Biden administration. Are you aware that Maxwell was not only under investigation during the Biden administration, but those files were sealed up during the trial and after the trial when, in fact, she was appealing? Now, listen, if there's any president that could have released the files and didn't, I think that's wrong. But I can tell you one thing. Somebody who's not in those files, since we're talking about Kamala Harris, she's not in the Epstein files and she wasn't partying with Jeffrey Epstein and she wasn't Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. That's the bottom line here. So here's what we have. We have a war that we both agree on. Shouldn't be happening, and I'm glad we agree on that. We have a situation where so many MAGA supporters were almost excited, maybe there's a better word to describe it, of these binders and these morons that were outside in D.C. with these binders. Phase 1, Phase 2 never came. We were told that Donald Trump only hires the best people. Kristi Noem was an absolute disaster. Pam Bondi was an absolute disaster.
Look, here's the thing. We can agree on a lot of these things. I think that you'll find that there are a lot of people in the MAGA movement that are very unhappy with the direction that Trump is taking. Kristi Noem was an absolute disaster. Look, the fact that she spent $1 million on a single photo shoot, and it was mostly advertisements. I mean, I was just at the airport the other day flying back from Dallas, and I saw the ads. It's almost like a joke. Like, look, Republicans are on the same side as you on this. We want an effective country. We want an effective executive.
And you think?
Look,
and you think Mark Wayne Mullen?
I do hope the Democrats take some level of accountability for their sanctuary laws, which is something that Kamala Harris supported. Which is, you allow 20-something million people into the country in just a couple of years, and then all of a sudden you do everything you can to obstruct the illegal immigration enforcement inside the country. You go as far as Tim Walz and Jacob Frey, Mayor Frey out of Minnesota, and you're refusing to cooperate with the federal government, which is ultimately what the goal of sanctuary laws are. And that's something that Kamala Harris supported. So if she had actually been president, we would have seen it go from 20 million illegal aliens over the
50
few years
million.
to possibly even more. Who knows how many would have
True.
entered the country by
500
now.
million.
I'm happy to talk to you
Our
about that.
social safety net, everything about the country would have just completely collapsed.
I'm happy to talk to you about that. First of all, if Kamala Harris was president, Renee Good and Alex Preddy would still be alive today. That's number one. Number two, per capita in this country, you have the better chance of being the victim of a crime from an American citizen than you do an undocumented immigrant. Number three, people's
capita, no, that's false.
no, that's not false. You could look that up. First, third, and fourth
capita is
amendment.
not true.
First, third, and fourth amendment rights being taken away from American citizens. It's why Bovino just retired. It's why they had to go in there and call off the troops, for lack of a better term. People were being barged into their homes without a warrant. It has been seen on video. So this is the immigration issue is an issue that we've had in this country for a very, very long time. But I'll tell you one thing.
And it's been exacerbated by people like Kamala.
Okay, well, I would also bring up George W. Bush, and I go back to the vice presidency again because you keep failing to understand the basics of this, which is the vice president is not a policymaker. If you want to blame Joe Biden and say
so this is what you're ignoring. Yes, the vice president is not a policymaker. You know, they're the tie-breaking vote on the Senate, but they can have special appointments from the president, which is something you're refusing to acknowledge. This is on the record. She received a special appointment by President Biden, to oversee the border.
All she can do when they say like borders are, well, I'm pretty sure all you can do is like go talk to people or whatever, but you still have to go back to the White House and ask them for resources or things. It's not like they get any special like non-congressionally appointed or non-constitutionally appointed powers to do things, right?
Had an insanely out-of-control border crisis. I'm sure you remember this when Greg Abbott tried to shut down the Texas border and Joe Biden sent in the trucks to open up the border again. Okay, he had Kamala Harris as one of the people on a special appointment taking care of the border. So to ignore that is to almost, it makes your point null. So
I disagree with you. First of all, I'll mention again, Mayorkas was the
Georgia special elections. Look at the votes. Oh, I have to kill these stupid graves. Fuck. Georgie's 14th congressional district special runoff election results. What about this? It looks like Clay Fuller, a Republican, is going to win. But it's shifted 23 points since the election in 2024. Or all of these are different counties that voted. Gotcha. Big shifts. Well, pretty spooky.
the borders are number one. Number two, I've criticized the Biden administration. I don't think they did a good job at immigration enforcement and the border. But I would also say Donald Trump has done just as bad a job at enforcing it. You have ICE agents who have 47 days of training. What happened in Minneapolis is a travesty. You have a bunch of people that are unqualified, that are not prepared for the job, and it's why Bovino has just retired. He retired as a disgrace. So we can talk about ICE and we can talk about the lack of or the job that they have done. And then after Renee Good is shot and, in my opinion, murdered, there's no full-on investigation, and Jonathan Ross is now a millionaire because a bunch of right-wing MAGA buffoons sent him a bunch of money with no full investigation into what happened. And the Alex Preddy shooting, absolutely unjustified as well. Listen, I want, just like most people in this country want, if you're a violent criminal or even a felon and you're undocumented, I believe you should be deported. But there are people in this country 10, 20, 30, 40 years that have families here, and there has to be an easier pathway to citizenship. There's one party that makes it more difficult, and that's the Republican Party. People 10, 15 years to become legalized citizens. Guess what? That needs to change. And I always hear from Republicans, we want you coming in this country. We just want you to come in the right way. Okay, then why don't you make it a little bit easier? I want everybody to be vetted. I have no problem with that. But it shouldn't take 10 or 15 years for people to become naturalized citizens. Oh, yeah, by the way, I would assume, Dennis, you care about our Constitution. Then why don't you call out the Trump administration for breaking the law and deporting people that are from Mexico, that are filing the correct paperwork, that are seeking asylum, and the Trump administration, they're literally deporting those people. It's against the law.
Here's the thing.
Call that out.
I think it's, you're talking about the Republican Party being, you're ignoring the history of this country. I mean, I don't agree with this, but
Founded on immigrants?
Ronald Reagan did mass amnesty. Millions of people were immediately, fast forwarded. So you're just being either completely.
I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about right now.
Let me finish my point. The best Democrats could ever do was DACA, which was just a temporary Band-Aid, which still hasn't really solved the situation for the folks that are in that gray zone area. So, I mean, it's just historically your point is just ignorant. Outside of that, I think I think it's important.
Like, hasn't Trump shit on Reagan multiple times? Like, why are they even bringing this up now? What?
To look at something. You're talking about policy. Let's talk about policy that Kamala Harris supported. You still haven't answered for this. Part of the reason why Renee Good, why Alex Preddy are no longer with us, why we saw immigration enforcement play out in the streets in the manner in which it did, is because of sanctuary policies. Because sanctuary policies allow for a breakdown. Is this news to you? Sanctuary policies and allow. So let me explain something to you, since this is news to you. Before sanctuary policies, and this is a discussion that played out at length here in California before it became statewide policy. Before sanctuary policies, when somebody was arrested, the police department that was arresting them would look at their immigration status and would call ICE ICE in case there was some question about their immigration status, and ICE would make a determination whether or not to deport that person. All of this happened behind the scenes inside a jail without playing out on the streets. In fact, one of the main concerns when this law was passed here in California many years ago was that this would break down that cooperation and would cause immigration enforcement, interior removals to play out on the street as they're playing out now and have played out over the past
so I
year.
disagree.
So
Dennis, I disagree.
Kamala Harris supports sanctuary policies. You still have an answer to that. That
so
breaks down the
hold
cooperation
on a
between the
second.
state, the county, and the federal government. I think it's time for you to take accountability for that.
Yeah, you just said something that is completely not factually accurate. The reason why Renee Good was shot and killed had nothing to do with sanctuary policies and had everything to do with officers who are not properly trained to be in those situations. Hold on. No, it's not a straw man. It's direct
It is a straw
evidence.
man because it's
No,
not what I'm
not.
arguing. I'm saying if the policy wasn't in place, it wouldn't be playing out.
Hold on. You're the one who just said, quote, the reason why Preddy and Good were killed is because of sanctuary policies. The reason why Alex Preddy
They're gonna figure it out,
was
guys.
killed
They're close.
is because you had a bunch of goons wearing masks that were 1,500
Goons?
miles.
Are we
Border
gooning?
Patrol agents, by the way, that were 1,500 miles from the border, acting like thugs. And then you had members, and then you had Christie. Again, you keep saying straw man, but you don't want to actually address why they were killed. And then you have a bunch of goons wearing.
I'm talking about the policy. You're refusing to acknowledge the effect
then
the
you
policy
should
has.
not. Then you should not have brought up both of their names. The reason why they were killed is because you have a bunch of goons wearing
policy. If the policy, if sanctuary policies weren't in place, then this sort of interior removal wouldn't be playing out in the streets. Thus, you don't have activists blocking ICE. Thus, you don't have these violent situations play out.
Okay, so first of all, Alex Preddy was not blocking ICE. That's also not factually accurate.
No, in fact, he was obstructing justice. He was standing between,
absolutely
he pushed,
not.
He was standing between ICE agents and women, and he resisted arrest.
Okay, so first of all, that is 100% factually inaccurate for
I mean,
everybody that watched the video. Okay,
Wanna
first
watch
of all, what he
Play the
did
video.
was he was helping a woman get up, and the ICE officers approached him. And when you have 4 or 5 officers immediately pepper spray him at close length, which you're not trained to do, and then push him to the ground and start kicking and punching him, I don't really know what you mean by resisting arrest. Alex Preddy didn't deserve to be shot in the street. By the way, Alex
I agree.
Preddy
He did not deserve to be shot. I agree.
Okay, well, guess what? Stephen Miller called him an assassin. Christy Noam called him a domestic terrorist. They did the same thing with Renee Good. It is despicable and it is disgusting. By the way, both of these people, no criminal record. At worst case scenario, maybe you could have cited Renee Good for a misdemeanor. This is by far brutality and, in my personal opinion, murder. Okay, murder. Now, I would ask you a question, and I'm going to go back to January 6th now to see if you're consistent. Would you say that January 6th happens if Donald Trump doesn't lie about the 2020 election?
He didn't lie, bro.
In what sense it happened? What specifically? Your question is so broad and vague. So, you're talking to me?
You talking to me?
Let me see. You want me to turn it up? I don't know if I have. Turn my audio down? Oh, here, I can just turn it up manually in here. Is that better? Okay, cool.
Okay, good. So my question to Dennis, and I'll explain why I'm asking in a moment, because we're talking about Kamala and Trump.
Bro, this has to be a troll. Somebody's trolling. I don't know who, but somebody's trolling.
You didn't?
I was a registered independent before that too, so I was on the same boat as you. Okay, first election around, even though and I'm clarifying this because you just made an assumption. First election around, I liked Trump. I didn't like his tone. I actually ended up voting third party at that point. 2020. I couldn't vote for either one. I was pissed off with Trump over the COVID stuff, and Joe Biden just looked like a corpse. So I only voted for Trump in the last time around.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I did make an assertion, but hey, you assumed I'm a Democrat, so we're even now. Thank you for clearing that
we're
up.
even.
Fair enough. Okay, well, I'm actually glad to hear that. So after the January 6th insurrection, you still voted for Trump. So my question to you is very simple. If Trump doesn't lie about the 2020 election, does January 6th happen, yes or no?
Well, first off, you got to tell me how he lied. What lie specifically was said?
Did Joe Biden win a free and fair election in 2020?
No, I believe that there are several issues that played out with the 2020 election. Okay. And there has been extensive investigation, specifically in Arizona.
Really?
What's that?
So hold on. I didn't ask you if there were issues. There's going to be issues in every election. I understand that.
You said a free and fair election. To me, if there are issues in an election, it's not a fair election.
Got you. So was there any evidence of widespread voter fraud that anybody has found that could have overturned the outcome of the 2020 election?
There are definitely questions with the voting machines, yes, and there are definitely questions with other.
I didn't ask you if there were questions. Let me repeat my question. Is there any proven evidence of widespread voter fraud that could have changed the outcome of the 2020 election?
Stuff is still playing out in court. It takes years for this.
What's playing out in court?
Huh?
What's playing out in court about
this
widespread
investigation in Arizona? I know for a fact that just in California alone, we're investigating, and I'm actually part of a lawsuit with the Libertarian Party that we're actually suing the state over our mail-in ballot system because of the mass amount of fraud that plays out. If Trump actively playing out beyond 2020 just raised a lot of questions for a lot of people.
Dennis, if Trump won Arizona, does he win the election?
I don't remember specifically how
the answer is no. The answer is no. So let me ask the same question again. Even if he wins Arizona, which by the way has not been proven in a court of law, is there evidence right now of widespread voter fraud that could have changed the outcome of the election? It's a very simple question that you're not answering.
Well, I just explained it to you.
No, I'm giving you Arizona, by the way. That
You're
hasn't been
conceding
proven
Arizona.
before.
Okay. Well,
Which, by the way,
there is enough evidence of voter fraud in just in elections in general. Okay, for there to be questions about every election.
Dennis,
From
the Earth is
2020
not.
is just one example. It was just the
Dennis.
one at
Dennis.
scale that we saw it play out at a huge scale. I mean,
Dennis.
like I said, there are lawsuits right now in California over mail-in
Dennis.
ballot. There was a case a few months ago of a woman who registered her golden retriever, and her golden retriever voted twice.
Yes. Yeah, right. Okay, so Dennis, the Earth is not flat, and there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud that the election was stolen. And the reason why, which I'm amazed that you can't admit, even if Donald Trump won Arizona, he still loses the election. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because Donald Trump had 61 chances in a courtroom.
Do you actually believe that Joe Biden was more popular than Barack Obama?
Okay,
That
so
he got
first of
more
all,
votes than Barack Obama?
so first of all, it's not what I believe. It's facts versus fiction. Okay.
Okay, so
We were in a. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
That's such
I'll
a
answer your
false
question.
assertion. It's
I'll
facts
answer your
versus
question.
fiction. So you actually believe that
I'll answer your
it is
question.
So here's the thing. You're advocating for a
Okay, if the volume changes one more time, I'll exit out. This is, I
Corruption
don't understand
in our-
what is happening. I don't know what the host is doing here. This is so ridiculous.
Electoral system.
Dumb statement.
Saying that just because a fact
statement.
hasn't been properly questioned yet or gone through an investigative process
No,
yet, that
no,
all of a
it actually
sudden
has.
that means that it's
It actually has.
100% true
No.
that there was no fraud.
Okay, we're good. I don't understand how this is so hard. This is epic troll though. Epic.
Anyway,
Affordable government housing blocks that are surprisingly expensive. What do you have to do? Guess the word?
affordable government housing blocks that are, bro.
Lego?
I don't even know. Literally, just in my head, I went, blocks that are expensive.
If you tried the minute cryptic, you would kill yourself. Wait, is that what this is? The minute cryptic. Lego. Got it. Get fucked. We're adding it to the dailies.
I don't really want to like. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to get fucked in the ass because I've never had it happen before. Are you listening?
Oh no!
Oh. Oh.
Rip. He died to detonates.
As well.
Can you take submarine into deep sea?
I mean, before deep sea. Yeah, your,
yeah.
Your map looks like a big old wiener. No, it doesn't. Okay, come on, motherfucker.
What are you gonna do, man?
Did you wiener yourself, bro?
ASMONSLOP. Thank God. Slop me up, baby.
Yeah, I mean, and I think there's been a, like, this weird, like, so there's been a massive subversion inside of, I think, a lot of right-wing communities, too, where you have a lot of people who are trying to, I think, subvert and cause division by creating a distinction. Like, I think that they've used Israel and the Iran war as flashpoints to create a division inside of a lot of the right-wing communities and right-wing ideology to, you know, assign basically things that are detrimental to, in my opinion,
Israel-Palestine post on the sub? No, but I'll read it after this.
Separate foreign interests as
we
being
love our
pro-Israel
Israel-Palestine posters.
to
Hell yeah.
hopefully proactively assign a negative value to them and make people that are right-wing but anti-Israel think that they're siding with America by siding against America's best interests because those best interests align with Israel's best interests, and it's more important to be against Israel than to be for America. And I think that that subversion has hurt the right-wing movement. I think that it's damaged Trump's presidency. I think it's Trump's fault, by the way, that this happened. with the Epstein files. It's completely his fault, but it still happened. And I think that he's walked into that. And people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and, even Ian Carroll and Nick Fuentes. Like, if you had an aligned, united front around focusing on big issues, like
how bad the Democrats are,
illegal aliens,
True.
getting rid of their citizenship,
True.
taking citizenship away from people that had it for, kids that were born here, getting rid of the anchor babies, denaturalizing anchor babies. That's the kind of narrative that you should be pushing now if you're a conservative.
Damn
If
illegals.
you want to conserve or preserve the identity of America, if you want to preserve the, continuation of, these different social systems, that should be the main thing that you're focused on. Lowering H-1B visas, which, to be fair, they did that. Marco Rubio would be deported. Well, I mean, you wouldn't do it for everybody. You'd just do it for a lot of people. You don't have to do it to everybody. And so Alliance...
That H-1B visa thing ended up being a fucking disaster, by the way. It ended up being a fucking disaster. We got less qualified people coming into the country, and even though they 10x'd the cost or whatever, because there were so many fewer coming in, we didn't even make more money off the H-1B visa. So we lost money on it, and we lost labor and talent on it. But good memes.
Well, I think that Alliance does matter. It does. Do you think Charlie Kirk was killed by
Israel?
3006? Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that was Charlie Kirk killed by the person that shot that gun? Yeah, I think that's what happened. I think it was just a crazy retard. And I don't think that there's going to be any connection ever made to Israel or any sort of intelligence agency.
Oh,
ever.
Mossad paychecks now,
And
huh?
I think that it's just a hysteria that right-wing people have cooked up in order to continuously keep this upset, paranoia around Israel on. I think it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous subversion that's a colossal waste of time. It serves no purpose other than to divide people and to create infighting.
Oh, subvert me, baby.
And Kyle is right to see that with left-wing politics. Now, I do see the argument on the other side that allowing people like Hasan to define the Democrat Party whenever Hasan says things that could be seen as extremist could alienate center voters. I think that's true. But I think also there should be more of a focus on the things that people that are extremists say that unite them with the whole, rather than to focus on the things that separate them. Because the reality is that people that are giving that type of advice about removing those extremists, they want you to lose. So, for example, whenever they say, oh, well, you should distance yourself from this person or that person, why would I listen to that person tell me that when that person wants me to lose?
True.
Why would I take their advice on what I should do if their best interest is for me to not get what I want? You see what I'm saying? You would never listen to a person. You're basically listening to a person that's giving you the best advice on how to lose. Don't do that. You say that with the left? Well, no, that's why I just said with Kyle. I said, I can see why he's saying this. I don't like Kyle. I think Kyle's a retard. But I can see why he's doing something. I can see why somebody steals something out of a store. Doesn't mean I agree with stealing. Don't ask a fish how to catch fish. Yeah. And never listen to the other. Don't ask a fish how to catch fish. I like that. That's good. Because that's their audience inside their bubble and they're captured. Well, it's more that repudiating extremist ideology inside of your own...
Okay, why am I linked this? Aren't most fish caught by fish? Actually, true, I guess. Well. Okay. What's our daily Israel slop? Holy shit. I've been a viewer of yours for around 11 years. Ooh, that sounds like a ban. I have been a viewer of yours for around 11 years, coincidentally the length of my marriage, much to my wife's annoyance. Your stream is the soundtrack of my life when I am not working. I agree with you on most political issues, but it's diverged strongly on two. Your dogshit food takes, which are a crime, and your general posture on Israel-Palestine. I am not here to rehash the arguments of the other poster, scold you, ask you to feel a particular way, or condemn a particular place, but I'm here to ask you for moral clarity. I have some sympathy for the difficulty of your position. I spent 6 months volunteering in the occupied West Bank over 2 separate trips. I was based in Nablus, and I saw just enough to know the conflict does not simplify on contact. When you went to Israel, I was optimistic, and credit where it is due. Actually going somewhere is a radical act in a media landscape full of people who have very strong feelings about conflicts. They have observed exclusively through Twitter. You're not that guy. You got on a plane, you talked to people with respect, but something strange happened on that trip, or maybe afterwards. The more you learned about the history, the mechanics, the contested narratives, the more detached and black-pilled you seemed to grow. The knowledge accumulated, but it felt like the empathy was left behind. Okay. Recently, a chatter called on you to declare Israel evil. The framing was simplistic enough to make serious people stop caring, which is a shame, because underneath it said a real question. I do not want you to declare Israel evil. I want something harder, an updated heuristic. I want the same public rigor you bring to every other subject brought to bear on this one plainly and without hedging. I like Adam Mockler's approach of consistently demanding moral clarity from leaders. I'm applying the standard to you. In the early weeks after October 7th, you said something on stream to the effect of, obviously the Israeli response has to be proportionate. What, did I say that? Proportionate is like one of the most retarded ways to measure responses to anything. If tens of thousands of people die, that would clearly be too far. I don't think I've ever said that in my entire life. You would never measure, like if somebody 9/11'd us, well, we got 9/11'd, and like they killed like 2,500 or 3,000 civilians, then it wouldn't be like, okay, well, we have to kill 3,000 of their people. But, okay. You set a threshold that most reasonable people would agree to. I don't think I ever set a threshold. The closest I think I ever came to setting a threshold was I think I said that, like, if the death toll got over, like, 50,000, I don't think the international community or maybe even Israel could bear it if the number climbed too high. But I don't think I would ever measure the morality or the justification or the conduct of a war in terms of just a death count. It would be, like, actions related. That threshold was crossed, then crossed again, then crossed again. Gaza has been flattened. The West Bank is under assault. Southern Lebanon is being occupied. Millions are already displaced. And Iran is a disaster. Yet the community feels like it still has not moved on from October 7th. Part of being liberal is being able to disaggregate, to criticize the Israeli state without being treated as though you've just enlisted in Hamas, and to oppose this war without having your motives interrogated. The neoconservatives who have colonized parts of this subreddit make these topics so annoying to touch that nobody wants to examine them here anymore. Is that true? I feel like we either banned or a lot of the crazy Israelis left a long time ago after my criticisms, especially of Israel, became more apparent. I feel like the most annoying people, though, are these random, like, pro-pally dick sucks that show up and then start posting, like, all this retarded shit. The refugee issue alone should demand more attention. You've argued rightly that forcing someone from the only home they have ever known is among the worst things you can do as a human being. Most of the people that are considered refugees, though, were born outside of Palestine. Okay, hold on, sorry. Before I finish wasting my time on reading the rest of this. Holy fucking shit. This issue this is the number one fucking mind rot issue. Jesus Christ, but okay. The detachment that serves you so well in debate becomes something else when the subject is mass civilian death. Tone is not private when you set the epistemic weather for tens of thousands of people who take cues from you. There has been a noticeable chilling effect on this subreddit for several years. Inside this community, people who want to express genuine horror at what is happening in Gaza preemptively qualify themselves into incoherence. No, it's just weird to post, like, every update of, like, somebody died in the West Bank and now we have to all be genuinely horrified or whatever. Like, we wouldn't do this for literally any other conflict. It just feels weird. I don't know what the point is. We're not updating our positions on anything. We're just, like, gasping in horror. There are plenty of other subreddits where you can post, like, the daily Israel bad or the daily or the Daily Palestine Bat or whatever. I'm sure there are a few pro-Israel subs on that as well. But I think we try to ban that on both sides. I don't think we see any of this posted anymore. If we do, we ban or we delete both of those threads. Because I don't think a pro-Palestine activist carries a social cost most would rather not pay. Also, what do you mean for several years? October 7th, the war is not going on for several years. It depends on what you mean by several. But because does 3 or 2 count as several? Oh, we're in 2026 now. Does 3 count as... No, 3 is not several. Several's got to be 5 or 6 at least. 5, maybe 6, I think is a good... 6 is definitely several. 5, maybe. 5 is maybe. Every essay posted here in the Middle East gets brigaded by people who have plainly found this subreddit a useful venue for laundering IDF talking points. Is this true? We're link a post. I feel like every post I see gets, when there's brigading, it's always by crazy fucking pro-pally brigaders. Am I wrong on that? I could be wrong. Maybe there are other things I don't see. I'm pretty sure the last one that got played was most of the people were, I feel like the people, I was banning, were they? No, I think in the last one, actually, they might have been downvoted. Maybe? I don't remember. Link it to me. We can go check. I know that the video I did on this, there were a ton of fucking people who were ass-pained as fuck about me. I feel like it comes in waves. Oh, maybe. Yeah, it might depend on like the hour or the day or what just recently happened or whatever. Almost 60% of shut up, loser. Destiny do things that he criticized Jordan Peterson for in order to not criticize Israel. This is unironically Destiny's Vietnam. 400 thumbs up based. I just think you're extremely generous with Israel. 684 upvotes based. Oh, the thread for the video was friendly towards me, but I feel like this was the counter jerk wave. I'm curious what the thread that spawned that I'm going over in this video, because this one the comments are nice towards me. Good. Hell yeah, that's my community should be. Okay. Read my last message. Okay. Many of the same apologists amplifying the chilling effect are also pro-Iran war. In my subreddit? Have there been people supporting the war against Iran in my subreddit? Mr. Mooten? Stop. Hold on, I'll watch this in a second. You build this community on the premise that you follow the evidence wherever it leads. The update is overdue. Pro-Iran war shells and neocons should be no more welcome here than tankies. As Tim Miller put it, we need to align the Democrats with the anti-war movement, and we need to do it now. Bibi and Trump are joined at the hip. We need moral clarity where other leaders are failing. There's a line from Chaplin's The Great Dictator I keep thinking about. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. Love you, buddy. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Okay, I think we banned most of the pro pallies, or we're in the counter jerk wave, and the counter will be here soon. I think some would like a stronger, updated tone and stance regarding Israel, because this is not what you want. What you want me to say is we should completely and totally cut ties with Israel, no matter what. It's over. We need to completely, totally leave the whole Middle East. We need to be gone. That's what you're looking for. There's probably a point where I would feel that way, but that point is just going to be so far down the road that I'm like, I don't even think I was in favor of cutting Russia's access off from SWIFT. I would have to go back and watch a video at the time, because I'm not sure if threatening like international financial systems like that is worth it, even if it meant cutting Russia out of payments. I would have to go back and look and see what I said, but my gut is that's what I would have said at the time. You were very apprehensive to it? Yeah, because it looked like the entire world might have been in that system. One of the problems is that this issue feels astroturfed as fuck. True! Why does everyone want to talk about this conflict in particular? True! What about Ukraine? It's going to be bombed weekly, if not daily. You'll be able to hear it. True! Ukraine doesn't hurt Democrats in America. That's why. The entire political objective and actual outcome of the Palestinian protest / U.S. Palestinian movement was to harm Democrats and by extension the United States. I think we barely hear about it because it's much more black and white. This is partially true. However, I will say, be careful, because the same super pro-lefties that are pro-Palestinian, those people don't really agree with that position. They think that, look at Hasan's position, that Russia taking over Crimea was largely justified, that NATO expansion was threatening Russia, that maybe Ukrainians were ethnically cleansing or genociding Russians in the Donbass. Be careful on this. There are going to be people like me who, I really don't talk about Ukraine, Russia that much because of this, because it is pretty clear-cut and one-sided. But for a lot of people, they don't necessarily support Ukraine, that are these really far left. Yeah, they think Euromaidan was a CIA coup and shit, yeah. Okay, where was I? Oh my fucking God, true. Hobbit said we'd nuke both Israel and Palestine posts on the sub. Good. It's not about policy. This isn't a here's how to fix the Middle East type post. He's asking for Destiny to be more openly sympathetic about Israel-Palestine tragedies, to not talk like the IDF are both an immoral army and a moral means to an end, and to encourage the community to be nice to people expressing horror about what the IDF did. But in better words that I just did now. The problem is that... I don't... Actually, wait, I don't care. I just realized I don't give a fuck about this. Never mind. Okay. What do we have here? Hold on.
Hello?
Hi there. I was calling you about the listing you had on West Brown. I know it's a little bit late here. I'm trying to get pre-approved before the weekend happens so I can send you guys an offer. My lender's asking about the rent you had on the property. I just couldn't see here.
Pre-approved.
The lower unit is rented out on a month-to-month basis is $900 a month. The upper is vacant.
Has the seller mentioned any issues in the seller's disclosure? That because I hate sending my inspector out there. It's like $300, and sometimes the agent tells me, it's
timestamp about you talking about Swift and Russia. Okay, we'll look at it after.
in really good condition. I'm like, oh, it needs a new roof, a new siding. So I just can't see the inside photos. Anything major from when you walked it?
If I bought it, I would do some updates. And I don't believe this new owner hasn't owned the property that long, but they never did anything with the roof.
I guess we'll just do an inspection contingency on this. Do you think we could do kind of a verbal back and forth thing where you go to your client if I give you the proper credibility just to save all the paperwork in case they're not interested?
What would the offer be?
Well, I'm probably going to come in understanding that it might need a new roof. I was probably going to come in at 110.
Yeah, they wouldn't be interested.
Where do you think we need to be?
I'd ask him. They still have a mortgage on the property, so 110 wouldn't pay for fees and closing and mortgage.
I actually got a house in, I have a house in Minneapolis across the way, and the seller couldn't take my offer with I made a similar offer on it. They couldn't take it. So what the seller told me to do is say, hey, I own this thing with a mortgage on it. Why don't you just take over my debt on the property? So I ended up taking over their debt on it. And that was like a $460K buy, and I paid the agent's commission. So I wonder maybe I could step into the client's shoes on the loan, pay your commission, and then give your client cash. Because for my 110K offer, I still got to come up with 25K as a down payment with my lender. So maybe what I could do is I'll pay your commission in full. I'll take over the debt that's on the property, and I'll go ahead and give your client another, how much do you think they owe on the property?
But you're not purchasing the property outright?
Oh no, it would be a purchase.
Are all commercial loans considered assumable? Can you assume all commercial loans? Is that normal, or?
I've got 28 doors. Yeah, we could. There's a ton of different ways to take over the debt in the United States. We could assume the loan. We could buy the LLC that owns the property. You put it in a trust. You do a subject to deal or a wraparound. There's so many different ways. But no, it would be off your client's DTI, and they wouldn't be an owner anymore.
Okay. If you're going to pay the commission and come in at 110, that should be doable.
So if your client hypothetically owed 120, I'd take over.
We have to know how much the client owes, though. No, wouldn't you? What's the number on that?
The 120, I'd do another 10 to them. That's 130 and 6 to you. So 136 offer price. And the reason I'd be interested in something like that is because that down payment of 16,000 is still less than I'd have to put down in my 110.
They said that at the start? Did they? I never heard that.
Okay.
I don't understand why she accepted, I guess. The bit for this video is that the dude doesn't actually know anything about real estate and is just making up shit as he goes. How is that the bit? Or are you're just making shit up? Okay. I don't know. Okay. And yeah. Oh, it's Destiny. I don't know. That's like here's like the worst case scenario. Okay, this would be the absolute worst thing that could ever happen. Okay, the danger of cutting Russia off from SWIFT. Okay, the weaponization of financial transactions like that is that if Russia was truly cut off from the Western world, they can do whatever they want. Now they don't care. Now you have nothing you can use against them. Right? Imagine if it was the case. Holy shit! Am I using the same arguments with Russia that I literally used to describe why we shouldn't completely cut off our relationship with Israel? Oh, crazy! Wow! What the fuck? What are the chances? Huh? The places like Truth Social or these other weird media sites, imagine if they actually grew to be huge and they actually rival that of Twitter. Now you've got a whole mass of people that can openly talk about Nazi shit with no moderation and you have nothing to use against them. Yeah. Wow, crazy. 3 years ago. Good job. Good job. Like you're actually right. You're completely like
on the specifically on vaccine stuff.
Holy shit! I saw Strader's name pop up there. Where are all of the Ukrainians getting mad at me in my community about? Here's you from 2 years ago saying the same thing. About what? Did you follow when we talked about cutting Russia off from SWIFT? Yes, I did. Yeah. So, in my opinion, I'm not an international relations guy, so it was my real story. But one thing that's really scary from my point of view in cutting Russia off from everything. Yeah. Okay. I did have a consistent position. Okay, and I have the same position as Israel. Okay. There. Fuck you. Real financial advice. Yvette Nicole Brown of Community calls out Hasan and the both sides of the same leftists on Threads. The both sides of the same folks got us here. Neither of those women would have us out here like this, but no, you twits just had to find fault with the women each time. Uh-oh. Hashtag Hillary Clinton was the right choice. At Kamala Harris was the right choice. Neither was evil. We now know evil. Why don't these Hollywood retards ever shut the fuck up? Kamala was declaring how soft Trump is on Iran, and she was gloating about Dick Cheney endorsing her. She'd probably be even worse. My face when I wake up in the morning and I open Kamala Harris's Twitter, and she's tweeting about how tonight we're going to end a civilization. Like, really, bro? So he sees Russia and Israel as the same? No. I just don't have a 4-year-old's view of foreign policy to where if somebody does something bad, or an ally does something bad, or even a lot of bad things, you just cut them off completely and you totally fucking abandon the region. That's a retarded fucking view of everything. It's the most retarded view. The Luffy Ducky guy or whatever who was in chat was spamming earlier in chat. He's like, Destiny, doesn't it seem like you have... This is what I was asking about in chat yesterday. We were talking yesterday. Destiny, wasn't this exactly what I was asking about yesterday? No, motherfucker. What the people that come in that are anti-Israel, like, we should completely, totally drop all ties with that region, right? We should completely, totally abandon, completely leave the entire fucking region, right? We gotta completely fucking get the fuck out of the region. This isn't even like the Israel-Palestine war in Gaza isn't even like the 10th worst thing that's happened in the Middle East in like the past like 2 decades. Like you're insane. Well, 2 decades. Oh, maybe not the past 2 decades. The past like 5 decades. Probably not even the 10th worst thing that happened in the past 5 decades. Okay, in the Middle East. All right, Jesus.
We got Jake from Rockport, Maryland. Jake, what you got for me?
Hey Dan, I'm a dentist making $120,000. I'm buying a house, and I'm interested in one of those 50-year mortgages.
I'm gonna stop right there, sweet cheek.
Sweet cheeks for a guy.
We got Jake from Rockport, Maryland. Jake, what you got for me?
Hey Dan, I'm a dentist making $120,000. I'm buying a house, and I'm interested in one of those 50-year mortgages.
I'm gonna stop right there, sweet cheeks. Did you just say 50-year mortgage?
Yeah, my fiance and I just want the best deal.
I think we both know that 50 years is a raw deal.
Yeah, I know, but
Jake, let me tell you something about a 500-year mortgage.
Sorry, 500?
Half a millennia, son. A mystical blood pact that expires in 2525. Now here's what you're gonna do. You know the Cave of Worldly Desires? It's hidden in the Carnuckle Mountains.
No.
Okay. Talk to Potunk. He's a goblin friend of mine that lives in a tree hole. After that, fill up your F-Series and go on down to the altar of the Forever Stone. You're gonna drop a pint of your blood into that there obsidian. You got that?
Okay. Sure.
Are you writing this down, Jake?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now that should all summon the ancient wizard of Garzel of the highest order. He's also a certified financier, Princeton class of 89, good buddy of mine. He will need your firstborn as collateral, but he's going to lock you in at 4.2% over the next 500 years, and that's damn near impossible to beat in this realm. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Is it okay if I already traded my soul to the afterworld to finance my car?
Oh my God, he already did.
Is that Kia Soul for a Soul event?
Yeah.
Well, you are a lost cause, brother. Give the Soul Collectors my best. You can't give people sense where they don't make none. Okay? That's Proverbs.
I'm sorry, but you're not going to convince me that Destiny doesn't have the ability to make his position clear. If people complained about that, that would be a different issue. Like that long Reddit post seemed like it was asking for clarity, not to confirm a belief. The notion of concern trolling is rooted DGG since the Mr. Girl days. Holy shit, we're a Mr. Girl fan in chat? The guy is not asking for moral clarity. The guy is asking for me to say we should cut all ties from Israel. Like, I don't know how much more, if you've listened to any of the conversations or any of the speaking I've had on Israel, I don't know how much more moral clarity that there could be. Like, there are things that I've universally condemned. There are actors in that country that I can't fucking stand. I don't know what else. Well, I know what else. You're pretending that you're looking for moral clarity, but what you're looking for is just like a universal condemnation of the country and then the advocacy that we completely abandon the country in all friendly terms. That's what you're looking for. You can just say that, though, but you can't say that because you're cringe.
Next caller. We got Jake from Rockport.
Also, the saying that my subreddit is getting taken over by neocons and oh my God, get the fuck out of here. And IDF people.
Of Iran. What are we going to just leave people of
Why is there a V? Oh, it's fucking watermarked.
Iran? What are we going to just leave them there? There's nothing that we can do, and we're going to wash our hands over that? That to me is morally very difficult to accept. And then what about the proxies, Hezbollah? I was reading these statements. Hezbollah has killed more Americans than Iran directly. Hezbollah is Iran. Hezbollah is firing missiles into Israel by the hundreds still. And here we have a ceasefire that they've already broken. And so, yes, the argument will be, well, they don't have control of this and control of that. Well, if they don't have control of this and control of that, how do we even enter into an agreement? There's a lot of complicated issues. People of Iran.
Let's be real. The sub was a little IDF filled for a hot minute there. Didn't I literally just say this? Didn't I say that like right after the whole October 7th stuff? Because I basically had the only community on the internet that didn't fucking hate Jews, and it definitely got a little. There were a lot of Israeli people and Jewish people that were kind of flocking to the sub. I've said this. Never mind. Okay, it's all good.
You stop right there, Buster. I'm approaching with intention to mug you. Now show me your wallet. By God, I can't believe it. You're missing $100 in here. I already know where it went, pal. And it breaks my heart. You put $100 down to pre-order the T1 Trump phone, didn't you? And now you still have nothing to show for it, just an empty hole in your wallet where dreams once were. You know what? Take it back. You've been through enough. You've already been robbed. That's right. The T1 Trump phone, we're checking in on it again. It was supposed to come out in summer of 2025, then it was supposed to come out at the end of 2025, then it was supposed to come out in the beginning of 2026. It is April 6th, 2026. Still nowhere to be seen.
What?
And curiously, not only is it nowhere to be seen, but it is still complete radio silence from Trump himself and Trump Mobile as an organization. They haven't squeaked out a peep about where the T1 phone is. More than happy to accept hundreds of dollars from tons and tons of Americans, yet not too gung-ho about actually delivering that product or at least keeping you updated on the whereabouts of it. This will be my third time checking in with the Trump Mobile support staff to see where it is. I feel like I'd have a better chance locating DB Cooper than I would locating a single golden Trump phone, the T1 device. I don't want to just regurgitate the lore, but the cliff notes are Trump advertised the T1, a golden phone for Trump Mobile, a $500 phone that has all the bells and whistles, and it was going to be made right here in America, the land of the free, the land where Jesus was born, baby. And then it never happened. Also, they then removed that messaging off their website when they realized they couldn't make the phone they were advertising in the States at that price point. It was literally impossible. It is going to have to be made overseas. All phones like this are overseas. It's just not possible to be made here. So they had to completely strike that from their website that it was American made. Now they tout that it is American proud design. It is a proudly American design as opposed to American made.
Oh,
and
so
even
Charlie
still,
hates America.
It doesn't
That's what
exist.
I'm getting.
I have not seen a single piece of evidence to confirm that there is actually a T1 device anywhere on this fucking planet. I don't even think God could get his hands on it.
What? If you electrocute your turrets and shit, they do extra stuff? Why doesn't it say that anywhere? Does it say that anywhere? What the fuck?
On one right now if he asked, which is extremely shocking to me because I thought for sure he'd do the classic Trump thing of just grabbing some dog shit from China and drop shipping it over here for a huge markup. But he's not even doing that much, not even doing like the bare bottom tiddlywinks of providing a product for money. Like with the Trump Bible, the signed Trump Bible that, you know, $60 up to $1,000 if you want like the inside cover signed by Trump. Those are made in China for $3 a pop and sold here for $60 to $1,000. I was expecting something similar for the T1 device here, but not even that is on the plate. So anyway, this is going to be my third time checking in with support to see where it is, because when I called them a month ago, I was assured by the customer support representative that they were shipping at the end of the month, March. That's when the phones were coming, end of March. It's April now, still no phones, still no pickles, and I can't find anyone out there that has one, so let's give them a ring. Let's get them on the horn and see what the holdup is. Well, last month when I called about my Trump Mobile device, the support representative told me that it would be ready at the end of the month, but they missed that window. I'm assuming something went awry with UPS, so it's probably on its way, but I just want to double check.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile.
For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el número
English,
dos.
please.
It is a little ironic that they have like a for Spanish speakers line on the guy who's trying to make English the fucking national language or whatever. That is pretty funny.
1 to open a new Trump mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump mobile account.
That's me.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
All right. Now we wait. They're not even piping in the waiting music this time around.
Hello, this is Michaela with Trump Mobile. How can I assist you today?
Hi, yes, I just wanted to check on the status of my Trump mobile device.
Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, I can't hear you. Bye.
Hello?
Cut him off. Hang up. Hang up.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, this is Michaela. Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Michaela, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
What?
What?
Is there a
Hello?
demon on the phone? Hello?
Yeah, but you good.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, this is Michaela. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
She's using a Trump
Hello?
phone.
Hello? Help! I'm scared. Hello? Am I being pranked? What is going on here? Should I call back? Hello?
Trolled. Epic.
Hello?
Wait.
Okay, I'm just gonna try calling back. I guess even the Trump mobile headquarters is having problems with their mobile devices. The ones that exist over there. Let's try again. Okay. I guess Trump Mobile was experiencing some kind of EMP blast or something that was shaking the system, so I gave them a little bit of time to cool off here, let the alt recharge, so I then gave them a retry a couple minutes later, and it did work then. Now, once again, just to remind you, the first time I called, they said that the reason the Trump phone hadn't been delivered is because of the government shutdown, and they had no estimated date for me. And then when I called last month, they said it'll be ready at the end of the month, in March. So, let's see what they have to say today.
To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training
Hopefully it works
purposes.
this time.
Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly.
Okay.
You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
I think it's going to happen again.
Hello, thank you for calling Trump Mobile. This is Sheena. How can I assist you today?
Hi, yes, I was calling to check on the status of my order.
Okay, we're happy to check on that for you. Give me just 1 second. Oh, brother, you probably don't have an account yet. Okay, let me try your email. May I have your email, please?
Yes, it's bigcwet@gmail.com.
Okay. Thank you. 1 moment.
If it's causing a problem, I'm just more so checking to see when the phone is supposed to be shipping. I'm just...
Yeah, the majority of the phones have not yet shipped.
The majority?
They're going to pretty much start shipping at the end of this month,
Hmm.
but none have shipped as of yet.
But that's... I don't mean to be rude. That when I called...
I was wanting to check.
When I called last month, the representative told me it'd be the end of last month. So are the phones shipping? Like actively shipping?
Some?
Yes. They, and then their second batch, they're stating that they're going to be shipping like towards the end of this month. So if you haven't received it yet, then yes, you probably would be part of that shipment.
Okay. Where can I find information on the first batch of shipments? Because the people that I know that have also ordered it haven't received it either. So we've just been kind of concerned about the whereabouts.
Yes, sir. Well, what happened was they had some sort of pushback on the push-out date.
Oh.
So that's why they've been delayed on top of, the shutdown and things like that.
The government shutdown. Oh.
However, when you called last month, what information did you give the other representative?
The same information I've shared with you. And then I called back in December as well, and it was the same information I gave then too. So I don't know why it'd be an issue now. I guess maybe something in the system didn't log it. I'm not really sure.
So yes, let me go ahead and get this submitted for you, sir. I do apologize for the inconvenience, but we'll get this submitted and you'll
Well, that's good. She apologized for the inconvenience at least, right?
You will
It's got to
hear
count for
back
something.
soon.
All right, I appreciate it. But just checking in one more time, you said that phones have been starting to ship out, so I should be in the next batch then if I wasn't in the first batch?
Yes, they were stating that they should get shipped out sometime near the end of the month.
Okay. All right, well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Very curious to see if they actually will reach back out in 35 business days about fully setting up the Big C Wet account. That would be fascinating. That's the first time that a customer service rep at Trump Mobile actually bothered to check if I had an account. All the other times they were somehow magically finding bogus information. So, looks like they're beefing up their customer service protocol there. So, we are still at the any day now the Trump phone should be here. Apparently, they've already been shipping some out. I guess they're...
If they had, I feel like we'd see pictures on there or something, no?
Bringing them around on tricycles or something, because it's real slow. I haven't seen anybody receive one, and presumably, according to some data, there were many, many thousands of pre-orders, and yet not a single piece, not a single morsel of information on someone actually having received one in that first batch the customer service representative mentioned. Now again, as I said in the last two, I don't blame the customer service reps. They're just doing what they're told, and right now it looks like their talking points are, it's coming at the end of the month, or it started shipping and, there's another batch coming at the end of the month. So now it went from any day now to this nebulous end of the month kind of spiel. I don't know if I necessarily believe it.
Does anybody feel like Charlie kind of has Trump derangement syndrome? I feel that way.
But one thing is for sure, the customer service rep this time around actually bothered to look up some of the information I was telling her. I gave her the same stuff I gave the other two, and yet somehow in both of the other cases, they found my accounts and my purchases, which I never made until today, by the way. After the conversation with her, I decided I'll go ahead and put a pre-order down, so that way when we do this song and dance again next month, when inevitably I still haven't seen anyone with a Trump phone, I'll then at least have information for them to pull from, and then they can tell me how it's coming at the end of May, actually. But who knows? Maybe this time it really is on its way. Perhaps that T1, that golden nugget T1 unicorn phone, is right now in the mail carriers, going out to all the good boys and girls across the globe that have wished upon the star and put down $100 to receive it. And by golly, I can't wait, because now I'm excited to get my hands on a T1 device too. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Damn.
Island boy. Did that just send you into a fight or flight response? Yeah, I bet it did.
Well. Has r/politics always been super lefty? They've been left-leaning, yeah, and then it's gotten worse. Everything later, it's gotten worse, space. This is why I was wondering.
That's a name you probably haven't heard in
Schumer takes no action as even far right calls for Trump impeachment. Well, it's the Senate minority. What can he do? He can't introduce legislation or call for a vote on anything. What is he supposed to do? He literally can't do anything. No? Can you? You can't. You need the Senate majority leader to call for votes or to floor or to bring legislation out or whatever, no? Oh, this guy's here. Alternate headline: Majority of Republicans completely fine with the batshit insane behavior. What the fuck do these columnists think Democrats can do? Republicans are using Trump as a shield, allowing him to wreak havoc. And the media's like, well done. So what are you going to do about this? The House impeaches, not the Senate. Oh, that's true too. You have to start impeachment from the House as well. Israeli PM Netanyahu says the ceasefire doesn't include Lebanon. Nice. Well. Am I retarded, or is he just trying to avoid answering the question?
We're going to take two more questions. I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on to the next person. I'm sorry, Olivia. As a Jewish state. Olivia, we're going to have to
I'd love to
move
take the
on.
question. I'd love to take the question, actually.
Thank you.
What do you mean by Jewish state?
I feel like
If you
it's a
can't define the
straightforward-
question, I'm not going to answer your question.
We're going to move on to the next person. Fox News. We're going to take...
Rip. Jewish majority state, right, is the point. Join Discord so we can go over YouTube comments. Ugh, damn, it's 11 o'clock.
Hey, babe.
Oh, hi, what's up?
I want to know, because I watch, well, okay, I don't always watch the YouTube videos because I'm here when they're live, I don't need to watch it twice. But I'm crashing the fuck out. Since when did your comments go fucking mental? Like, actually, they're crazy now.
It's every Israel-Palestine video always gets, like, that's just how it is. That's how it goes.
Okay. But that's a pretty crazy ratio to have 2,000 comments for under 100,000 views. No?
Israel-Palestine really gets the people going.
Okay. Okay. It's a little much.
Yeah. I mean, my guess is it usually gets, or it might have gotten posted some other place as well, but yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do it. That's what the people love. I don't know what to say.
You're playing into it. You're worse than Hasan. You're just doing this now to get fucking views, you son of a bitch.
I'm having it so people are attacking me in my own comment section. How does that help me?
I don't know, engagement.
Yeah, I don't think it works that way because it's not 2001, but...
I can't... Dude, this motherfucker in your chat just asked me to fucking unblock him on Discord, and the second I open his fucking... Or on Twitter, I open his Twitter profile, and it's fucking... The hang glider globalized the intifada as his fucking description. Come on, bro.
Wow. That guy's fucked up. What?
Oh, now they're saying it's a meme because you had it. Well, how am I supposed to know that?
Wait, I had what?
Remember back when you were Palestine's strongest soldier for a solid, how long was it?
Oh, you mean on the Twitter thing or whatever?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, I trust that I'm not getting scammed here. Okay. How was your day today? Do you feel accomplished?
It's okay. Kind of boring. I woke up really late. I think I was catching up on sleep from the last night, though, so.
This getting a little frisky out there now, huh? Did you say?
Yeah?
What? The fuck did I just hear?
This guy just took so much mana from me. It's getting a little frisky out there. Yeah, true.
Yeah, it is getting a little frisky out there. That graph of Israel support kind of wacky. Did you see the there's a newly released Pew poll, but I think it's been like that for a year now, with Democrats kind of globally, or not globally, but like broadly shifting away from Israel.
Oh, in terms of people not necessarily liking them as much anymore?
Yeah, here, look, like here's one. Where are you? There's that one. So there's that, and then there's the one. This was the one from today, from the Pew poll. It's pretty significant.
Yeah, I mean, they're not like not doing themselves any favors. Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're not. But it is strange seeing Republicans like so consistent, at least on the first graph there. I mean, I'm assuming there's been some changes, but yeah, it's actually, maybe not. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. Is it surprising? Well, just more so disappointing. Like, it's just the whole no Jews, no news. I guess I feel bad for other places that have shit going on, like Ukraine and Somalia and all the other shit. No one really gives a fuck.
Mhm.
Iran, etc.
Yeah, well, that's just how it goes, Sucks for them.
Sudan?
For all of them.
Yeah. It does. What do you... I was just thinking, in a hypothetical world, let's say the Jews bought, like the collective Jews, let's say they bought like a fucking island, an uninhabited island from like Greenland or something. Let's say they worked out that deal. And Denmark's like, you know what, fuck it. And everyone left. There wasn't a single person left. There would still... I feel like there would still be a way to like not like Greenland is real at that point.
Greenland is real?
Yes, I was making up the new country. Like if Israel moved to Greenland.
Gotcha. Yeah, it seems to be pretty universal, That's why the Nazis always point that out.
Everyone hates the Jews.
Yeah. What are they doing? What are those Jews doing that's getting everybody so...
I think I figured it out.
Uh-oh. Oh, you solved it.
A little bit. It's because they're very sneaky. And they don't proselytize. So it's those two things. And it's like some Freemasons right up in your shit. And you're like, hey, how do I get one of those fucking cool hats? And you're like, fuck you, bitch. You can't. That's my thoughts.
Interesting.
Sneaky and inclusive. I think it's a cool hat. Yeah, you can become a Freemason. Well, you can become Jewish also. Persec, shut the fuck up. This guy fucked Merc. He has a child. Go take care of your child, Persec, right now, okay? Your child needs a father, and you are abandoning your child. Get out of DGG. Your child needs you, Persec.
Man, you're really going in on that Persec guy.
He needs to take care of that child.
They don't actually have a kid, do they?
They do. And
No,
Persec doesn't
you're
even
trolling.
do fucking child support.
He's trolling. Dan is trolling, right?
The truth is we don't know. Boy, that would be some fucking...
Can I do this throbbing domain right now, or is this going to fuck my shit up?
Imagine that you wake up, you're Persic, and you got a kid with Murkoff the Perk. That's a... What do you call that? That's a fork in the road of your life. A little bit.
Well,
he says he doesn't have to imagine. See, I told you he does have a kid.
With?
Merc.
No, you need the meat cuber from the Science Man. Wait, like I won't survive in there? No, it says I can go there. Fuck you, I can do it. I believe in these cats. These are strong cats. Hold on. You need to bring a special item here to go further. So why would it even let me go in? So what's going to happen now if I go here? Do I die? Wait, should I Alt F4? What? It just lets you kill your cat? I don't want to kill my cat. Well, okay, fuck it. Here we are. Oh. No. Fuck you guys. I could have come in here then. You fucking noobs.
So what's the deal with this game? I mean, I know there's cats in here, but what's the
It's just a
general...
roguelike. Go to the dungeon, get things, come out, make a party stronger, and keep going, you know? Okay, well.
Well, what? Where do you have to go? You have nothing to do.
It's 11:13 p.m. It's fucking late.
And?
I gotta go fuck your mom.
You don't have anything to do. You're probably gonna actually just stay there and do the exact same thing you're doing now, except stop getting paid for it. True or false?
No, that's probably something I can work on.
Yeah, but will you? I mean, there's shit. There's stuff I could work on as well. But you know, are we gonna?
Well, yeah, I kind of have to. I don't have the luxury of not doing that. I have to keep life moving forward, unlike you, Dan, because you're Jewish. Got him.
What does that have to do with anything?
Don't worry
My
about
life
it.
goes forward. Yeah, you haven't hit 8 hours yet. That happens because you started late. You started at like 3.
I started like 4.
Okay,
or
well, you
5.
can't simultaneously complain about money and then not also stream to make money. What about a quick sub? You know what the problem with you are?
Yeah.
Is, etc.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of them, but one of the first one is you're just so bad at being a fake Jew.
Yeah.
You're like the worst. No subathon, no like TTS donations, no like all the funny fucking moments of the past on stream from TTS donations. What, you just allergic to fucking money? Huh?
Yep. I just like to... Yeah, it's annoying. Someday they'll come back for a little bit.
You won't even sell out for one day. What, you're beyond it?
No, we'll have it at some point. We'll do it. Don't worry.
That means no.
Is that what your mom said? Got him.
What about on Tuesdays? Yeah, TTS Tuesdays.
TTS Tuesdays. Holy shit. It has a
And it's
ring
like
to it and
now,
everything.
now it's not even your idea. It's my idea. It's like you're doing us a favor. You know? Am I wrong?
No, it's a
By the way,
amazing point.
fuck that stupid fucking Vespa board behind you.
Uh-oh.
No one stop placating me.
What?
Either move it stage left, okay?
No, it's
Or-
Vespaing right now. It just Vespa'd.
Yeah,
Or Vested.
and no one can fucking read it. It's
but
retarded.
they like to hear
What
it.
a
They
waste
like
of
the
money.
noise. They love it.
No, it's a waste
Oh, Wrecking Ball,
of
thank you for
money.
the 5 tier 1 subs. What do you mean by money?
To put the message there. First off, I can't even fucking read it. What does it say?
Wait, what?
Hi.
Or what do you mean? Huh? Wait, because you can't read English?
I can read English.
What do you mean you can't read it?
Because we're forced to use fucking kick if we want to have latency that's not 16 hours.
What do you have to kick?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Huh?
On your website, yeah? You're familiar with the website destiny.gg/big screen?
What do you mean?
Well, there's a website. You know what a website is?
No.
Okay. Well, it's this thing.
Yeah.
It goes into a browser, and then there's stuff that comes up. And you have one of these things. I know, it's fucking wild.
It's crazy.
But anyways, on the website that you own, okay, there's these options. You can watch you. I know, it's crazy, right? There's a camera. You can watch you on YouTube or on Kick. Okay? Now, what would be your preference for a watcher?
Kick.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah,
because it doesn't have like a 30-second fucking delay, so I'm not like a megalolling. Everyone's like, "What are you talking about?"
True.
Okay.
Absolutely true. Yeah.
Well, the problem. What's the problem?
I don't know. I can't think of one, Dan.
The problem is that the fucking resolution is limited for embed viewers.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
True. Okay. True. True.
So when there's a message on your fucking board right now, all I see is like partition donada SS mildew, and then a bunch of L's and K's. Like, that's what I fucking see, okay? That's what I can see. Nothing else. That's what everyone can see. So either get rid of the fucking board or at least move it stage left so we can fucking read the goddamn message. Because no one gives a shit. I'm not trying to be too frisky here, but no one cares about what is that? A dying plant and a football?
It's a fake plant, so it'll never die. Dan.
What do you think has more stage presence here? The cool fucking airport sign thingy, or like the doctor's office apparel?
Good
it's
question.
like I'm waiting to.
Wait, if I had charge up, does that work with the split the atom thing? There's no way, right? That I could just cast that spell for free on round 2?
I'm just saying that as a viewer of your content, I'm displeased. Now, I'm not about to go make a Reddit thread about it, but I will say that you've made some decisions that I disagree with.
Okay. Oh, shit. You're right. I should redesign my studio tonight. That's what I should do. That's why I have to end my stream.
Ooh. Do you remember before we were coming up with ideas for the studio? I was like, I had some nice, it was like the 70s. Don't placate me. Some of those were good.
Yeah, I said, I agree with you.
Right? It was like there was like a shag cart. Oh, that's funny? That's funny.
Swag?
Huh?
Yeah, swag is funny. That is a funny word, yeah.
How about this? Well, first off, you can't redesign the studio because you don't have a third fucking bedroom yet.
I could just use one of my living rooms as a bedroom. Like, technically, I'm an adult. I can do whatever I want, right? I could.
I mean, you can, but you won't, will you?
I don't know. I could. No one's stopping me.
So you have your bedroom. You have.
I could just use that as my
right
studio.
there.
That's a big-ass room.
Is there any way that the room you're in right now could double? Like,
No.
if you throw yourself into a corner?
No, I'm already kind of all doing that. But I could use this as my bedroom and then move everything to the other rooms. That would be,
Ooh. That is true. What's the over/under on doing that?
I don't know. I'll think about it.
I know you're thinking. Well, you're thinking right now. I don't need you. Okay, when I lived in Louisiana, okay.
Why the fuck? When did you live in Louisiana? Oh, Baton Rouge.
Yeah. So, first off, I was never in Baton Rouge, but that's fine.
You say that all the time.
New Orleans, close enough. But when I was there, there's this thing that's unique to that area. Is that people don't do things. They're fixing to do something. Okay. So when you say that you're going to think about thinking about something, it doesn't carry a lot of weight. I mean, you would concur with that, right?
Okay.
Well, I asked you a question. Not okay isn't a response to that.
I'm agreeing with you. I think, yeah.
All right. So when I say, what's the over/under on the keeping your current place versus doing the 3-bedroom? What are the thoughts?
20/80 on it. 50/50, I think.
How many square feet you working with?
a lot. It's like, isn't it like 1,200? Or maybe 900.
Yeah, I guess the bedroom would be, or not the bedroom, the living room would be the best option. You probably have a big living room and you probably do fuck all with it. Am I right?
Haven't you been in my apartment? Have you ever been to my apartment before?
I have.
Oh, then you know what my living room looks like.
I watched when ABBA cucked Melina in real time. They love using that against you, remember?
Wait, were you at the apartment?
Yeah.
For what? What were you doing?
Wait, did ABBA actually... Hold on. I'm talking about when he dances with Melina. Is there something I'm not knowing about right here?
Oh, the actual cucking you watched. Good reference.
Is there a second one? A second event I'm not familiar with?
They were in the leaks.
Okay. Well, anyways, I mean, I feel like the living room. I mean, I can't remember it though, but I feel like the living room would be the solution then. Fuck it. Who needs a living room?
Good point. True. Maybe
I would help you set it up.
Okay. I'll think about it. I'll keep that in my brain. Okay.
Okay. First off, all this placating, I'll think about it. Okay, et cetera, et cetera. Use it on someone who would take the hint. That's not me. I'll power through. I don't give a shit. I understand what's happening here. I just don't care.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I've got this all in my brain. I'm filing it. I'm keeping
That's
it.
right. You leave. You leave. This is my channel. I'm happy to stay here. We can chat about cats all day. Are you more into cats as a result of this game now?
Actually,
wait. Real serious.
Real serious.
Break. You have to get a cat. Okay? Not in the game, but in real life.
I just feel like I travel too much. I just don't know.
I know, no, but you have to. What type of cat are you going for?
Oh,
like what
I don't
color?
know. Probably the orange Bancoons or something. I feel like those were spirit animals.
Yeah, but
or whatever.
Like what color though?
I just said an orange Mancoon.
And only a Maine Coon.
They're big cats.
I
like big. I mean, like big, pretty big. I don't know about the giant.
I don't. Are you talking about like Honey?
Yeah, or bigger than that. Yeah, or that size.
Honey
bigger. Honey's
was
a big cat.
small. That was not a Maine Coon. If it was like a bitch made.
Or a Maine mutt or whatever. I don't know how many of them are purebreds.
a Maine mutt. Okay, so that's like a domestic house cat that got raped by a Maine Coon. Then
don't all cats basically get raped? Yeah, that's kind of how it works in their world, Dan.
I don't know if I mean, what you're saying, there's no consensual cat relationships?
I don't know. They hiss at each other and everything when they're fucking. It seems like no.
Yeah, but I think they hiss because they like bite the neck of the other one.
Jesus.
Or something.
Yeah, and you think they like that?
Well, I don't know.
Hmm.
I guess it is a cat rape cat world. You know what? I don't make the rules. Their dicks are barbed? Holy shit.
That's wild. Jeez.
I do want to get a Maine Coon as well. But I am concerned with a few things that I'm just kind of not thinking about because I don't want it to dissuade me from getting one. The first is that I think it's a lot of work and I don't want to do it, which is like the hair and the matting and all that stuff. I feel like that's like that's like a and then you get hair all over everything and you're one of those guys that
you gotta
whenever
brush
you leave
it
the
every
house,
day. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I understand, but then you become one of those guys that whenever you go and do something, you're like the weirdo that has fucking cat hair all over you. And it's like, okay, it's not a good look, you know? So there's that. And I gotta be honest, I feel like when they shit, they're probably gonna get it all over their fur, and who's gonna be cleaning that up? And these things are fucking huge if you get a real Maine Coon. Don't they get to be like 30 pounds plus? These things are taking dog-sized shits, okay?
Jesus.
That
30 pounds?
sorry.
Okay, I don't know. I've never seen a cat that... Was Aslan a Maine Coon?
No.
What kind of cat was he? Do I even know what a Maine Coon is?
Dude, Maine Coons have a very specific, like, retarded face. It looks like you kicked them in the face a little.
Aren't they like Maine Coon mutts or whatever?
I mean, there might be mutts, but you've never had a purebred fucking Maine Coon.
No,
They're
I didn't mean
fucking huge.
a purebred. I don't think I would buy a purebred fucking cat. I was probably going to adopt one.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to be like Hasan and go adopt a fucking $1 million dog. They ain't cheap, motherfucker. No one's giving away fucking Maine Coon cats.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I said Maine Coon, I didn't mean like a pedigree. I've got like the breeding certificate for the 100%.
So you mean just a fucking long-haired domestic
yeah, that's
retard.
what I said. I want a big orange cat. That's all. Didn't I say that? I want
you
a
said
big
Maine
orange
Coon.
cat. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's literally the only cat breed I've ever heard the name of ever, and that's what all big
Well, I mean,
cats
that
are
is the
described to be.
biggest thing.
So
Yeah,
whatever
it
the
is-
biggest cat is that I can get reasonably,
Coon.
I want a big cat, but not like
Well,
a
that
huge
means-
cat, not like a 30-pound cat. That's crazy.
That's awesome. I want to get a 30-pound cat.
Why is
Why would you
Tucker?
not want
Why
one?
is John Favreau? Is that how you pronounce his name? Retweeting Tucker Carlson. Oh my God.
Talking about statement.
These people are retarded. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know what to say, dude. But the state of liberalism is fucked. We're just fucked, bro. Ugh. What?
Yeah, there's a comic and it's very funny. And it's a dog owner talking to other dog owners and like, what type of breed do you have? And he's like, oh, it's not in this, it's a Dachshund mix or whatever. And then there's a cat owner asking another cat owner, and it's like, what type of cat do you have? And they say orange, and they're a giga chad facing when they're saying that.
Okay.
Because we're better than dog owners. Imagine picking up shit for your fucking animal every day and not being able to do anything because the dog might fucking lose its mind. It's like, sorry, I have to go somewhere for a day. Cat's like, do I know you? Dog's like, I'm gonna kill myself.
My cats miss me. Okay. And they know me. They call for me by name.
I mean, my cats like me. I'm a cat whisperer. Cats from across the neighborhood come to see me. I'm like a stop on their tour. Jumbo72, Dan, imagine having a loving, loyal animal who can defend you. Yeah, you say that. You know what you are? You are the living embodiment of the meme
Oh wait, is that
quote,
a dog
like,
owner?
Yeah, it is.
Do you know
And
my
it's the
favorite
living- What?
dog owner video? Have you seen the one with dog owners attacked dog food? Have you ever seen these before?
No. I have no idea what you're talking about. I do want to get a haircut from that guy that you showed on stream the other
Dogs
day. though.
choosing food over their owners. Like at number 3.
No! Dogs tested.
When a masked intruder kicks down a door in Minneapolis.
Bro, I just need the I don't need a commentary on it.
Oh, those are the worst. We run into this a lot. Not a fan.
Oh, that's a loyal doggo. Is this one loyal? Wait. Oh no, not a good one. Not a good one. Oh no.
You know, this is why cats are better, by the way.
True. Some of these dogs are. Fuck. Well, those are the dogs. They're never going to protect you guys.
Yeah, a cat's better because a cat, you know, is not going to give a fuck, and you're not going to give a fuck, and that's why it's about you're not counting on them. You have to make your own plans. The cat's like, all right,
Everybody's
my homie.
honest about where they stand, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, like a cat is like, yo, I'm gonna do my shit. I'll do your shit. If we see each other, that's cool. If not, no big deal. You know what I'm saying? I got some business meetings, but I might be free around like Thursday later if you want to hang out for a bit. But aside from that, I really, you know, it's good. It's good. It's like a chill. It's a business relationship. But I was gonna say before, where the guy with the dog thing about it, it's like, okay, I have to remember. What did they say that pissed me off? It was something about Democrats and motherfuckers will be like, why vote? You need to light a Walmart on fire and then not light the Walmart on fire. That's like you saying, imagine having a dog that will not protect you or will. But I bet you have like a fucking one of these retard dogs that will do nothing. That's you. Okay? You have like an 8-pound dog.
Ooh,
that would get
big call
kicked
out
like a football.
from Big Dan there. Wow.
Not really a big call out.
No, that was a big call
Just
out.
most likely.
That was a big
Most
call
people
out.
have small dogs.
It's okay to have big call outs, Dan.
I don't think that will. I mean, I can do bigger call-outs.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Let's hear it.
Gotta think of a good one, though. Thinking I can go and because a call out has to be against a person, right?
Okay.
Only Brian. Dan, good luck attacking my house. My 70-pound dog hates everyone. First off, why would I attack your house? I would attack you. What am I going to, like, show up and start beating up your fucking garage door?
Oh, you
Stupid.
wouldn't, pussy?
Second, okay, if your dog hates everyone, then I'll just have it be like, hey, dog, only Brian's inside. Go attack them. And he would hate you because you are another person. You know, what's his deal with Darius going to Miami, by the way? People keep, like, sending me meme images, and it's frightening me.
I have no idea. Is he supposed to be going to Miami? Or coming to Miami, I guess?
I don't know.
I'm not aware of that, if he is.
I'm not aware of that either.
Sounds like fake news, then.
God, that Darius investment I made, since you guys bring that up, it was probably one of the best deals in the history of deals I've ever done. Like, 30% of Darius, it's been like 7 years now, unironically. It is so good of a deal. You guys are delusional.
What is the deal?
Well, I gave him 10 grand 7 years ago for 30% of all of his revenue for the life of his streaming career.
Yeah.
How much cash have I gotten? At least 100,000. The gambling stuff is really, really big. That's good. Like, he's doing really well on the gambling stuff. Listen, he went into this with his eyes wide open. Ask him about it. He'll tell you that I've been very helpful to his career and that he would change nothing. I guarantee you. If you say, Darius, would you go back and undo this deal? He'd be like, no, I'm very happy. I did one of those, what did ABBA say? Those record label deals. That was a fucking crazy conversation. Oh, brother. Ask Dan if he took Darius's passport. No, I didn't. But I get very upset when he gets arrested because that's, I can't count on that money coming in if he's in jail. Then again, I guess you could smuggle him a phone inside there. Is there any Twitch streamers from jail?
I don't think they would let you have a phone in there. Just a guess,
Dan, that's actual slavery. You can't sell your future career for perpetuity. You can. It's because of the way that I've worked it out. Like, technically, I am the legal owner of Darius Enterprises, LLC. Like, I own his Kick account. And, I say his Kick account. I own my Kick account that he uses, right? So if he wants to start over under a new name that's not Darius IRL, that's something that we can discuss. We have one of those rent provisions that Steve has. But
they emailed me another thing today saying I owe them $800.
Oh, that's a lot better. What did you say to get the...
Well, I emailed them like 4 days ago saying, hey, I was told that I wouldn't have to do this.
So
they never replied, but they just sent me that today, so that's good.
Okay. Someone must have told them, oh, there's a fucking Jew on the line now. All right, never mind. Forget it. It is kind of crazy they were trying to get the whole thing from you, though.
I mean, my guess is maybe they just hadn't gone through it yet or something. I don't know.
Okay, studio stuff. Let's talk shop.
No, I'm way too tired of not.
You're not tired.
Having
Look
this
at you.
Conversation right now.
But are you thinking? Let's take small parts.
The thing, what I will probably do is, if I move from here, if I'm not going to another state, I'd probably move over to Brickell. That would be the thing I would probably do.
What do you like more about Miami versus Miami Beach? Though?
Closer to the airport. I can actually.
By what? By how many minutes?
Probably 10
5?
minutes.
No.
Okay, 7 minutes. But also, like with traffic, like it's pretty. That's a pretty big deal.
Being in Brickell, the traffic's got to be friskier though, because you're right near an artery highway.
Yeah,
right?
that I would have to basically cross anyway, coming from Miami Beach.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, moving for
traffic.
Moving for 6 to 7 minutes seems a little frisky, but okay, fine.
It's closer.
We don't drive anywhere. We don't drive anywhere. We know that. Let's not use that as an excuse. Neither of us go anywhere.
I
So
go to
what
the
else?
airport. Okay, number one.
Besides the airport.
Yes.
But
Okay.
don't you take an Uber there?
Yes.
Okay.
But
You don't even
I have
drive there.
traffic in the Uber. It still is driving, right? It's susceptible to traffic, right?
How many flights a month you taking?
Well, this month 0, but I don't know. Generally, I don't know.
Previous months,
anywhere
average.
from 1 to 5. Average? I don't know. I'm a Platinum
Okay,
Plus
so
member on
we're
American Airlines, and I don't
min-maxing-
have a special card for it, so I fly that much.
Okay, so we're min-maxing for.
I didn't say I was
what?
min-maxing. That was one
Half
reason.
hour?
It's nice to be
Half
closer
hour
to
a
the
month.
airport. Number one.
Okay.
Number
okay.
two, it's nicer the rent will be cheaper, maybe significantly So
I
number
actually
two,
don't know if that's true.
It will absolutely be true. Number two, and then number three, I actually have like a ton of places that I can walk to which is nice. So I can go to the movies. I can walk to get food, a ton of different food.
Well, you live in a shit spot for that, no doubt.
Every place in Miami Beach is not that great. Not compared to Brickell.
Well, I mean, it depends.
Unless you want me to move to
that's
Lincoln
fine.
Road, but that completely eviscerates your affordability argument. So,
How much are you looking to spend for how many bedrooms?
I don't know, but I could probably get a nice 3-bedroom in Brickell for less than fucking $6K a month would be my guess.
Okay.
As opposed to right here, I'm
all right.
paying. This is everything is more expensive here too. Like the food, the groceries, literally every single thing is more expensive here too. So.
Okay, fair enough. I'm trying to think what else. So you're gonna figure out soon what's happening. When's this magical date when it's like Brickell versus Miami Beach?
When my
someplace
court
else?
case gets figured out.
Oh, so we could be here for years then.
Maybe. But my lease doesn't until technically like November, so it's not like a rush.
Okay, well that's good. You're probably still a fan of those wooden slat things, aren't you, for the wall?
I guess. Why?
No, I was just saying you're a fan of it. That's all.
Just randomly.
I think that you can build something great, okay? Something that's never been seen before. The world has never seen. They're going to say it's the greatest, most innovative set. That is something that you could do. But what I don't want to see is a copy paste of something else. So you gotta get creative. You gotta say, what type of wacky shit can we do? You know? I don't have the answer.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind, okay.
What is the latest from the court stuff? Tell us everything, please.
Nothing. I'm just waiting, like always.
Okay.
Pretty boring, pretty annoying.
When is there, well...
I mean, the court date is supposed to be May... Well, the next thing that absolutely has to happen, where something absolutely has to happen, is May 10th, or... No, May 12th, I think, is our pre-trial call or whatever meeting, where us and the court all have to get together and, I guess, I don't know, tell each other we're for sure going to trial in 5 days or something. But I don't know what that means, because there's no way we're doing trial without party depots and without anything. So I'm either waiting for the judge right now to approve our motion for summary judgment, or I'm waiting for him to open discovery again so that they can go depose Molina, and then we can depose me and Pixie. Which
How would that... I am curious about this. The spousal privilege, how would that even work?
Or you can just say you have spousal privilege and not do a deposition if she wanted to.
Okay.
Which I imagine she would do. Like, if she was going to cooperate with them, I feel like she would have just done it for free or whatever, right? Instead of having to make them go through all the paperwork and everything. So my guess is she wants nothing to do with any of this. But this is just more ways that they can kind of slow everything down and bog everything up, yeah.
That's frustrating.
Yeah.
How many pages do you think this manifesto will be when it's all said and done?
I mean, it depends.
Let's just
on
say
what
it's
a
all
page
wrapped
is.
up. It's wrapped up today. Done.
It'll be
Case
the
dismissed.
it'll be the longest one I've done so far, for sure.
How long do you think it'll take you to do it all, to write it all? to get the
to like
and also
actually
to
like
put
sit down
together-
and really do everything, assuming I was doing it like 8 hours
Yeah.
a day, my guess would be about a week or less. I can churn out a
man.
lot if I sit
So-
down and like.
So
really,
there's like 40 hours of shit here to go through.
there's a ton
at
of
least.
there's so much stuff. Yeah.
There's. Do you have clever names for the chapters?
I'll make sure the presentation is nice. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, Mr. Girls was fake long because he just like included 1 billion chat logs. That's cheating a little bit.
Sure. True.
All right. Well, I feel like I've kept you here as long as I possibly can. A thankless job that no one else really appreciates.
Don't worry, the chat appreciates you, Dan.
I don't think so. I read those YouTube comments. I know how they really feel. So
Those are just the YouTubers. Okay.
it is. It makes me not want to read another YouTube comment again. That's some crazy shit in there, bro.
The Palestinian dudes are really on the internet. They're really.
Why
out
are
there.
they on your fucking channel?
They go
Why
everywhere,
are they
bro.
on your channel?
They get the call and they got to go out and.
I don't understand. It's like I've been watching Destiny for years. Why doesn't he kill Dan Saltman? It's like, bro, what the fuck? What is happening? Where do these people come from? Instantly. Persec, you have a child with Merc. Go take care of your fucking child. Stop chatting in DGG. I just don't know where they came from. Okay, that's it. It's too. It is crazy.
What do you want me to say? It's not good.
Well, at least they hate you through proxy, through me. That's all I'm going to say. Okay?
Yeah, true.
It's just so...
Go talk to Netanyahu and tell him to chill on things, you know?
Who upvotes shit? Who comments on YouTube videos? What weird people do this?
Only
I
the
feel
ones
like
that
I've
hate you.
commented
The
on,
most
like-
anti-Semitic ones.
It's just like, god damn, bro. I will say, Israel sucks with their social media strategy. They have none.
Oh, that's the only criticism you have of them. Is their social media strategy.
I
Just to
didn't
be
say
clear.
it was my only criticism.
That's
Saying
what I
it's
heard.
my
That's what I heard.
Immediate.
That's what everyone in chat heard.
So you misheard.
Is that how you'd characterize it?
Well, I didn't say the word only.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, if they were actually doing that $7,000 check shit, I feel like, some of this stuff would be a little bit less crazy out there. They need to get their... I guess they need the money. I don't know. Can I really hate them? Just, come on. Throw some fucking dollars around, Israel. What the fuck, bro?
Oh, you're not getting your $7,000 a month check or whatever?
Dude, if there's been people who have been getting paid for years, months, anything, I'm going to be fucking pissed. That's unbelievable that people... Because I guarantee it's going to be some stupid shit like the tenant media, people putting out videos to like 800 viewers, getting $7,000 a month. And it's like, okay, really? This is what we're fucking dropping dimes on? This shit? I'm out here making fucking interactive video games about anti-Semitism. They're getting memes made of them, and I'm not getting a fucking dollar. Fuck Israel. They suck. They're not supporting their artists, their creators. Where is the arts endowment from Israel?
It's called Hollywood. Got him. What? Problem?
No, it's okay. I have a feeling.
Yeah?
I have a feeling that 90s clothing is going to come back in style. And that means that is so big because I really like wearing baggy pants as opposed to like super tight pants. It's just like the sooner we go back, it's just, oh man. It already has your fucking late. Oh, look at all the hipsters in chat. Like, how mad are you guys when your fucking indie bands start playing for fucking FIFA in the video games, huh? I bet you get mad as shit. Bust out my Jenko jeans? I will. I used to have a pair. You weren't a real millennial if you didn't have a pair.
What are Jinko jeans?
They're the best jeans ever. JNCO.
Okay. Take your word for it.
You've never seen them? Really?
Oh, I probably have. If you're saying they're the best ever, I just don't know the name.
They're a little much. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, they're not the best ever, actually.
Okay.
It was way too much. Actually, I'm gonna revise my previous statement. That was, at the moment, it felt like a good idea, but in reality, not very practical and difficult to manipulate yourself with. And it's it was just a lot of weight. Like, you know, it was like wearing fucking parachutes on your pants. It was too much, and it was thick denim. It was a good quality, though. It was a good quality. I think I bought my pair at Pacific Sun. I believe that's the name of the store.
Okay. It was a pretty quick walk back, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, you know, not that big. That was too big. I'll take half that. I might have a picture of me wearing those somewhere. Unironically, Jenko jeans are $100 at vintage stores now. Well, yeah, because it probably uses fucking like 15 meters of fabric, of denim.
Yeah. Cool. Well.
Did you see that calculator I made?
No. Why is it sick?
Well, I don't know. I was curious if it was useful to you.
Oh. I haven't looked at it in depth yet, but.
I spent like 2 hours trying to reverse engineer that shit. I think I have it. I think you're actually probably more correct with how you assume things work than mine. I think there's only like a 10% multiplier.
Wow.
Based
Chad
on
has
engagement.
no clue what we're talking about, so now they're gonna hate you.
I'm keeping it that way because they've been mean to me.
Good.
Now they don't get to know.
True. Okay, based. Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave. I love you guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully, I don't know what'll happen in the world.
What time? What time?
Hopefully 1 o'clock. It's a dream. Okay.
Okay.
I love you all. Be careful.